Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Saiyan Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Got Harem from Konosuba. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. So that's what that feels like, was Izuku's first coherent thought after dying of exhaustion from fighting Muscular. He ended up winning, at least, in his mind anyway. With the injuries that Muscular sustained, Kauta would be safe until help arrived. He knew the risks of pushing himself too hard and he paid for it. In a last-ditch effort, he managed to call forth over 100% of One for All across his whole body, not just his arms. This gave him more than enough power to overwhelm the villain, but at a cost. The energy expenditure was too much for him. Add that to the full body injuries he sustained from using One for All at that level, plus the blood loss that he suffered before that, and you only one result. I died, Izuku said aloud, depression hitting him after he realized that all the pain in his body was gone, leaving nothing but phantom pains from earlier. He looked down at his hands, flashing back to what happened. That's correct, Izuku-kun, said a soft, kind voice right in front of him. Izuku was startled out of his flashback, and his head shot up to see who spoke. In front of him was a beautiful woman. No, beautiful was an understatement. She looked almost divine. And considering I'm dead, that might be literal, Izuku thought before composing himself. I have a lot of questions, but one is the most important right now. Did everyone survive the attack? He asked, trying to keep the desperation out of his voice. The woman smiled kindly at him and answered, yes, thanks to your braver sacrifice, everyone managed to live through the event. However, young Kauta was struck with grief over your death, she said, careful not to add the fact that his friend was kidnapped. There was nothing he could do to change that, so it would be best if he was kept in the dark. Everything worked out for the most part, and she didn't want to make him panic. Thank goodness, I'm just happy to know that what I did wasn't for nothing, Izuku said, letting out a sigh of relief. I'm sure you must have many questions, but please allow me to answer a few of them. My name is Eris. I am the goddess of luck and fortune. One of my duties is to watch over the souls of the recently deceased youth. So she was a real goddess. Izuku could definitely buy that, being dead and all. About 3 years ago, I had been given dominion over your world, specifically over the young souls who died truly heroic deaths after living lives of selflessness and virtue. As a matter of fact, you're the first soul to make it here. Congratulations, Eris said jovially. Happy to meet someone like this young hero. Izuku was honestly touched. Of all the people that lived in his world, he was the only one to qualify to come here. It was one hell of a confidence booster, and it brought a few tears to his eyes. Thank you. I don't know if I deserve this. There are plenty of heroes that die every year. What about them? Shouldn't they be here too? Izuku asked in confusion. They were heroes, yes, at least by your world's definition. They enforced the law and saved lives. However, not many did so for truly selfless reason. They earned their place in heaven. However, only you have earned the chance that I'll be giving you today, Eris explained, getting Izuku's full attention now. What could a goddess want to offer him? Normally, when a person dies, they have two options. They can go to whichever afterlife they qualify for, in your case heaven, or they can return to live another life in the human world without any of their memories, Eris explained. So Kaken's swan dive joke had some merit to it after all, Izuku thought wistfully, remembering the not-so-good times with his friend, Bully. Even after everything that happened between them, he would sincerely miss his old friend. You, however, are being given a third option. You see, there exists another world out there, very similar to a magical fantasy world that would appear in a video game from your own world. It is currently being attacked by a demon king. His mighty army has destroyed so much that many of the souls from there have refused to reincarnate, which has caused a population decrease. Eris summed up the situation before telling him what it meant for him. In order to circumvent this and hopefully eliminate the threat at the same time, the gods have decided to send humans who have died in other worlds to fight off the Demon King's army as heroes. Eris explained the situation. Izuku paid attention as best as he could. So far, this world sounded like it needed help. If this conversation is going where he thought, then he would do so without hesitation. Which is why you are here. We ask of you to help this world in its time of need. Eris went on, only to be interrupted. I accept, Izuku yelled suddenly, a strong conviction in his eyes. Eris was shocked silent by the instant answer. She looked at him as if to question his decision, but he continued. If I don't help those in need, then what kind of hero would I be? I may be dead, but my goal hasn't changed. I will be a hero. And if you'll let me, sending me to this new world will allow me to be just that, Izuku said resolutely, no hesitation in his voice. I knew you were heroic. Being sent here was proof. But, to hear such conviction in your words, you truly are worthy of receiving 2 gifts, Eris said, looking at Izuku with a newfound respect for his heroic attitude. Gifts? What are you talking about, Eris-sama? Izuku asked, not knowing the finer details about reincarnation. Ah, that's my mistake. You see, when a human is reincarnated, they receive a gift from the gods in order to help them fight off the Demon King. You, however, will be given two as a reward for living a life worthy of a hero. It can be anything: a powerful item, a boon that surpassed all others, even a fictional power that you've seen before, Eris explained. Izuku grew more and more excited at the prospect after hearing that. Gee, that's incredible. Any power at all? Izuku asked while Eris just nodded, smiling at his enthusiasm. Izuku was searching through his brain, trying to think of two powers that would be invaluable to him. Before that, though, he needed to confirm a few things. Will I be able to speak the same language as the local people? It would be problematic if he couldn't, especially if there wasn't any context to learn from when he got there. Thankfully, Eris filled him in. Of course, you will receive knowledge on this world's language directly. Along with that, you will receive some starting gear to help you start off your journey, she explained helpfully. Anyway, if it's any help, you can check out the power catalog over there. Even if there isn't anything in there that you like, you might still get some ideas from it. She handed him the book. He thanked her and began looking through it. He noticed a power called alchemy. It gave him a good idea, but he needed to confirm something first. Thank you. I've decided on what I would like to have as my two gifts, he said, getting a surprised look from Eris. Most would take a lot longer to decide. For the first, I want to ask if it's possible to ask for a modified version of an existing skill, he said. Yes, that's possible. Most just take copies of other powers, but they can modify them to best suit their needs, she confirmed. Okay then, before I explain, I just need to ask one more question. Does the magic of this world still follow the basic laws of physics, even if it's just the energy conservation element? He asked. It was best to know what kind of system he was going to be working with. Yes, for the most part, magic operates on the laws of equivalent exchange. If you were to, say, create an explosion to destroy a large boulder, you would need to expend an equal amount of energy and mana to do so, Eris explained, not knowing where he was going with this. Okay, then the skill I want is the ability to transmute anything that I touch. For example, if I touched a stone, I could turn it into another material, or I could convert all of the matter in that stone into energy with as close to 100% efficiency as possible, he explained. Eris just looked dumbfounded at how simple yet devastating such an ability would be. I should probably warn you, an ability like that will be incredibly difficult to use. The mana costs alone would be massive. She tried to warn him. Most didn't consider that their gifts would also need power to use. I thought as much, which is why I wanted the process to work both ways. For example, I could take any object and then convert it into pure mana, circumventing the need to use my own reserves, or giving me the ability to instantly regenerate any mana that I use. He explained his reasoning, earning him another awestruck look from Eris. This boy just cracked the issue of a mortal's finite mana supply so casually. And this was just his first gift. TT, that's very clever of you, Izuku-kan. You're really smart, you know. Anyway, what about the second gift? Although I think your first is already more than enough. Eris complimented him and asked for his second idea. Thank you for the praise, Eris-sama. It means a lot coming from a goddess. He thanked her while blushing. Anyway, my second request is a bit simpler. I just want to be able to access the internet from my homeworld. I won't ask for anything unreasonable like being able to talk to people from there, but having an item, preferably an unbreakable, unstealable one that could access all that information would be a great help, he explained. Mostly he just wanted reference material to help with his transmutation skill, but he wouldn't deny that having access to his world's entertainment would be a great help too. And he does it again. Another simple item in theory, but completely invaluable to him with his new abilities. Eris thought in admiration. Of course, both gifts are well within our power to grant. I'm sure that you'll be a great hero, Izuku-kan, she said as she prepared the magic circle that would send him away. Not so fast, Eris-chan, came a voice from the void. As suddenly as she was heard, an angelic woman appeared before them. She had short blonde hair and green eyes, but her most striking feature were the angel wings on her back. Ah, Tenchi-chan, how may I help you? I was in the middle of sending Izuku-kan here to his new life, Eris asked in confusion. It was rare for an angel to visit a goddess, especially if they were in the middle of work. Sorry to say this, but the elder gods caught wind of your little trips to the human world, she said, getting Eris to pale considerably. As punishment, they decided that you would be sent to the human world and that you will not be allowed back until the Demon King was taken care of. Sorry about this, I'm just following orders, the angel said apologetically. Wait, so as a punishment for going to the human world, I'm being sent to the human world for as long as I want? Eris asked herself in confusion. Deciding to stay quiet, she just frowned and nodded, hoping to make it look like she thought of it as a punishment. Sometimes I question the intelligence of my fellow gods, Eris thought sadly, thinking about a certain senpai she knew. Izuku was too stunned to respond in time. He and Eris were lifted into the air and sent to their next destination. He swore to himself to apologize to Eris for not defending her, and to help her return to her home as quickly as possible. And with his new gifts, even if he couldn't cut it, he would give it one hell of a try. Open field just outside of Axel. Izuku woke up with a start. He started looking around and accessing his surroundings. The first thing he saw was a walled-off city a few kilometers away. He realized where he was and remembered what happened. He also noticed that he had a bag with him, the bag that he usually used for his classes at UA. Speaking of which, he was in his UA uniform rather than the destroyed, casual clothes that he wore when he fought Muscular. The gods must have given me these as part of my starting gear. Wait, gods, Eris-sama. Panicking, he tried searching for Eris only to realize that she was lying right next to him, still asleep. Hey, Eris-sama, wake up, please wake up. He called out, trying to shake her awake. After a few seconds, she opened her eyes and knew what had happened. I'm so sorry, I should have defended you back there. I'm not sure how that would have changed things, but I feel ashamed for just letting someone as nice as you be punished without even a complaint. He apologized immediately. Eris just smiled at him as she got to her feet. His selflessness was endearing, but he was way too hard on himself. It's okay, Izuku-kun. In all honesty, this is hardly a punishment. I tend to come down here for fun on occasion, and this just gives me an excuse to do it permanently, she said, trying to get him to calm down. Oh, okay, but still, I'm ashamed for not stepping in. It's the principle of the matter. You helped me so much and I did nothing to repay you. If you really want to stay in this world, then let me help you while you're here. It would be the least I could do, he said with determination. Eris just giggled at him. It should be me who's helping you, my little hero. But if that's how you feel, then let's be partners instead. I might want to stay here, but I still have work to do in Purgatory, and I'm sure you still want to stop the Demon King. So our goals align. I'll be in your care, she said, giving him her signature wink. Izuku was blushing by the end of that. He just nodded, agreeing with what she said. So I guess we should head out. You said this place was like a fantasy world, so I assume there is an adventurer's guild or something, right? He asked, getting a nod of confirmation from the goddess. Right on the first try. Normally I would go there in my human form. Sadly, I was brought here looking like I usually do, and I can't turn back, so I doubt anyone will recognize me. Luckily, I have a friend that might be able to help us, so we should go see her before we do anything else. She told him the plan. Sure, you know this place better than me, so lead the way, Eris-sama. Okay, but please don't call me by that name. I'm a goddess, remember? If people figured out who I was, it could end up bad. Oh, and before we go, I should warn you that my friend is a little eccentric, she said before walking off, leaving behind a confused Izuku who tried to keep up. Wow, I know you're a goddess and everything, but I didn't expect your friend to be a rich noble or something, Izuku exclaimed as the duo made their way to a massive mansion that stood in the center of a huge plot of land in the northeast section of the city. When I came to this world before, I lived as an adventurer. One of my closest friends was a noblewoman who decided to become an adventurer as well. Her name is Dustiness Ford Lalatina, but she prefers to be called Darkness. She also happens to be one of my loyal followers, so it would be for the best if she was made aware of our situation. Eris explained her relation to the rich girl. That makes sense. A great person like you would spend their free time helping others as an adventurer. The more I heard from her, the more convinced I was that she was a goddess worth following. Or as she said, a partner worth working with. Well, aren't you a flatterer? Anyway, the body that I used to adventure isn't too different from my current form, so she should be able to recognize me. After that, we'll need to speak to her in private. Chances are that my status as Chris the Thief has been revoked, so I'll have to start over from square one as an adventurer with you. It was a setback, but not that bad of one. Her mortal body wasn't that high level anyway. By the by, you should call me Chris well in public. Using my real name could cause some problems. She explained the plan as we approached the mansion. She knocked on the door and we waited for a few seconds before it opened. Ah, Chris-san, you look so different. It has been a while since you've visited. And I see you brought another of your companions. My lady is currently in the courtyard. I'm sure she would love to see you, the refined voice of a butler said as he opened the door fully to let us in. Izuku bowed to him as they walked past, earning the green hero a respectful nod in return. As we walked towards the courtyard, Izuku caught a glimpse of a woman who was slightly taller than himself. She was blonde and wore a set of medium armor that covered her limbs, chest, and sides. She was also practicing her swordsmanship and failing miserably. She tried to hit a log right in front of her with vertical swings but kept missing. Not able to stand it much longer, Izuku decided to step in and give some advice. He understood just how frustrating it could be to try so many times only to fail. Excuse me, but you should try a horizontal swing. Your arms keep shaking as the blade goes down, which ruins your aim. But if you hit it from the sides, you should be able to land it, he said in a calm voice, grabbing her attention. She blushed at how someone saw her miss so horribly but did as the stranger asked. To her surprise, she actually managed to hit the target this time, if only barely, since her hands jumped up at the last second. Only the top piece of the wood was chipped, but if her face was anything to go by, it was a victory that she never thought she would get. Thank you, mister. I actually hit it. Oh, Chris-chan, I didn't recognize you at first. What happened? You look so different like that. She thanked Izuku before switching her attention to Eris, who looked a bit sheepish. It's a long story, Darkness-chan, one that I would like to tell you in private. But before that, allow me to introduce my new adventuring partner. His name is Midoriya Izuku. She replied, motioning to the green hero, who bowed slightly to her and introduced himself. As she said, my name is Izuku. It's a pleasure to meet you, Darkness-sama, he said politely, wanting to make a good impression on the noble lady. Oh, there's no need to bow like that. I'm an adventurer too, just like you. I would rather not be treated differently just because of my status. Plus, you helped me hit the target. I couldn't have you lower yourself after doing so much, she replied, as if helping her hit a stationary target was some kind of miracle. Izuku just agreed and tried not to push the issue. She reminded him of Yaoyorozu in a way. Tall, rich, beautiful, but also modest about her status. Well, now that you're both introduced to each other, we should get down to business. Darkness-chan, would it be okay to use your room for this? We need a private space to talk, Eris asked, hoping for a yes. Her room? Isn't that a little too soon? We just met after all, and it would be a big invasion of privacy. Izuku thought. Sure, they needed privacy, but it was still a bit much. Calm down, Deku. Now isn't the time to relapse. Of course, I would be happy to help. Darkness agreed instantly with a blush on her face. I guess she's also the selfless type who would help others in need even if it was embarrassing. I'm so lucky to meet so many great people so soon, Izuku thought to himself, unaware of how wrong he really was. It's a lot more plain than what I expected. She really is modest about her wealth, Izuku thought as I looked over her room. It had a yellow and white color palette, along with a few splashes of pink here and there. It had a large bed, a few desks, and a closet to the far side. It was a large room, but not obscenely so. So what was it that you needed to tell me, Chris-chan? It must be pretty important if you wanted so much privacy, she asked before looking at me. She started to stutter and blush madly. Wait, is this your way of telling me that you and Izuku-san are dating? It would explain why you introduced him to me all of a sudden, and why he's privy to what you want to say. But why would you tell me? She muttered out, stuttering the whole time, and blushing with steam practically flowing out of her ears. And no, you got it all wrong. We're not going out or anything. And not that I wouldn't want to. Eris-sama is really beautiful. After Izuku started panicking before he froze, realizing his mistake. Smooth, Izuku-kun. Real smooth, Eris said, shaking her head in amusement. Meanwhile, Darkness was taking what he said the wrong way. Why did Izuku-san just call you Eris-sama? Is this some kind of master-slave play? She questioned furiously. I didn't think you had it in you, Chris-chan. Wait, what? I thought she was an innocent rich girl. How did she know what S&M was? More importantly, how am I supposed to respond to that? Izuku panicked further, internally this time. Eris was just pinching the bridge of her nose, expecting but still annoyed with her friend's antics. Darkness-chan, just calm down, please. The truth is that, she began while pulling out a necklace from her clothes. It was the symbol of her religion, except it was modified and blessed by her directly. Any true follower would be able to recognize it almost instantly. I really am Eris. I'm sorry for keeping this from you for so long, but I couldn't tell you about it until recently. You see, she went on to explain the situation to Darkness, including how they both ended up in this world. Although Izuku wished she didn't go into so much detail about how he died, it was a bit embarrassing to be held in such high regard by a goddess. That's quite a tale. I doubt that you would come up with something so elaborate just to trick me. But why are you telling me this? Couldn't you just go back to being Chris-chan without any problems? Darkness asked, not familiar with the rules behind everything. I may be the same person, but my body has been changed. My adventurer card was connected to Chris. If I tried to use the same one now, it wouldn't work, so I have to restart from level 1. The reason I came to ask for your help is that I need an alibi to give to the people to explain how similar I look to Chris and to explain why Izuku-kun is here all of a sudden. She explained Darkness' role in all of this. Oh, I get it now. Darkness-san would add credibility to our claims since she knew Chris very well. As for our cover story, it would be easy to claim that you are Chris' sister from how similar you both look, while I could just be an old friend that you discovered and decided to help. The idea was simple enough and would get us a decent reputation with the other citizens from familiarity. Exactly. Anyway, we should head towards the Adventurers Guild ASAP. The faster we get there, the faster we can get you set up, Eris complimented and suggested. Oh, and as for my name, please call me Erisfeel. It will be easy to remember and won't attract as much attention as Eris, she added. The trio went on towards the Adventurers Guild. On the way there, Izuku checked out the bag that he arrived in this world with, wanting to know what he had to work with. Inside there were his regular school supplies. Well, regular for a nerd like Izuku anyway. He had 3 pencils, a set of 3 red, black, and blue pens, a set of high-quality scissors, several empty notebooks, his hero notebooks, a compass, a box of markers, and finally a high-grade clay eraser. Oh, and an All Might action figure because this is Deku we're talking about, so of course, he'd have one. He would have had much more, but this was just what he brought with him during summer camp. In the immortal words of King Explosion Murder, Deku you fucking nerd. Along with his basic supplies, there was something in the laptop pocket that he never got to use before. It was a fairly large tablet with the UA logo on it, though now it was super lightweight, almost weightless. This must be the gift that I asked for at the end. I should test it out later, but for now, I need to focus on what I have. Izuku thought to himself as he continued to take inventory. He looked at the side pockets next, hearing a clinking noise and noticing that 5 coins were in the bag. They had a carving of Eris winking, along with the number 1000 etched into them. Starting currency. Neat. With that done, he focused on the road again and noticed a large building ahead of them. That must be it, he thought as darkness opened the door. He wasn't fully prepared for what was inside. It looked like an old-timey bar with waitresses walking around the place. There were dozens of what he could only assume to be adventurers drinking, brawling, and overall having a good time. It was all a bit much for him. He was never really good in social environments like this. The others didn't even hesitate and walked up to the counter where a buxom blonde woman was waiting. The woman, Luna, asked if she could help them, and Darkness replied, "We're here to get these 2 registered with the guild. My friend here is named Erisfiel. She is a sister to Chris Chan and would like to register. The young gentleman here is named Izuku. He is a friend to the 2 sisters and an acquaintance of mine. He would also like to register," she explained with the grace of a noble. Luna smiled widely and welcomed us to the guild. "Of course, we're always happy to have new members join our cause. Do you have the money for the registration fee? It will be 1000 Eris, 500 for each of you." Izuku nodded and handed her one of the coins in my bag. "Thanks for covering the cost, Izuku-kun. Normally I would do it, but I left all my money on my other body." Erisfiel whispered to him apologetically, earning a chuckle from the others from how ridiculous it sounded. "It's no problem at all. I owe you so much already, it's the least I could do." I reassure her as Luna came back and lead us to the crystal that was supposed to show us our stats and register us into the guild. After she explained the basics of being an adventurer, she asked us to hold our hands over the crystal. "Ladies first, Erisfiel-san," Izuku said, smiling at her. "It's nice to see that chivalry isn't quite dead yet," Luna said, noticing what he did. The green hero blushed a little at that and said that it was just common courtesy. As Erisfiel placed her hand on the crystal, a flash of light came out and a freshly minted adventurer's card was produced. Luna went to grab it and gasped in shock at the results. "Incredible. Every stat is exceptionally high, and luck is maxed out. This is the highest stat total I've ever seen in a beginner," Luna exclaimed in excitement. The guild stopped at that moment and looked over in our direction. "With stats like these, you can choose any class you like, including the advanced classes," she continued, getting the other occupants excited at this. I took a look at it myself and saw that there were 6 stats in total. All in all, the card read: Strength 65, Vitality 50, Intelligence 40, Wisdom 30, Dexterity 50, Luck 999. I would like to choose the Thief class. It may not be an advanced class, but it suits my style quite nicely," Erisfiel responded, getting back her original class. "Just like your sister then." "Very well. Now Izuku-san, please step up and do the same," Luna said, gesturing towards the crystal. Izuku went to do so until he heard something from behind. "Don't get upstaged by your lady friend now," followed by some chuckling. "I guess the stats of a goddess will be a tough act to follow. I wonder." Before he touched the orb, he activated full cowling at 5%. Thinking that it might transfer to his stats. The light show his body produced got him a lot of attention. There were several audible gasps from the crowd that quickly formed as the card was generated. Luna, surprised by what the young man did, hesitantly picked up his card and looked at it. "I am possible," she called out in complete shock and awe at what she saw, dropping the card in a daze. Izuku went to catch it before it could fall to the floor, taking a look for himself as he caught it, several people looking over his shoulders as he did so. The card read: Strength 205, Vitality 200, Intelligence 250, Wisdom 20, Dexterity 300, Luck 800. No fucking way. His stats are almost all in the triple digits. What kind of monster is he? These and other similar responses came from everyone who saw Izuku's stat card. I guess it did work after all, but why is my intelligence so high? And I guess my wisdom stat has suffered from all the reckless stuff I did in the past. My luck is about right. I've been ridiculously lucky ever since meeting All Might. I might just be legitimately blessed by the goddess of fortune herself, Izuku thought before looking at Erisfiel in darkness, the latter of which was wide-eyed and slack-jawed. For some reason, she was also blushing and had stars in her eyes. It made him nervous. Luna seemed to have recovered from her stunned state and addressed the powerful young man. Like before Izuku-sama, you are qualified for most of the classes available. However, cleric classes like Archpriest require a higher wisdom score. Your stats surpass what I've seen from even level 40 plus adventurers. You are even stronger than Kaiba-sama, she stated, still in a bit of shock. Izuku blanched a bit at the sama honorific though. Please, there's no need to call me Izuku-sama, San is more than enough, and just Izuku works too. He tried to calm her down, which only made her more excited for some reason. So modest, maybe you'll be the on-cough. Now Izuku-kun, have you decided what class you would like to be? She asked while blushing for some reason. What was it she was about to say before coughing? Izuku shrugged and decided to just go with it. He went into deep thought and weighed his options. Fighter classes are out. I prefer fighting with my fists rather than a weapon, and one for all already augments my physical prowess well beyond what is normal. The rogue classes just aren't my style. I was never one for subtlety, much less with a mentor like All Might. Cleric classes are also out. My wisdom is too low. Too bad. I wouldn't have minded becoming a priest of Eris. That leaves me with the magic classes. They would be beyond useful for my gifts, and of them, Archwizard seems to be the most powerful, so I'll go with that. His decision made Izuku looked up with conviction in his eyes and said, I choose the Archwizard class. Only to notice that everyone was staring at me weirdly. Erisfiel was making a blabbing motion with her hand to try to tell him that he's been muttering the whole time. Sorry about that. I tend to mutter a lot when I'm in deep thought. Izuku apologized with a sheepish look. He needed to get over that habit one of these days. To you, that's okay, Izuku-kun. Let me just make everything official, and then you three can get to questing. Be right back, she said, and ran off to finish what they could only assume was paperwork for the guild. Izuku-san, what was that? How are you so strong? And most importantly, can we spar later? Darkness came up and asked the young hero in quick succession before shyly asking if we could spar. That's right, this world doesn't have quirks. Izuku remembered what Erisfiel explained to him on our way to Darkness Mansion. That was my quirk. In my world, over 80% of the population has some type of unique power that they can use. My quirk, One for All, lets me augment my physical characteristics. He explained, getting a nod of understanding from her. And yes, we can spar later. I don't mind, but I should probably complete some quests first. Right now I only have 4,000 Eris left, and I doubt that's enough to afford food and a place to sleep tonight. He explained, getting another, more excited nod. We got the go-ahead a few minutes later and took our first quest. We chose to take the Giant Toad Elimination quest. We had to kill 5 giant toads for a reward of 100,000 Eris plus 5,000 extra for each toad killed. When we got to the field where they roamed, Izuku took his first look at a real fantasy beast that wouldn't be possible in his world, at least without a quirk being involved. So these are the giant toads. You guys said it was resistant to blunt force, so I guess the best way to go about this is to use a blade or magic, Izuku said. Sadly, he had no magic at the moment, with the starting budget of skill point being a measly 5. With each of the worthwhile magic skills costing at least 8 points each, he wasn't able to get any of them and was unwilling to spend points on the weaker spells. That didn't mean he couldn't fight, of course. Izuku touched the ground and used his transmutability to make himself a simple steel spear. It was basic in every way, a tool meant for the task at hand, although to a blacksmith it would look like a very high-quality piece with how pure the steel was. Is this another quirk, Izuku-kun? Or is it magic? Darkness asked. She was also taking off her armor for some reason. Did the frogs have some kind of anti-armor ability? It's one of the gifts given to me by Erisfiel-chan. It allows me to change any object into anything else that I want so long as I'm in contact. And I know how the materials work to a moderate degree. Izuku explained his power, getting a tentative nod of understanding from the resident crusader. Truthfully, that took a lot out of me. The feeling of mana leaving my body to fuel the transmutation felt so surreal, like I was getting my blood drained or something. I should test my mana recovery skill after this, he thought before deciding on a plan of action. I'll handle all of them directly. Erisfiel-chan, please help by sneaking up on them and prepare to take the kill once they get weak enough and you have a safe opening. Darkness-san, I don't really know what you should do. If you want, you can do the same as Erisfiel-chan and take a few kills. I want to keep the exp distribution between us fair after all. Izuku explained his plan to the group. Looking back, Darkness just looked at him with a little disappointment while Erisfiel palmed her face while smiling. Selfless as ever, Izuku-kun. I appreciate it, but you don't have to take on all of them yourself. Even if we don't get the kill on each one, we still get a sizable exp reward from just providing support and defending you. Plus, Darkness-chan would get bored if she just stuck back and stole kills all the time, she said, which explained why Darkness looked so disappointed. Izuku accepted in the end, and the group got down to business. Activating full cowling, Izuku rushed towards one of the toads and pushed his spear forward. To his surprise, it went right through with almost no resistance. It was like a hot knife through butter. I might need to lower my power a bit or I'll overextend again. He lowered his percentage even further and jumped back to his original position. This all took him about 5 seconds to do. Izuku-kun, that was amazing. You were so fast, and you were able to take down that toad in a single hit, Darkness exclaimed, in awe of my display of power. Her face was completely flushed, and she was breathing heavily for some reason. I didn't think I was that impressive, Izuku thought as he saw Arisfiel sneak up on another toad, stealthily throwing a knife that he had made for her at it and nailing it right in the skull. It fell almost instantly without even giving off a death rattle. Good job, Arisfiel-chan. That was an impressive display of stealth, and good accuracy too. Izuku complimented her. Darkness was getting into it too and charged at another toad, sword raised high. Sadly, this time the toad was fast enough to grab her mid-charge and swallow up her upper body. The field was completely silent as the toad lifted up its head and tried to swallow. I've seen enough, Izuku said and threw his spear at the frog's center, killing it instantly. The spear went right through the heart and slammed on the other side with enough force to create a small crater. Darkness started to crawl out of its mouth, covered in slime, panting, and blushing furiously. Are you okay, Darkness-san? Izuku asked in concern, getting a thumbs up and an enthusiastic never better. In response, I think I know what Arisfiel meant by eccentric now. She's a total masochist, he thought, blushing furiously. If you say so, Darkness-san. Would you like to stop for now and maybe take a shower? You know, to get the slime off, he suggested, but she shakes her head. No, I'm perfectly fine. Although I don't think I can grip my sword anymore. It matters not. I'll gladly be the meat shield if it means helping you, Izuku-kun, she said far too happily. Don't kink shame Deku. She's still a good person at heart. This is just a minor quirk, he thought to himself, remembering some of his more eccentric classmates. None of them were masochists, but some did skirt the line between sane and not so sane, so he wouldn't judge. Okay then, we should hurry and kill 2 more to finish up then. I'll try to make it quick. Izuku walked up to the spear and noticed that it broke at the tip. Instead of fixing it, he came up with an idea. He turned the spear into a circular steel ball, then replaced the interior of the sphere with a mixture of 75% potassium nitrate, 15% charcoal, and 10% sulfur, most commonly known as black powder. He then added a wick and sealed the sphere up. Taking a few rocks from the ground, he made some flint and lit the wick before launching it at a pair of toads about 30 meters away with a quirk-powered throw. The explosive burst to life, sending shrapnel across the field. Both of the toads were shredded by the supersonic projectiles and died in seconds. Hopefully they won't complain if they find a bit of metal in those toads while they search the bodies, Izuku thought, immediately realizing how annoying they were going to be to cook later. Whoops, making mixtures is even more exhausting. It feels like I just used full cowling for 5 minutes straight. Thankfully my mana supply seems to be pretty high, but any more combat after this would be bad, he thought while grabbing a notebook. Note to self, test mana transference ASAP. Meanwhile, Darkness and Arisfiel were staring at the surprising young hero with smiles on their faces, a perverted one and a proud one respectively. This marked the success of their first quest as a newly formed party. Toad Kill Quest, Success, Aris X 125-0. After the makeshift party's battle with the giant toads, they decided to visit the local bathhouse to freshen up before searching for an inn to rent for a few days. Eventually, Izuku and Aris found an inn that was willing to give them a room with 2 beds for 50,000 Aris a week. They paid upfront for a 2-week stay, leaving Izuku and Aris with 25,000 Aris each to their names. Food money would be tight, but they could make do. Darkness had insisted that if they wanted to, they could stay with her for a few days until they had better financial security. But Izuku denied it. You've already helped us more than enough. I couldn't ask for any more. In fact, I swear to you that I'll pay you back for everything tenfold, he promised a bit too loudly. Unfortunately, he made his declaration in the middle of a crowded street, which got the poor hero in training more attention than he could handle at once. Without thinking, he headed to the guild by himself to escape ever-increasing eyes on him. Oh crap, I left him behind, Izuku realized too late. He was already halfway to the guild with full cowling turned on. Oh well, I'm sure they'll be fine. Maybe I can do a solo quest to earn a bit more money and get us a safety net just in case, he muttered to himself as he approached the guild building, slowing down a bit and landing just outside of the main entrance in a crouch. Sadly, with the speed that he was going at, it created a loud boom from behind him. Oh, well, that's a thing. I knew I was fast, but not that fast. While Izuku was coming to grips with the fact that he just broke the sound barrier, other adventurers and civilians near him just looked confused and a bit in shock at how the green rookie appeared out of nowhere with a loud explosion coming right after. Noticing this, Izuku rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Sorry about that. I moved faster than I thought, he apologized, getting still confused nods. Izuku should have guessed the average person wouldn't know what a sonic boom was in this world. Suddenly, one of the doors to the guild building opened and a tall, blonde man about the same size as Darkness walked out. He had a great sword at his hip which had a golden handle and an axe-like guard. The blade itself looks like someone took two swords and forged them together with a long cutout at the bottom center of the blade. What was that noise? Was there an attack? He asked with a concerned voice before noticing me. And who are you? He pointed at Izuku, a bit rude this one. Still, being the shy but polite person that he was, Izuku introduced himself. My name is Izuku Midoriya. And yeah, I caused the loud noise. Sorry about that. I was moving too fast and caused a sonic boom on accident. He tried to explain. Also, it's common courtesy to give your own name before asking for someone else's. He points out, hoping to confirm a suspicion of his. This guy looks way too high level to still be in the starting city. And that weapon of his is radiating strong magic. Is he also a reincarnate? Izuku thought. Luckily, the Archmage class gave him a passive ability to detect magic when it's nearby. It's not very precise, but with the level of power coming off that blade, it was hard to miss. My name Kyoya Mitsurugi. From your name I can assume that you've also been reincarnated into this world. The idiot said out loud. What is he thinking? Wasn't that supposed to be a secret? Luckily, nobody else heard it. They were still a bit stunned seeing the two strongest adventurers in town having a stare down. Izuku, panicking slightly, ran up to him and whispered, "Don't say it so loud. Weren't you told that we had to keep that secret?" He looked surprised at this and shook his head. No, I wasn't told that. Aquasama just gave me the basic gist of the situation. And my gift, the cursed sword gram. Then I was sent me here. I don't believe that she would forget something so important. He responded. I just stared confused before asking. Who's Aqua? Izuku asked. Was it another goddess? The blonde swordsman looked confused at our young hero's question until he sensed a familiar energy. Izuku had a hand placed on his shoulder which made him jump before looking back. Erisfiel was standing behind him slightly panting. Aqua is my senpai Huff. She's the second Huff goddess that is meant to send people to this Huff world. She explained, still out of breath. Please don't run like that again, Izuku-kun. I know that it was a little embarrassing, but that reaction was a bit much. And who is this? Mitsurugi asked. Her aura reminds me a little of Aquasama's. She looks tired, and she said you ran away from her. Why would you leave her behind? He asked, misinterpreting the situation. Wait, it's not what it sounds like. Izuku tried to explain but was interrupted by another yell. Izuku-kun, how could you leave us to the crowd like that? They pounced on us the moment you left, but they just kept asking us questions instead. More interesting things. This wasn't the kind of meat shield I was talking about. Came the voice of the resident masochist who just made the situation worse. That's it. I've heard enough. Clearly, you have no idea how to take care of a party correctly. You abandoned these beautiful ladies to a crowd of people and ran to save your own skin. Unforgivable. He ranted before turning to the two ladies that were staring at him unimpressed. You two, why not leave this coward and join my party? I'll make sure to help you with any needs you might have. With a crusader and a thief along with my own swordmaster class, we could be the strongest team in the city. He gave his pitch only to get two deadpan stares from the ladies. You're making an awful lot of assumptions, you know. And who do you think you are? Taking the situation and bending it into your favor. I refuse, Erisfiel stated. Not at all pleased by the way this upstart insulted her favorite mortal. I like more aggressive men in general, but something about this guy makes me want to punch him instead. Darkness said quietly, also declining. Why not? Is it because this guy is blackmailing you or something? That has to be it. Nobody would team up with a coward unless they were being forced to. He incorrectly rationalized, getting looks of anger, disgust, and pity from the trio. Izuku was pity. Geez, this guy is narcissistic. He reminds me of a more eloquent but more egoistic Kaken. He thought as Mitsurugi calmed down slightly. That's it. I challenge you to a duel. Mitsurugi declares, making the crowd that has formed shift outward into a circular arena of sorts. Great, now the people are invested in it too. I won't be able to talk myself out of this, Izuku thought bitterly. He was more than familiar with this kind of herd mentality from his middle school days. Sigh, and what would the victor receive then? I don't like to fight for no reason, but you've insulted me. Usually, I could let that slide. But you also insulted my party members and I won't stand for that. So name your conditions. The blonde smirked and went on. If you win, I'll give you anything that is within my power to grant without question. However, if I win, you must let those two leave your party and join my own. He said smugly. I refuse. Izuku denied, flat out, getting several gasps in response. What you requested isn't mine to give. It's their choice whether they want to join you or not. To say otherwise would be to treat them as objects and not people. Frankel, why I'm disgusted that you would even suggest that, he says matter-of-factly, earning smiles from the girls and the respect of the crowd. Mitsurugi was just enraged even further. You really are a coward, hiding behind honeyed words to get out of fighting me. Fine, if I win, I'll take whatever gift you were given before arriving here. Is that better? He renegotiated. Izuku just nodded in acceptance. He could agree to that. Erisfiel-chan, please start the countdown. I'll try to make this quick, Izuku says as he prepared one for all. This will be a good time to test out an idea that he had while fighting the giant toads. Hopefully, it works. Of course, the fight will start in 3, 2, 1, begin, Eris called out. Izuku rushed his opponent at full speed the moment she did. Mitsurugi managed to follow Izuku's movements and prepared to slash at him with Gram, but before he could even lift it, Izuku smirked and pointed his open palm towards the unprepared blonde. One thing was different, however. Izuku had used his transmutation skill and took a page out of Kaken's book, creating a small spark using One for All's electricity and ignited his new nitroglycerin sweat. The results were something to see. The explosion traveled quickly, hitting Mitsurugi in the chest and blinding him momentarily. It didn't do much damage, but it gave Izuku enough time to get behind him and deliver a powerful punch to the back of his head, knocking him over like a bag of potatoes. Just as I thought. He relied far too much on that sword, so he failed to train up his durability. Anyone faster than him, or that could surprise him in a fight, would win every time, Izuku thought in pity as he stared at the downed swordsman. Wow, the new guy just beat the town ace in one hit. It was 2 hits actually, and he did it to protect the chastity of his 2 female party members. That part was true, but the way he phrased it, he can even cast detonation magic already. Just how strong is this guy? That was false, but I can't exactly explain how I could do that. As the people kept hyping Izuku up, the story just kept getting more ridiculous and distorted. Something tells me this isn't going to end well. I should grab Erisfield-chan and Darkness-san and run for it, Izuku thought before grabbing them by the arm and doing just that. He didn't want to stick around to find out how this ended. Izuku-kun, this is too soon. I didn't know you could be so forceful. In that battle, Darkness said while we were in midair, blushing and stuttering the whole way. Sorry about grabbing you two so suddenly without saying anything. I just didn't want to leave you all behind again. We should head back to the inn for now until this all blows over. I don't think the crowd will leave us alone if we go back, Izuku explained, getting 2 nods. Oh my, Izuku-kun is even more forward than I expected, taking me to his home on the first day. You just keep surprising me, Darkness said while rubbing her face. This just kept getting weirder, so the green hero picked up the pace, careful not to break the sound barrier again. They eventually made it without any issues, and he set the 2 girls down. Sorry about bringing you along, Darkness-san. If you would like, I could accompany you to your mansion before coming back here. It's the least I can do, Izuku offered, but she declined, saying that it was fine and that if she got attacked by a crowd she would prefer to go down alone anyway. Darkness left after saying that with a distorted grin on her face. I know she's a good person at heart, but that personality of hers is hard to keep up with, he muttered to himself. Yeah, don't worry about it, you'll get used to it eventually. Anyway, we should get to bed. It's getting late and we should be up early tomorrow to get in on the best quests, Erisfield said, getting no arguments from her green companion. Today was pretty tiring and he would like to just leave it behind him for now, and thus ended his first day in this new world. Hopefully, the next few to come won't be too hectic. Izuku woke up with an aching back. Going from modern beds to a hard, thin bed in a medieval inn was an experience to say the least. As he opened his eyes, he remembered exactly where he was and how he got there, just in time to see Eris changing into her outfit. Bunkowa. A small whine left Izuku's lips from hitting his head on the back of the bed. Erisfield took this as her cue to quickly finish getting dressed. Why, you didn't see anything, right? She asked shyly, a blush on her face. No, of course not. I would never. Not that you aren't beautiful, you are. It's just that Iwo-Cupin forgot that we ain't the same room, Izuku muttered out at turbo speed until he heard Erisfield giggling. Don't worry, Izuku-kun, it's fine. I figured that this could happen, so don't worry, I trust you, she reassured the young hero, a smirk on her face. My goddess is such a tease. I should hurry up and find us a permanent home or I might not survive for much longer, Izuku concluded after getting his blush under control. Not that he didn't enjoy the view. After that whole situation, Eris had the decency to leave the room to let Izuku get dressed, which he did quickly, along with starting his daily rituals to the best of his abilities, using his transmute skill and the magic of the internet to make himself some makeshift hygiene products. Afterward, he checked his adventurer's card to see if anything had changed. Nice, I'm level 3, I guess those toads give out good exp. With that, he walked out and joined Eris. We should head out to the guild hall. I'm sure Darkness-chan is already there waiting for us, she said, and Izuku agreed. They started heading in that direction before Izuku got himself an idea. Should we walk, or would you prefer the expressway? He asked, which got him a smirk from Eris. With full cowling, they managed to reach the guild hall in only a few minutes. This time Izuku kept his speed down to about car speed so that Eris didn't get too uncomfortable, though by her own insistence he got a few flips in here and there, much to the goddess' cheerful screams. On our way there, Izuku kept hearing people call him the mighty green hero for some reason. He didn't mind it or anything. Being called a hero was pretty flattering actually. At least it would be if it stopped there, but the women around town were also giving him weird looks ever since he beat that Mitsurugi guy. It was freaking him out. Whatever, I'm sure this will all blow over eventually, Izuku thought as the duo entered the guild building and headed towards the quest board. Darkness was already there waiting for them, blushing and panting at certain extremely dangerous quests. Good morning. How was your night? She asked as we approached, her composure slowly coming back. It was great, I slept just fine. Izuku half lied, not wanting to worry her. Although the morning was a bit rough for me, He chuckled nervously. Oh come on Izuku-kun, it wasn't that bad unless you think I'm ugly, Eris said teasingly. Oh of course not. I would never think that you're very beautiful, Izuku said quickly, and to his embarrassment loudly, earning him some roaring laughter from the other adventurers in the guild. You're so easy to tease, Izuku-kun. Never change. Anyway, we should get started looking for quests. The best ones always get taken first, so let's go, Eris suggested. The trio then went on to look for a suitable quest and decided to go with a simple kobold extermination quest. Apparently the little dragonoids were robbing and killing passing humans who came too close and they needed to be taken care of. The reward mentioned 300,000 Eris, along with an extra 10,000 per kobold killed. This one should do fine. It pays really well and it looks like we could help a lot of people by getting rid of these monsters, Izuku said, grabbing the quest sheet. They were ready to talk to Luna to make it official but were stopped by the voice of a young woman. Wait, came the voice of a dark-haired, red-eyed girl. She wore a generic big wizard hat, a black cloak, and a red dress with gold trim. She also had an eye patch and mismatched legwear. One had black leggings and the other had bandages wrapped around it. My name is Megumin, the legendary arch-wizard of the Crimson Demon Clan, master of explosion magic. I have heard about your legendary exploits and have decided to join you. Now tell me, do you wish to utilize my forbidden dark powers? She introduced herself in a way that would make even the biggest chunny heroes blush in embarrassment. And that name, I wonder if it's just another worldly thing, Izuku thought. Well, he doesn't want to be rude, so he should at least give her a chance. I wouldn't mind if you joined our party, Megumin-san. But it's not just my decision, he said while giving his companions a look. They just shrugged and left it to the young hero. If you would like to join the party, then come with us on our quest so that we can see what you can do. If that's okay with you, Izuku offered politely. Trial by combat would probably be the best way to test her claims anyway. Of course, I'll prove myself to you. Our enemies will be blown away with the power of my explosion magic. Well, she has enthusiasm, that's for sure. While she preached about the wonders of explosion magic, Izuku noticed a very similar-looking girl hiding behind the quest board. She looked nervous and to the point of tears while staring at Megumin. Feeling bad for what must have been a fellow introvert, Izuku motioned over for her to join them. She looked surprised but ended up approaching the group. You look a lot like Megumin-san, and you were looking at us. Do you two know each other? Izuku asked. Megumin was torn out of her speech and noticed the other girl. Yun, what are you doing here? She asked while pointing an accusatory finger towards her. I guess they did know each other, I thought, as Yun began to answer. I came here after finally mastering high-tier magic. Now that I can, I wanted to join a party and finally challenge you to a duel for the title of the best Crimson Mage. She answered the question with a good deal of enthusiasm, although she looked a bit embarrassed at the end. I guess she's more self-aware about her chuny tendencies. The two mostly normal members of the party thought. But I see now that you've already offered to join these people. I'll just go then. I'm sure you would only want one archmage, she said sadly and started to walk away. Actually, I don't mind if both of you join. In fact, we still haven't decided if Megumin would join in the first place. We planned on heading off to finish a quest as a trial by fire, so to say. You can join us if you want. Depending on how well you do, we'll decide whether you guys can join or not, Izuku told her, making her stop. She turned back with the brightest smile that they'd ever seen, and glowing ruby eyes. Honestly, it looked adorable. Really, thank you. I promise I won't disappoint you, she said while bowing to them. She then turned to Megumin and gave her own pose. Megumin, I challenge you to a duel. Whoever takes down the most enemies wins, she called out, getting Megumin to smirk. I accept. My explosion magic can't lose in a battle of sheer firepower, she claimed before collapsing on the floor. Or she almost did anyway before Izuku caught her, concern clear on his face. Are you okay? What happened? He asked, worried for the young girl. Sorry, it's just that I haven't eaten in over 2 days, she said sadly. This wouldn't do. We might have been low on funds right now, but one meal was well within our range. Plus, we needed to eat breakfast anyway. Don't worry then. You and Yun-san can join us for breakfast. I'll pay, I insist, Izuku said, getting a thankful look from her and a smile from the others. He noticed a waitress walking around and motioned her to come over. Excuse me, can you please prepare some food for us? Anything filling will do, just don't go over 25,000 Eris, please, Izuku asked while motioning to the 4 girls behind him. Of course, sir. I'll come back as quickly as possible, she said politely and bowed before leaving. After a hearty meal and a grateful thanks from the 2 crimson lolies, we went out to hunt for our prey as Eris informed our 2 new recruits on what the quest was. On our way, Izuku asked them where they were from and why they wanted to join the party. We're both from the Crimson Demon Village, known far and wide for its high-level mages. We came to join your party for the same reason, I think. Megumin started with Yunyun agreeing with her so far. You appeared out of nowhere with extremely high stats and another powerful companion at your side. I guess that would be a little suspicious. You then beat the giant toad quest in record time. There's a record for that. And that very same day you defeated this town's strongest adventurer in under a minute. Strongest adventurer? That blonde guy? Really? With a reputation like that, who wouldn't want to join you? She finally finished hyping Izuku up, much to his relief. I guess you're right. I just never thought that what I did was very impressive, he replied humbly. And you're really humble, Yunyun added. Please stop. To tell you the truth, neither Megumin or I have been treated very warmly by the local adventurers. We haven't been treated with hostility or anything, but you're the first person to help us and even buy us a meal, so please accept our thanks, Yunyun said with a bow. Honestly, Izuku was stunned. So these 2 have been ignored and cast out by others. I made the right choice by helping them. Hopefully, they will make a good enough impression so that the others will let them join, he thought with a sad smile as they kept walking towards their destination. The group finally reached their destination and made camp right outside the range of the kobolds. They were having a strategy meeting when Izuku finally popped the question. Excuse me, but can I see your adventurer cards? It would be helpful if I knew what both of you could do, he asked, getting a quick nod from Yunyun and a more nervous one from Megumin. She's nervous, I wonder why. She's been pretty confident since we met her, he thought while skimming through their cards. Yunyun, level 7, class Archmage, strength 18, vitality 20, intelligence 200, wisdom 30, dexterity 20, luck 10. Not bad. Your intelligence is really high, and your wisdom is also pretty good. You're also level 7. Why is that? Izuku asked her. Wasn't she a new adventurer with no party? Did she do solo quests before meeting them? I usually go around and help new adventurers that bite off more than they can chew, although I'm sure they didn't need me in the first place. I just keep doing excessive things, sorry, she said, blushing in embarrassment. We need to work on her confidence. But she helped out so many people that her level just passively increased to 7. Even if she has her flaws, that pretty much guarantees my vote for her to join, Izuku thought as he looked over the known spells section. Spells, intermediate magic, fireball, blade of wind, lightning, paralyze, and sleep. Advanced magic, inferno, light of saber, bottomless swamp, and teleport. You also have a nice selection of battle and utility spells. These would be very useful in almost any scenario. Impressive. She blushes at my praise and practically glows with how happy she was. Now for Megumin. He looked over her card and immediately saw something wrong. Megumin, level 6, strength 17, vitality 26, intelligence 231, wisdom 32, dexterity 21, luck 16. Your stats are very similar to Yunyun's, if a little higher, but, Izuku said before hesitating as he read her known spell list. Spells, advanced, explosion. She only knew one spell. Upon voicing this, Megumin nodded furiously. Yes, explosion magic is the only type of magic that I will ever use. I love explosion magic and absolutely refuse to use any other spell, she said passionately, causing the others to sweat drop except for Yunyun, who was already used to it. Okay. Well, with these spells, I would like for Yunyun-san to go first. Please demonstrate any and all spells that you think would do well against these kobolds, and when you reach about half mana, just fall back and let Megumin have her turn. If there are any kobolds left after that, we will take care of them. Does everyone agree with this? Izuku asked, getting no complaints. Well, Darkness did mutter something about not being used as a shield, but they decided to ignore that for their own mental health. As we approached their territory, Eris noticed several small shadows moving to their right using her detect skill. Yunyun-san, get ready. They're coming from our right. We'll leave them to you, so just tell us if it becomes too much, okay? She said as Yunyun prepared her first spell, Fireball. She cast, sending it towards their general direction. The spell hit 2 kobolds directly, while the dry grass under them helped spread the flame quickly. 2 more caught on fire and ran off into the distance, too stupid to roll on the ground. The last 2 tried to attack the other party members, but Yunyun intercepted them with another spell. Blade of Wind, she chanted as a wide invisible wind blade bisected the 2 kobolds. Good job, Yunyun-san. That was an excellent work you just did. And your casting speed was also rather good. Erisfiel congratulated her on a job well done. Keep that up and you'll become a party member in no time. Yunyun blushed at the praise. Let's keep moving. If there are this many kobolds out so far, then that means they probably have a gathering spot near here. With any luck, we can find it and end their reign of terror today. Izuku said, getting nods of agreement from Darkness and Erisfiel, while our two new companions looked at him with a mix of awe and excitement. I wonder what got those two so excited. Oh well, as long as they're having fun, I guess, Izuku thought as the group moved towards the direction where the burning kobolds ran towards. They eventually found the bodies and kept going. Hearing the sound of a river nearby, we decided to get closer. Okay, we have a river. We should follow where it leads. Chances are the kobolds will be camped somewhere along it. The group followed the river and eventually found a walled-off camp full of kobolds. Izuku-san, can I take care of this one? With my explosion magic, I can destroy the whole camp in one blow, Megumin claimed. Izuku nodded to her. Yunyun already had her turn, so it was only fair. Megumin took his gesture as her cue to start chanting. Darkness blacker than black and darker than dark, I beseech thee, combine with my deep crimson. The time of awakening cometh. Justice, fallen upon the infallible boundary, appear now as intangible distortions. I desire for my torrent of power a destructive force without equal. Return all creation to cinders, and come from the abyss. That is one long-winded spell, was the party's collective thought as the chant ended. Explosion, and explode it did. The entire camp as well as the surrounding area was completely annihilated. Nothing was left but a 20-meter crater on the ground. It reminded Izuku of Bakugo's howitzer impact, but about twice as powerful. After dealing with a small bout of PTSD and the ringing in his ears, Izuku walked up to Megumin, only barely noticing that she was about to fall again. Wow, are you okay? He asked in concern, catching her before she could faceplant. Why yes, explosion may be the greatest spell, but its mana cost is too much for me. As such, I can only use it once a day, and afterward I'm left immobile for a few hours. Sorry for not telling you beforehand, she explained sadly. It's fine. Honestly, that spell was pretty incredible. It reminded me of what one of my old friends could pull off. But you really should have told me beforehand. I would have prepared for it and you wouldn't have to collapse like that, Izuku told her before grabbing a vial of water from his bag, dipping his hand into the water and letting the others watch as it turned into an opaque blue-colored liquid. Mana potions. Izuku had discovered them while experimenting with his mana yesterday. He could create them by focusing on the feeling of mana coursing through my body and pouring it into a liquid. He then uses the transmutability to power the process, using random junk, effectively allowing for an infinite supply. Here, drink this. One of my skills lets me create mana potions among other things. It should help you get back on your feet. He handed it to her but then remembered that she couldn't move. He brought the potion to her lips and let her swallow on her own. After a few seconds she looked a lot healthier and even managed to stand up on her own. Sadly, Izuku hadn't perfected the transfer process yet, so she didn't have enough mana to cast anything, but it's enough for now. This potion that you made is incredible. Dad would kill for something like this. How many can you make? Can you make enough so that I can cast explosion more than once a day? She bombarded him with questions, and Izuku could only nod nervously in response. That was doable. Thank you. The overly excited lowly wizard said as she attempted to hug Izuku to death. He took it well enough but eventually got a bit embarrassed and tried to get her off. Okay, Megumin-san, I get it. Please calm down. I've come to my decision, and I think the others agree with me, Izuku said, stopping her bear hug as she paid attention along with Yunyun. I think I speak for all of us when I say that you're both more than welcome to our party, he exclaimed, getting cries of approval from Eris and Darkness. Welcome to the team, you two. Now we should head back. You two will receive 70% of the reward for your efforts, Izuku told them, getting surprised looks. Hey, really? You would really give us? Yunyun started before stopping and using her hands to count. 252,000 Eris. I count for them, getting more surprised looks. Izuku-kun, you can do arithmetic, Darkness asked in surprise. Guess that kind of education was a rarity in this world. Yeah, it's pretty common in my world, Izuku says before realizing his mistake far too late. Your world? Yunyun asked, making me pale considerably. I can explain, Izuku shouted, getting an exasperated sigh from Erisfiel and a shaking head from Darkness for my blunder. That day we got 2 new party members as well as 2 new heroes prepared to defeat the Demon King for the sake of returning Eris home. After several hours of explanations, confessions, and fervent denials that what he said wasn't part of his Chuny backstory, the 2 newest party members were brought up to speed on the situation and their end goal of defeating the Demon King and returning Eris to her home. Their reactions were both touching and a little worrying. You want to defeat the Demon King to return a goddess to her station. What a perfect grand quest for the 2 greatest members of the Crimson Demon clan, Megumin proclaimed proudly. Ever since the 2 joined our party, she has been much kinder to Yunyun and included her into her Chuny speeches. Agreed. I would be more than happy to join you on such a virtuous quest. Alongside my greatest rival and new friend Megumin, I'll do my best, due to Megumin acting more friendly towards her. Along with the unwavering acceptance that we gave her as a party member, Yun Yun had begun to indulge in her own chuny impulses, though she still wasn't as over the top as Megumin. I guess you can say that they balanced each other out, Izuku thought as the party of 5 sat around a table talking in relative peace. Darkness and the 2 wizards were asking him questions about his old world, which Izuku tried his best to answer. How different is your world compared to ours? Was the first and broadest question they asked him. That's a pretty loaded question. To keep the answer simple, this world resembles the state that my own world was in a few thousand years ago. Technologically and socially speaking anyway, Izuku explained, searching for the words that best compared and contrasted the 2 worlds. So your world was more advanced. How exactly? You said socially and technologically, so I assume that you had a lot more efficient manufacturing and agriculture or something similar. Darkness guessed, partially correct. That would explain the quality of those clothes you're wearing. The craftsmanship is so precise and uniform that it almost looks like a noble's garb. Megumin said a bit too loudly. Whispers started going across the guild hall as the others started eyeing Izuku up. However, he was too engrossed in conversation, so Izuku wouldn't notice the results until much later. Among other things, yes. For example, our world is very reliant on machines. Most human labor that would be considered tedious, time-consuming, or just strenuous in this world would be solved in minutes or even seconds with the use of machines. These clothes in particular are pretty high quality, but nothing that the average person couldn't afford. It's actually my school uniform, and the manufacturing process that made them could produce hundreds of these in a few hours, he answered, giving context to his, apparently high-quality clothing. School? Did you go to an academy? That explains how you know arithmetic so well. Darkness commented. Izuku nodded, remembering Yue fondly. Yeah, in my world most countries make it mandatory for children to attend schools for about 12 years. Anything after that is optional, although not every country does it. I was in my 10th year of schooling before I came here. Mathematics was just one subject that they taught, albeit one of the more important ones for modern occupations. He described the system. Granted, there were a lot of differences across his world. What else can these machines you speak of do? Can they replicate magic in any way? Yun Yun asked, curious about whether magic would be taken over by machines too. In a way, you see, in my world magic doesn't exist, he said, getting loud gasps from the 3. Instead, humanity relied entirely on our own ingenuity to get by. In the last 300 years, in particular, technology really started to advance significantly. He continued, enjoying how bright their faces looked from his stories. As a general rule, most magic in this world can be replicated with enough effort and resources using mundane means, with the only known exception being teleportation. And even then, our society has gotten pretty close with cracking that problem. Anything a dedicated mage could do in a few seconds, science could replicate, albeit with much less efficiency. We invented high-speed transportation that could move about 4 times faster than a horse, and that would keep moving at those speeds for 7+ hours at a time. We also had flying machines for moving long distances and across the oceans when boats were too slow. Halfway through his explanation, Izuku ripped out a piece of paper from his journal and started making sketches of the various machines that he mentioned. You're an artist too, Megumin practically shouted, which Izuku waved off. Nah, it's just a hobby of mine. I'm no professional or anything. In my world, it's best to have various talents to keep yourself versatile. My own profession was in heroism, so I needed to have some basic knowledge on how to draw to sketch up criminals and such. He explained why he knew how to draw. Izuku would show them actual images on the tablet later, but he can't exactly pull that out in public without a cover story. Maybe I can pass it off as a magic item, he thought before returning to the conversation. Heroism, that's a career. That sounds much better than an adventurer, Darkness exclaimed, her noble knight persona shining through at the thought of heroism being a legitimate career. The shining red eyes from the 2 lowly mages showed their own interest even if they tried to keep it together. Oh right, I completely forgot. You see, Izuku was about to go into a long tirade about the wonders of the hero society that he was so familiar with before the guild speaker system interrupted him. Emergency quest. Emergency quest. We need all able-bodied adventurers to assemble at the front gate. That's all Izuku paid attention to as he stood up, nodded to his friends, and jogged off with them towards the entrance. On their way there, Izuku noticed the panicked looks on the citizens of Axel. Erisfiel-chan, do you know what this is about? He asked the native goddess. Was the Devil King army attacking? Were there seasonal monsters that were attacking? Oh, it's probably just cabbage harvesting season, she said in a dull voice. Izuku stopped running at that and looked back at Eris, confused. Cabbage. She proceeded to explain the differences between his world's cabbage and this world's flying monstrosity. Well, I did sign up to go to a fantasy world, but this is a bit much even for me, Izuku thought. Even in a world full of quirks, vegetables were still vegetables. As the cabbages arrived, they appeared like a swarm of locusts, numbering in the thousands. Izuku vaguely heard that each head was worth about 10,000 eris. At least this should be profitable. I wonder if a full-powered Carolina Smash would just dislodge all of their little wings. He thought to himself as they got closer. Nah, too risky, Izuku says out loud before activating full cowling and intercepting the swarm halfway. Being so far away from the city, he could cut loose with his speed, so he reached them in only a second. From there, Izuku treated it as a precision exercise. He tried to pull out the small wings of each cabbage without harming the main body. Getting into a nice rhythm, he managed to pull a large percentage of the swarm to himself, giving the other adventurers some breathing room. Behind Izuku, the adventurers were watching, completely stunned at Izuku's display of speed and agility, so much so that they barely noticed the wave of cabbages heading towards them. Luckily, Eris was still fully aware and protected the stunned group while yelling, "Get your heads in the game." I know he's impressive, but that's no excuse to let him do all the work. With that said, and with their vigor renewed, the adventurers joined the fray. Meanwhile, Megumin and Yunyun just watched from the sidelines. Sadly, their magic was just too destructive to be used against their tasty enemies. While this would normally mean nothing to Megumin, Yunyun managed to convince her to hold back. In exchange, she would take her new friend out to cast Explosion each day. Izuku POV. That's 80. This is harder than I thought. Keeping full cowling on permanently is easy enough, but the fine motor control that I need to calculate my jumps and strikes is unreal. Izuku muttered to himself before noticing how darkness was surrounded by dozens of cabbages. He thought she was fine at first, but then he noticed how these had enough strength to dent her armor. Delaware Smash. Izuku yelled out his attack without thinking. The shockwave scattered and grounded most of the cabbages surrounding darkness, while to someone with her durability it just felt like a nice breeze. Izuku then made his way to her and noticed that her armor was almost completely gone, leaving only a black undershirt. He barely pays attention though as he grabs her and moved away from the bulk of the fighting. "Are you okay, Darkness-san? It looked like they were hitting you pretty hard back there," Izuku asked, only to get a moan from her. "Right, I forgot. Either way, it would be bad to just leave her back there, so I guess it's fine." Izuku turned back to the fighting and noticed that it was almost over. The only thing of note was that he saw a blue-haired girl helping out the other adventurers by providing water, and a boy in a green tracksuit using the steel skill to collect a large amount of cabbage. Two faces that he never noticed before, one of which was wearing highly unusual clothes. Another reincarnate. I should say hello later, but for now, I should check on Eris and see how much we collected, Izuku thought as he carried the still panting Darkness over to the two crimson demons who were relaxing at the back. "Have either of you seen Erisville-chan?" he asked them. They just pointed to where Izuku was fighting earlier. Eris was there collecting all of the fallen cabbages. He should probably thank her for that later. After it was all said and done, the party went back to the guild hall to enjoy some nice cabbage-based dishes. And to Izuku's surprise, they were super delicious and even provided a nice amount of XP. By the end of that hunt and meal, he was already level 10. With a nice 30 skill points to his name, meaning that he could afford pretty much any spell on the list. He ended up choosing the spell Magic Canceller since they already had more than enough firepower on the party. A debuff spell would be a nice utility option for them. After finishing up his purchase, Izuku caught the eye of that guy in the tracksuit and headed towards him to say hello. He also noticed that the blue-haired girl from earlier was sitting with him, though the boy looked like he'd prefer if she were anywhere else. "With the money I made from all those cabbages, I can finally move out of that dirty stable. Finally, I'll live someplace befitting of a goddess," she claimed loudly, getting a sigh of exasperation from her companion. "Excuse me, but did you just say goddess?" Izuku asked her with a curious look. She seemed to recognize the green hero from earlier and proceeded to puff out her chest and say, "Yes, I am the goddess," was as far as she got before the boy put his hands over her mouth to stop her. "Stop calling yourself that, you idiot." It would be bad if he tried to whisper, but Izuku still heard it. It's fine. I'm also from Earth. In fact, I have a goddess in my party too," Izuku tells them, which gets them to stop. They started to notice my uniform and remembered how strong I was. Two obvious signs of a reincarnate. "Oh, that makes more sense. No wonder you're so strong. No way a rookie adventurer could do all that without help," the boy said, not knowing any better. "My name is Sadu Kazuma. You can call me Kazuma. The ditz over there is Aqua, the goddess of party tricks." He introduced himself, and Aqua getting a squeak of indignation from her. "That name sounds familiar." "Oh, so you're the goddess that brought Mitsurugi here." Eris-chan's senior. "I gotta say, it was really irresponsible of you to send that guy here without warning him to keep everything about Earth secret," Izuku scolded her, getting a look of surprise and annoyance from Aqua. "You know my junior. Is she the one that gave you that lightning armor thingy?" she asked, annoyed at being talked down to by another mortal. "No, that's just my quirk. My gifts were something else," Izuku answered. "What's a quirk?" she asked, genuinely confused. Mortal terminology was a little iffy with Aqua since she only watched over one relatively boring world before being sent here. "Come over to our table. This is going to take a while to explain." Izuku said after a few seconds of bemused silence. 10 minutes of Kazuma-sen calling Izuku a lucky bastard later. So let me get this straight. You come from a world where superpowers are real. You died in a superheroic way while attending a school for actual superheroes. You then met the superior goddess over there, he said, pointing at Eris, who blushed while Aqua pouted, and got to get 2 gifts instead of 1 because of how you live. Izuku nods. That was about right. Then she got kicked out of heaven for pretty petty reasons, and now you want to kill the Demon King in order to help her get back. He finished, a little out of breath from the admittedly hard-to-believe story I'd spun, especially since he was from a world where quirks were still just a fantasy. That sums up the situation, yes, Izuku confirms. Kazuma looked at the other party members, and then at Aqua and said that he needed a minute alone. Well, that was weird. I guess he just needs a minute to process everything, Izuku muttered to himself before looking towards Aqua. Since you're a friend of Eris-chan, I wouldn't mind if you and Kazuma-sen joined our party. I think the others agree, he offered while looking towards the rest of my party. They gave their own nods, and Aqua seemed to be very grateful for the help. Apparently these two have been struggling for the last few weeks with a minimal income from the lack of easy quests to complete lately. Luna explained that some big-shot demon general appeared close to the city, which caused all of the weaker monsters to scatter. Luckily, with the cabbage event over with, we should be economically stable for a good while until the general decides to leave. Speaking of which, what do you mean it's mostly lettuce? Aqua shrieked at Luna, who had her cabbage, or lettuce as it were, stacked next to her. That's some seriously bad luck. Izuku kinda felt bad for her. So Kazuma-sen, how much did you make after the harvest? Darkness asked curiously. He was quiet for a bit but eventually replied, about 1 million, in a low tone, hoping not to get too much attention. Aqua got a glint in her eye and proceeded to try and seduce Kazuma. Stop that. Just tell me what you want already, I won't fall for your tricks, Kazuma said, seeing through the act in an instant. Please, Kazuma-san, let me borrow some money. I thought I was gonna strike it rich, so I took out a large loan of 100,000 Eris, and now thanks to that stupid lettuce I can't pay it back. Aqua begged, tears in her eyes and bowing down, hoping for help. Sounds rough, but Kazuma-sen doesn't seem like the type of guy to just give you money, Izuku guessed, which was proven correct since Kazuma outright denied her. I'm willing to help you pay off that loan, but you'll have to pay me back afterward, Aqua-san, he offered. He can't just get her out of this scot-free or she'd never learn her lesson. Thank you, Izuku-sama. You're a lifesaver, she yelled out while hugging his legs, completely soaking my pants with tears of what he could only assume was relief. Thanks for that, Izuku-san. I'm tired of fixing this bitchy goddess mistakes all the time. How much did you make off of them anyway? Kazuma asked his fellow green adventurer, wondering how their luck would compare. About 2 million Eris, but since I'm dividing it equally among myself, Erisville, Darkness, Megumin, and Yunyun, I only made 400,000. Izuku replied a bit sheepishly. But Yunyun and I didn't even help out at all. Why are you giving us so much? Megumin asked their leader in shock. Yunyun and Darkness were also wide-eyed at this, not expecting such a large share, if any at all. You may not have done much today, but you're all still part of the party after all. You deserve a share, he tells them with a kind smile. It wasn't their fault that their magic couldn't be used in this scenario. You really are a wannabe hero, aren't you, Izuku-san? I can respect that. But if you keep this up, the rumors about you are just gonna get worse. Kazuma warned me. Rumors? What rumors? Izuku asked him. This was the first time he's heard about any rumors. Well, you arrived out of nowhere and completely stole the show with your incredibly high stats. You then proceeded to break the record for the giant toad mission by a large margin. You then proceeded to publicly defeat and humiliate the town's strongest adventurer in under a second. You also have a team full of beautiful, powerful women that were often rejected by everyone else before you took them in. Kazuma summed up Izuku's situation in the best, worst way possible. So basically everyone here thought that you're some kind of wannabe harem lord. At first anyway, but then you actually kept succeeding, so now they think you're the real deal. Congrats, you've achieved every man's dream, he said while giving Izuku a buddy hug, who was currently frozen in place trying to process what Kazuma just said with a massive blush on his face. What made it worse is that even more people started to stare at them after Kazuma's exposition. Their day ended with 2 new party members added, and yet another awkward social position for Izuku to deal with. It's been 3 days since Kazuma and Aqua joined the party, due to the Demon King's general that arrived earlier. They haven't been able to take any quests either, so each of the members chose to spend their time improving themselves. Aqua decided to get a part-time job. She was selling cabbages, ironically enough. It was the only way for her to gather enough money to repay Izuku for his loan. Surprisingly, she's been working hard ever since and has nearly earned 100,000 Eris. Kazuma and Eris were outright shocked by her show of resolve, while Izuku was just proud of her. Megumin decided to practice her explosion magic each day. Yunyun and Kazuma accompanied her to carry her back after she ran out of mana. which took a bit longer than usual since she asked Izuku to provide her with 6 mana potions a day to maximize her explosion training. It was also pretty good training for him, so he readily agreed, even managing to improve his mana efficiency using transmutation. Darkness decided to go back to her home and train physically, although Izuku thought she might have been hiding something from them. Oh well, everyone had their secrets. Eris was re-establishing her information network that Chris had. She also paid a visit to the local church of Eris when she heard complaints about greedy priests, though the leads dried up after that. As for Izuku, he had a whole routine going on. During the morning, he helped Kazuma with combat training. Since the former NEET came from a relatively peaceful world and had no knowledge of how to fight, they decided that even basic training would help a great deal. Afterward, Izuku would make 6 mana potions and hand them to Megumin. Then Yun along with an exhausted Kazuma would join her in her explosion training. After eating lunch, he would train in using One for All. Not much changed after only 2 days, but he did manage to get his startup time a little faster as well as lower the stamina drain. After exhausting himself, he went on to practice with his transmutation skill. The most important thing for him to learn at the moment being how to convert physical matter into mana directly and in a safe way, which was much easier said than done. It was basically learning how to use One for All over again. Even the tiniest grain of sand would be converted into an insane amount of mana all at once. He would absorb all that he could, and the rest would have to be discharged in some way. What sucked was that the discharge was always a violent one, rivaling one of Bakugo's stronger explosions each time, and left Izuku's arms a mess after each use. Luckily, Aqua was there to heal him up after each close call, officially canceling the debt she owed him as payment for the help. The look of joy on her face was priceless. After this, she quit her part-time job and began to help me train full-time. Getting to know Aqua was an experience for the young hero. She wasn't mean or anything, just simple would be the nicest way to describe her. She was fairly blunt, which might drive others away, but after dealing with Bakugo for years, Izuku barely noticed it. Finally, at night, the party joined together for dinner at the guild hall. Afterward, they headed to the inn where they all slept in. Kazuma and Izuku would tell stories about their respective worlds to the natives. Izuku told them about Hero Society, what he was trained for, and even some stories from his days at UA. Pretty much everyone was enthralled by the stories, even Kazuma, who wanted to learn more about Izuku's world's hero system and advanced technology. On the 4th day, we were having a rare day leisure. Darkness had come back from her home and reintegrated as if she never left. Izuku got curious and asked the 2 goddesses questions on what exactly a Dullahan was, including their weaknesses, strengths, skills, etc. Surprisingly, they both had a wide depth of knowledge involving the undead. Even Aqua had insightful comments on them. So Dullahans are weak against water, holy-based magic, and possibly fire. So essentially, if a Dullahan were to fight our group, it would die instantly, Izuku pointed out with a bit of a deadpan. Kazuma was also facepalming at the moment while the others looked confused. Kazuma decided to elaborate. Water goddess, goddess of luck, explosion mage, fire mage, and Izuku essentially provides both of them with infinite mana. He points at each of the respective members of the party before pointing at their leader. Hell, with our combined luck stats, I'm sure either myself or Erisfield-chan could just steal its weapons without much effort. Kazuma finishes off, further cementing just how screwed the demon general would be if it fought them. The party was sent into deep thought at the news. It didn't last long, however, since Luna entered and yelled, "Emergency! Emergency! We need all adventurers to arm themselves immediately. Make your way to the main gate and prepare yourselves for battle." The party collected their gear and headed off towards the gate with a bit of energy in their step. This time Luna sounded far more scared than with the cabbage quest, so this was probably serious. Izuku prepared several mana potions on the way there just in case. Something tells him they're gonna need them. When the adventurers finally reached the gate, they were met by a heavily armored headless figure riding an equally headless horse. Speak of the devil, or Dullahan in this case. Izuku muttered to himself as Beldia introduced himself, calling for blood. While he was mid-rant, Izuku began to plan on how to deal with him and managed to come up with something fairly coherent. Beldia ranted about how someone kept firing explosion magic at his castle for the last 3 days. Knowing exactly who did it, Izuku decided that this would be as good a time as any to try out that plan he came up with. He walked up to Aqua first. She would be the linchpin in all of this. I'm going to walk up to him and talk. When I call your name, cast the strongest turn undead spell you know. The others should take care of it from there. If all else fails, use your strongest water spell instead. Izuku instructed her. She gave him a nod and gave Beldia an evil smirk. Not that the horseman could see it. Next is Kazuma-kun and Eris-chan, Izuku thought as he walked up to them. Kazuma was panicking while Eris simply gave Beldia a death glare. When Aqua casts Turn Undead, use your steel as many times as possible. Keep trying until it works. If it fails, just stand back and let Megumin handle the rest. With that said, Izuku went to the 2 mages who would deal the finishing blow. Megumin was trembling. Yun was trying to console her, but she was shaking as well. Seeing that they were scared, Izuku placed his hands on their shoulders, which seemed to calm them down, at least a little. He then whispered into their ears, "It's going to be okay, you two. I have a plan." Their shaking stops, complete trust in their friend overpowering the fear. If all else fails and the steals don't work, hit him with your magic, Megumin. Yun stay close to her and help her drink mana potions after she casts her spell. Otherwise, just provide covering fire. I'll handle the rest, he tells them, handing them his bag full of 4 potions, which was all he could make on such short notice in mid-run. The plan is set. We have several contingencies in case anything goes wrong, and if it all fails, Izuku thought to himself while looking at his fists, then let's see him survive a full-powered smash to the chest. With that mental battle cry, he walked up to Beldia with confidence in his step, the undead cutting off his rant as it sensed a worthy challenger approaching. I sense a great deal of power in you, young wizard. Were you the one that attacked my castle?" he asked while trying to intimidate Izuku with his horse. Though if the green mage was being honest, it just looked ridiculous without a head. "Correct, I guess you finally took the bait. Who would have thought that a general of all things would leave their stronghold after being annoyed for a few days?" Izuku lied smoothly. Beldia was taken aback by this while the adventurers ate the story up. "You're an undead general, right? Let me guess, now you're going to summon a bunch of weaker undead minions. Well, go ahead, summon as many as you like. It won't make a difference," the green hero taunted. "I need to thank Kazuma later for those bluffing lessons. They're more useful than I thought." How dare you? Fine, you asked for it. Come, my undead knights, give them a taste of hell." Beldia yelled out, summoning about 3 dozen undead soldiers, each comparatively low level but still a force to be reckoned with for newbie adventurers. There, now with his minions out, we don't have to worry about a counterattack, Izuku thought and set his plan into motion. "Aqua now," he yelled, the goddess immediately unleashing a prepared spell. "Sacred turn undead." Aqua called out. The results were instant. Beldia was left screaming on the ground, screaming and rolling in pain while his minions stopped in their tracks, confused on what to do now that their leader was out of commission. Soon afterward, 2 shouts of steel were heard, Eris managing to grab his great sword, while Kazuma got something a bit more vital. "Hey," Kazuma said in curiosity as the screaming noises got closer to him. He looked down and noticed that he was holding a still screaming head. He gained an evil smile and called out to the other adventurers. "Hey, want me to show you guys an old game that we played back in my homeland? It's called football," he exclaimed before playing with Beldia's head like a European football before passing it over to the others. Honestly, it was hilarious, but they didn't have time for that. "Megumin, don't get distracted. Cast explosion on his minions before they can react," Izuku ordered, which she followed enthusiastically. While she was casting, Izuku called out to the adventurers that were playing with the Dullahan's head, gave a few more orders. "Listen, anyone that can cast create water, use your spells on Beldia's head. It should finish him off," Izuku called out, getting yells of approval. Wait. I can't die like this. Not in this town of noobs," was all he managed to say before he was drowned in a torrent of water, his eyes losing their red glow and his body, which was left on the ground, smoked purple. One explosion later and it was smoking for different reasons. "Holy shit, he actually did it. He planned it from the very beginning," one of the adventurers said while pointing at me. "Wait, no, it was all a bluff. Sure, the plan went better than expected, but I didn't want him to come here. He even made it so that we could all participate in our own way. He's so thoughtful." A young female wizard with wavy red hair. "I didn't really think about that, but I suppose it is nice that everyone got to help out. I bet the exp rewards have to be massive for low-level adventurers. And now that general's been taken care of, the weaker monsters should return soon. He just saved the town from financial ruin," Luna announced, earning Izuku another round of applause from the adventurers present. "Please stop," Izuku thought in embarrassment as a tall, muscular man stepped up. He was a regular in the guild if you remember correctly. "And now, not only do we get our regular income back, but we also get to cash in the reward money for killing the general ourselves." That seems to have broken the camel's back. Everyone got on their knees at that point and said, "Thank you, Izuku-sama," at the top of their lungs. The green adventurer in question couldn't take it anymore and ran off to his room. "Hopefully, this mess will calm itself down by tomorrow." Kazuma POV. And there it goes again. I'm 100% sure that Izuku Nyai didn't plan for that horseman to come here. "I guess those lessons I gave him came in handy," I said before laughing out loud. "But now that poor, lucky bastard is even more famous, I wonder how high that general's bounty was," I thought before noticing that the crowd was staring at me too. "Hey Kazuma, Megumin called out. "Yes, I'm Kazuma," I respond. "Did you know about Izuku-kun's plan too? Is that why you're laughing?" "Even I didn't know about it. I just went and trained my magic like normal," she asked me, the other adventurers listening and hoping to hear more about Izuku's legendary plan. "Thank you, Izuku Nyai, for giving me such a golden opportunity." I praised my new blood brother as I proceeded to spin the longest yarn of bullshit that I've ever come up with. If this doesn't get us free meals, then I don't know what will, I thought, while also imagining the more adult advantages fame would grant me. 300 million ERIS, Izuku yelled out after hearing just how high Beldia's bounty was. Not that I'm ungrateful, but why are we getting the full reward? Shouldn't the bounty be split amongst everyone that participated? Sure, their party did most of the work, but everyone else also took part. Plus, it was their fault that Beldia attacked the city, and also he couldn't help but feel guilty taking all of the rewards. The other members of the guild agreed to give all of the monetary rewards to you and your party. If it weren't for your help, and that genius plan you came up with, we probably wouldn't have survived much longer economically without the easier quests, Luna explained to the party. If Beldia had stayed around for much longer, even if he didn't attack, the city's finances would have gone into the red. Plus, you killed a demon general. That alone is a feat worthy of the highest level hero. Personally, I wish we could have done more for you. Luna bowed gratefully, a blush on her cheeks. Finally, a truly heroic male adventurer who wasn't a total tool. I'm sorry, but I can't accept this for my own reasons. If you have to give me that reward, then I want a quarter of it to be divided amongst the other guild members and another quarter for the guild itself. It's the least I can do for roping you all into my plan. Izuku hated taking credit for what he didn't do, but if he told them the truth, then Megumin, Kazuma, and Yun might suffer for it. Izuku-sama, as a representative of the guild, and as a woman, I thank you from the bottom of my heart for this. That was a simply insane show of charity, especially for their small branch of the Adventurers Guild, which wasn't exactly swimming in money. With this, they could even afford to pay off all their debts from the week of inactivity immediately. Well, Izuku had reached his limit for awkwardness for that day. He simply nodded and walked away towards his party. Darkness and Eris were giving him kind smiles for what he did, while Aqua and Megumin were giving me 2 thumbs up for some reason. Yun just looked confused, and Kazuma had a shit-eating grin on his face. I'm going to find a way to pay him back for spreading those rumors. Damn it, Kazuma-kun. I know I wanted to be the #1 hero, but this is too soon. Izuku cried internally as he glared back at Kazuma. This was going to take weeks to get used to. At least now he had a shit ton of money to distract him from all the attention. So as you probably overheard, our sum total reward for killing Beldia is 150 million Eris. Divided equally, that adds up to about 21 million Eris each. So essentially the party made enough to live comfortably for the next several years easily. I have a suggestion on how to spend this, but I will need you guys to approve it too. They looked curious and asked Izuku what he wanted to purchase. There's a mansion for sale. It happens to be in this city right next to the graveyard. Apparently it's being sold for dirt cheap due to an undead infestation. Being famous did have its perks. The adventurers and citizens around town keep giving Izuku good information on stuff like this. With Aqua here, we can easily exercise most if not all of them in a day. After that, it would only cost us 100 million Eris to buy it outright. We can use this as our base of operations for the foreseeable future. Plus, we'd be helping the community by getting rid of the undead problem before it gets too bad. With his sales pitch out there, Izuku waited for their responses. Kazuma and Aqua were the first and the most enthusiastic. A mansion. Hell yeah. Shut up and take my money. Kazuma cried out in elation. Taking out the undead is only natural for a high-level goddess like myself, and a mansion would be a much more suitable domain for me. Aqua followed with almost equal fervor. It's not a bad idea. This way we can talk with each other more often, and we can even train together as fellow archwizards. You have my share, Megumin said with a pose. Yun just nodded, a little embarrassed by her friend's antics. But underneath her shyness, she was practically exploding in happiness at the thought of living together with all her friends. Eris shrugged. We already live in the same place anyway. It would be nice to have a proper bed again though. I'm in, although I think we should do a few more quests to pad out the costs. This would leave them with a little over 7 million Eris each. Certainly, a large amount, but the furnishing costs alone would probably take a big chunk of that away. Darkness blushed heavily when she realized the implications of 5 girls and 2 men living under the same roof. Izuku-kun, I didn't know you had it in you. I'll support this idea in any way I can. The dark fantasies going on within her head remaining a mystery to the still innocent hero. Something about Darkness' promise is making me nervous, but at least she agreed. Izuku thought before continuing with the plan. The infestation has been tracked down to the aforementioned graveyard. Information is limited, so all I know is that the event that brings the undead out occurs around midnight. We should head out by nightfall and camp there until it happens. After that, they agreed to meet up just outside the graveyard after sundown. Graveyard, midnight. Kazuma, pass the cabbage, Megumin said while filling her plate with her late dinner. The party had decided to eat their food here since they were going to be waiting for a while anyway. The party was split, however. Yun and Darkness decided to go home and pack their things in advance, which left Izuku, Kazuma, Megumin, Aqua, and Erisfield to deal with the undead. It should be about that time. Izuku thought as he finished his meal. Low-level undead started to pop out of the woodwork as soon as he did. Strangely enough, they barely even reacted to the living, even with two goddesses so close to them. Instead, they were all walking towards a single direction. It's time to move out. There's some really high-level magic being cast in that direction, and whatever it is, it's attracting undead like a moth to a flame. As we got closer to the source, the magic users of the group noticed a glowing magic circle on the ground, at the center of which was a mage in purple robes. Whatever they were casting was definitely advanced. It seems like it was sending the nearby spirits off to somewhere. Izuku was about to speak up and ask the caster a few questions, but their resident water goddess beat him to it. "Filthy undead. How dare you cast whatever unholy magic you're using in my presence?" she yelled out while messing up the circle on the ground. The caster was obviously distraught by this and begged her to stop. It was a little sad to look at, honestly. "Aqua, hold on, let's hear her out at least. Whatever she's doing seems benign at the very least, so it would be wrong to just assume she's harming anyone." Izuku called out to the water goddess, who looked shocked at the green hero for defending an undead but relented anyway out of respect. Now that I think about it, Eris has also been glaring at the caster this whole time. Izuku thought to himself in slight worry. Was the discrimination between the gods and undead that strong? "Excuse me, miss, but what exactly were you doing here? Or more importantly, why are you reanimating the dead?" Izuku asked calmly, though the last part had a bit more heat to it to emphasize that he was serious. The caster, Wiz, went on to explain that she was just helping the wandering spirits get to heaven. She said that the local priests of Eris were greedy, so they gave the private cemeteries more attention, all but neglecting the paupers' cemetery. Eris was taken aback by this. She honestly felt horrible for what her own priests were doing, and even more so that she failed to catch them. Needless to say, a few money grubbers suddenly lost their divine favor and luck for the foreseeable future. If they wanted it back, they had to change their ways and offer some serious apologies to the souls they wronged. Meanwhile, the Lick was apologizing for the trouble she caused, but most of the party waved it off, saying that she was providing a service. However, Izuku had a better alternative. "We're sorry for disturbing you then, but we have to ask you to stop doing this. It's attracting too many undead and causing problems for other people. Don't worry though, I'm sure Aqua here is more than happy to send these souls on their way," Izuku said, pointing at Aqua. "Leave it to me, Izuku-kun. I'll do it in the name of the Axis cult," she declared, getting a squeak of fear from Wiz. "Well, that was odd. What's wrong?" Izuku asked, worried about what could make a Lick feel fear. "She's part of the Axis cult. They have a reputation for being completely insane," she let out in a panicked voice, trying to hide behind Izuku for protection. "What? Who said such mean things about my children?" Aqua yelled out in righteous anger. Whoever was spreading such baseless rumors about her faithful subjects were asking for a god blow to the face. "No way. You're the head priestess of the Axis cult." Wiz looked even more scared now. Somehow her skin paled, even though she had no pulse to begin with. Aqua gave her a smug smirk and struck a pose. "That's where you're wrong, filthy undead," she said before Izuku lightly smacked her over the head. "No need to be rude, Aqua. Kazuma was right. Sometimes this girl needed a little discipline to get her on track." She whimpered for a bit before continuing. "I'm not the head priest. I am the goddess Aqua herself," she claimed boisterously, flaunting a bit of her holy energy. Wiz was practically shivering now. At this point, Izuku felt bad, so he put a hand on her back to try and calm her down. "Don't worry, you've done nothing wrong, so she won't hurt you, I promise. Now, since that cat's out of the bag, I guess I should introduce you to Erisville-chan as well. From that name I assume you can guess who she is," he said before noticing her eyes widen, though not in fear this time. Wiz bowed as she caught Eris' constant glare. "Eris-sama, I ask for your forgiveness. I may be an undead now, but just know that it wasn't by choice. I was turned into this by a greater evil. So please, have mercy," she said solemnly. Eris' glare lightened significantly at this, and as Izuku gave her a pleading look, it stopped altogether. Fighting her own nature as a goddess, Eris took a deep breath and tried to let logic override her base instincts. "I understand. If you did not become like this by choice and only chose to live peacefully after being turned, then you have done nothing truly wrong. I can accept this," Eris answered with a neutral tone, still not 100% behind the idea. Aqua just pouted and went along with it. If Eris could look past her being an undead, then she could tolerate it as well. "Good. Now that everything is settled, we should go back to the guild to explain what happened. I'll leave out the part about a Lick being the main cause, of course, so don't worry about that, Wiz-san. By the by, is there any way we can contact you later? You seem to be a powerful spellcaster, and I would like to exchange tips with you if you're willing," Izuku asked politely. It never hurt to have more friends after all. She told the party about a shop she owned in the city before leaving the area, making sure to pick up after herself on the way. After which Aqua purified what she could at the moment before the party decided to walk back. Thankfully, after they explained the situation, the guild decided to still give them the reward, since while there was no zombie master they did manage to stop the root of the problem anyway, so it was still a success. After receiving their reward, the party slept and came back to the guild the day after, where they ate breakfast together before heading towards the mansion that they planned to buy. "This place is huge," Megumin exclaimed, and it really was, especially for something made in the medieval era. "When you said mansion, I expected a large house, not a huge manor. It even has its own wall," Kazuma added with a huge grin. He wasn't used to this level of wealth. The only thing it was missing was the modern conveniences they were used to, something that Izuku had plans to change soon. "It looks like something a lesser noble would live in. You have good taste, Izuku-kun. It even has a small forest at the back that we could use for training." Darkness added her 2 cents. "Guess when you're the daughter of a duke, a house like this isn't too impressive." Yun just sat back shaking in excitement. She never thought that she would live in such a lavish place. Eris gave the place a once-over and approved of it as well. "Now we don't have to share a room anymore, Izuku-kun, unless you still want to, of course." She teased me. Izuku let it go with only a minor blush. Living with Eris for a few weeks had given him a slightly higher resistance to teasing. Compliments still got to him though. As the party settled in, a well-dressed gentleman, who was the former owner of the mansion, walked out of the building. Originally, he would let whoever finished the quest live in the mansion free of charge. However, since Izuku was willing to pay despite that, he came up with an alternative. Instead of just buying the mansion itself, Izuku and the party would buy the land around it, and the building itself would come as a bonus. "Good afternoon, Izuku-sama. Here is the deed to this land. I have already made it official with the local governor and Duke Dustinus-sama. Take care of it, along with your vassals," he said before bowing and leaving the green hero with yet another awkward situation. Did he just say vassals? Wait, does this place make landowners into nobles? Izuku thought in panic before looking back at the others. Everybody was looking at him with wide eyes, except for Eris and Darkness. He could tell Eris was laughing at him on the inside. Darkness, however, had a weird contemplative look on her face. "The rumors were real," Megumin said while pointing at Izuku. A playful smirk but also an unmistakable blush on her face. "What rumors?" Izuku yelled back, completely mortified by what just happened. "My rumors," Kazuma admitted shamelessly, publicly laughing his ass off, unable to keep it subtle as Eris did. "Damn it, I didn't know being a landowner made you a noble." Izuku freaked out further, rushing into the mansion to drown out his anxiety with a modern soft bed. Baron Izuku had arrived at his new home. Waking up in the middle of the night in the most comfortable bed that he'd ever slept in wasn't how Izuku thought this day would go. But nature calls, so what can you do? He cracked an eye open and immediately regretted it. There was a chair next to his bed that was not there before. What made it worse was the creepy Victorian-style doll that sat on it. "I need to find Aqua-san," Izuku whispered, wide awake now. Getting out of bed at record speed, he ran towards Aqua's room. "Aqua-san, wake up. I can't deal with ghosts on my own. I can't punch ghosts." Izuku knocked on her door frantically. It opened to reveal Megumin of all people. What are you doing in Aqua-san's room? And where is she? We have a problem," he asked her in a confused panic. I don't know where Aqua-chan is. I wanted to ask her for a favor, but she wasn't here," she answered. Her thighs were also rubbing against each other, so Izuku could guess what that favor was. "Oh, okay. This could still be worse. We need to find the others and warn them. There's some kind of poltergeist in this mansion." Izuku briefed her on the issue. Megumin's eyes widened in obvious fear before nodding in agreement. There was protection in numbers. "First, we tried Eris, in hopes that as a goddess she would have something to deal with the ghosts. Sadly, her room was empty for whatever reason. Her bed was also cleanly made and her clothes were neatly folded, so it didn't look like there was a struggle. We tried Darkness' room next. Izuku-kun, I know you're the master of this house, but it's too soon. You even have Megumin-chan with you. Has her young mind already been corrupted?" she said with an atomic blush on her face. The 2 other members gave her a deadpan look. "Please give me a moment to prepare myself," she said while slowly assuming a precarious position. Izuku simply shut the door and left. "I guess that leaves us Yun-san and Kazuma-kun," Izuku muttered, deciding to leave Darkness to her own devices. She looked like she needed time to cool down. The 2 approached Yun-Yun's room and noticed that she was already awake and out of bed for some reason. "Did you see the ghosts too?" Izuku asked. Not sure why she'd be awake otherwise. Yun-Yun cocked her head in confusion. "Ghosts? No, I just felt like Megumin-chan was awake, so I woke up on instinct," Yun-Yun said with a smile. "Well, that isn't creepy at all," the other 2 thought, unknowingly mirroring each other's thoughts. The group decided to accept Yun-Yun's quirk without questioning it and ended up heading to Kazuma's room last. "HHH," came the girlish scream of who they could only assume was Kazuma. "I guess he found the dolls," Izuku thought before running in the direction of the scream, followed by the 2 crimson demons. As they turned the corner, Izuku saw Kazuma running towards them in a dead sprint. "Kazuma-kun, calm down," They may look scary, but they're still just dolls. Don't panic. Izuku yelled at him, which made him slow down and catch his breath. Sorry about that, Izuku Niai. I panicked when I saw that thing in my room. Where's Aquabaka or Eris-chan? We need them for this, he asked in a panic. No idea. Neither of them were in their rooms, and Darkness is being herself, so we decided to investigate ourselves. A plan formed in Izuku's head. It wasn't ideal, but it was the best he could come up with. We need to get outside. Whatever this thing is, it has the advantage in tight spaces. He told them, but they looked unsure. What's wrong? Izuku asked, confused. Sorry, Izuku Niai, it's just, I kinda have to use the bathroom, Kazuma admitted. Crap, I forgot about that. Megumin looks equally embarrassed. And to make matters worse, I'm starting to lose my grip on it too. Izuku rewrote the plan in his head. Okay, we'll deal with that first. We need to move in a group. Each of us has to stand in a circle around each other to minimize possible blind spots. Also, keep in physical contact. We don't know if the ghost has any audio tricks up its metaphorical sleeves. It was pretty rudimentary, but it was the best Izuku could do on such short notice. You gotta teach me how you come up with all these plans on the fly, Izuku-kun. It's seriously impressive. Megumin complimented after a few seconds of silence. Yunyun shook her head in agreement, her eyes glowing again. Why? Seriously, it was a really basic plan. Even Kazuma just gave a simple nod. He knows the basic slasher movie rules. I guess it's just an Earth thing. The people of this world do have their own, different kind of common sense. But in most cases it was so different from Izuku's own that it felt stupid at times. Regardless, the party headed towards the bathroom at a quick pace. Before anyone could react, Kazuma rushed in on his own with no consideration for anyone else. Needless to say, Megumin looked pissed, Yunyun just blinked, and Izuku simply gave the bathroom door a disappointed stare before addressing the two crimson demons. Look alive, everyone. We can't let our guard down when it comes to these things, Izuku said right before a scream rang out from the distance. It sounded like Aqua. Luckily, Kazuma finished soon after. Kazuma-kun, let's go. We're heading towards that scream to find Aqua. Yunyun and Megumin should stay here and finish their business. As the green duo ran ahead, they could vaguely hear a shout of, Crimson demons don't need to pee or anything. They decided to ignore it. Kazuma-kun, stick close to me. I can't do much against a ghost, but I can buy you time if they reach us, Izuku says. With a gulp and two nervous nods, they sprinted towards Aqua's scream. As it turned out, Aqua was just fine. In fact, she was fast at work casting Turn Undead dozens of times in a row. Aqua-san, stop casting that weak-ass spell. Use AoE magic, Kazuma yelled. Aqua stopped at the sound of his voice and proceeded to facepalm before using her sacred Turn Undead. A magic circle spread out across most of the mansion, eradicating the dolls in one fell swoop. Kazuma and Izuku let out a sigh of relief as the oppressive aura from before disappeared. Good work, Aqua-san. That was probably most of them. Izuku congratulated her, earning a smile and blush from the happy goddess. We should really look over the mansion to see where they came from. But for now, let's go back to Megumin-san and Yunyun-san. They must be terrified after everything that happened. He finished, worried for his younger teammates. But also he really needed to go. Hell, the only reason I'm not using One for All is because it would just make my metabolism even faster. Izuku lamented over one of the more mundane weaknesses of One for All. As the group approached the bathrooms, they noticed Megumin step out of the bathroom, Yunyun keeping watch. Hey guys, the ghost should be dealt with by now. Please try and find Eris-chan and Darkness-chan and head outside. I'll meet you all there, but for now, Izuku said before going into the bathroom. 5 minutes later, everyone, including Eris and Darkness, was waiting for Izuku at the front of the mansion. Eris-chan, where were you? We tried to find you in your room, but you were gone, Izuku asked curiously. She just gave me a sly grin. Ara, you came to my room in the middle of the night, only to find my discarded clothes. How cliché. I trust that you didn't do anything naughty with them, she teased. That one finally broke Izuku. What? And no way. Megumin-san was there too. He panicked before realizing that it could have been taken in an even worse way. I knew it, Darkness yelled with a dumb look on her face. Again. Meanwhile, Eris was giving Izuku a shit-eating grin. Kazuma gave him a thumbs up, Yunyun looked confused, and Megumin. She came up to Izuku and hugged him. She even patted him on the back. At least I have someone on my side, Izuku thought before shaking his head and getting to the point. Forget it. We can't waste time right now. We have to find out where that poltergeist came from. Aqua-san, do you have any powers as an archpriest that can help us? He asked her in hope. Yeah, sure, just give me a minute, she said nonchalantly. Her hands started to glow and she began to tell us the story behind the poltergeist. They expected a short paragraph at most, just the useful information. Instead, Aqua started spouting out what amounted to a generic soap opera that could make any second-rate fanfiction writer jealous. That was an oddly specific metaphor, Izuku thought before heading to the back of the mansion. There was a small hill there, which according to Aqua held the grave of the girl who was causing all of this. Climbing up, Izuku found a small, dirty gravestone. His expression darkened upon seeing it. No wonder there's a poltergeist. Nobody deserves to be forgotten. He picked up a stone from the ground and using transmute he partially changed it into a clean rag and a soapy solution. Izuku did his best to fix up the stone, cleaning it with the rag and patching up a few cracks here and there using transmute. After a few minutes the others walked up to the gravesite and noticed what Izuku was doing. Deciding not to interrupt until he was finished, Izuku finished fixing up the stone to the best of his abilities, before performing an old prayer that he learned back in Japan. He even threw in Aqua and Eris names while he was at it. Apparently they heard it since it made them eat behind him, grabbing Izuku's attention. I found the issue. The poor child that died here. Her grave was left alone and forgotten. I think that so long as the stone is maintained, she shouldn't be angry with us anymore. Just in case though, Aqua-sen, please purify this land so that she may rest in peace, he said solemnly. Aqua for once didn't brag or complain. She just nodded and does as she was asked. The party members were all tired by then and decided to call it a day. Hopefully tomorrow won't be too chaotic. Izuku doubted any of them were going to get a restful sleep after tonight. Okay, so let me get this straight. Mohawk Bro started as he looked down at the most famous party in Axel, the leader of which was planting his face squarely on his table, while the others were giving Izuku amused looks. He became a noble. By accident, he yelled, which just made the green archmage slam his head on the table again. Seriously bro, your life is just one big event after the other, huh? A series of laughs came from the whole bar as the guild teased their green hero. Aw, come on, chin up lad, have some pride in your accomplishments, he said, patting Izuku on the back before walking off. Sigh, is this what All Might felt like when his fans cheered for him at first? Izuku muttered a bit too loudly. Who's All Might? Luna asked from behind him, startling Izuku and making him jump up from his seat in. Sorry for scaring you, Izuku-sama, but who is this All Might? With a name like that he must be really strong, she asked him. Izuku was hoping to avoid this, but he guessed telling Luna would be fine. She was always kind to him and the party even before they became famous. Izuku looked around to make sure that nobody was listening other than his own party before he answered. Okay, I'll tell you, Luna-san, just please don't tell anybody else. I can't show you today though. I have to finish a few quests so that I can afford to furnish our new home. After we finish that I promise that I'll answer your question, Izuku said with a small bow, apologizing for keeping her waiting. She panicked at this and quickly asked him to stop. Izuku-sama, please raise your head. A noble shouldn't bow to a lowly waitress, she yelled, blushing all along for whatever reason. Izuku frowned and looked Luna in the eye, getting her to stop her panicking. Nonsense, we've known each other long before I became a noble. You're my friend Luna-san, not some lowly waitress, and that won't change because of some measly title, he told her with no room for argument. She was shocked silent by this but accepted it in the end. She apologized for causing a scene and gave Izuku a kiss on the cheek before leaving, blushing madly as she did so. Izuku wasn't much better as his inexperience with girls made itself known. The girls are giggling at me. Kazuma is giving me a thumbs too, he sighed internally, deciding to drown out his embarrassment and work. Anyway, we really should get on with picking a quest, Izuku said, walking towards the quest board with his party. As they did, Aqua walked up to Izuku with a quest almost perfectly made for her, and with quite the high reward too. Izuku-kun, look, this quest was made for me. Purifying a lake. We don't even have to kill the giant alligators that live near it. And the reward is a whopping 300,000 Eris. It really does sound good. Almost too good to be true, but he trusted his team. Good work, Aqua-chan. This quest doesn't look very difficult. In that case, we can split the party for this one. You, Darkness-chan, Megumin-chan, and Yun-Yun-chan can finish it on your own. Erisfield-chan and I will go with Kazuma-kun to Wiz's shop. He's apparently shown interest in visiting her, plus the shop could have some interesting items. With that plan in motion, they went their separate ways. However, before they left, Izuku upgraded the material of the cage that Aqua was going to use, just in case. The otherworldly trio entered Wiz's shop about an hour later. She was in the middle of dusting as she noticed us, a smile appearing on her face in recognition. Hello Izuku-kun, Kazuma-san, Eris-sama. It's a pleasure to see you all again. What brings you to my humble shop? She addressed them politely, genuinely happy to see the three. Good morning, Wiz-san. Kazuma-kun wanted to meet you again. He didn't elaborate further though. I also wanted to meet you again and check out your store, so I tagged along with Eris-chan, who insisted on joining me. She beamed at the mention of business. Of course, please have a look around the shop. If there's anything specific that you might want, please don't hesitate to ask me, she said enthusiastically. Izuku smiled at her and nodded in acknowledgement head. Meanwhile, Kazuma walked up to her and asked her for a skill. Apparently an adventurer could take skills from any class, even undead ones, albeit at a higher cost. Eris looked a bit annoyed at this but didn't raise an issue. She's learned to hold back her prejudices a bit after meeting such a kind lick like Wiz. I would be happy to help you, Kazuma-san, she said, and showed him her skill Drain Touch, a very useful skill just in case Aqua was unavailable for healing, or if Megumin or Yun needed a mana supplement when Izuku wasn't around. Speaking of Izuku, Wiz asked for him to be the test dummy, which he was fine with. He barely felt a thing. In fact, apparently, he had a decent mana resistance for an archwizard. After that was done, Izuku browsed around the shop to see if there was anything he might want. Say, Wiz-san, what do these potions here do? They aren't labeled or anything, he asked while holding up a red vial. Oh, that one you're holding explodes when you throw it, she answered enthusiastically. Izuku placed it back very carefully. While that would be useful, I can already make bombs on my own. Also, Wiz-san, please label potions from now on. If anyone showed up and wasn't as careful as me, things could have ended poorly, Izuku told her. She looked appropriately chastised and promised to do so ASAP. Can I assume that the rest of these potions have similar properties? He asked. As it turns out, they were. This one over here explodes when you open it. She explained the various bottles. Why would anyone use something like that? Sounds like a suicide trap, Kazuma yelled out in alarm. Wiz looked a little ashamed. She was used to this, apparently. Don't be like that, Kazuma-kun. It could be useful if you had some kind of disposable minions to open it for you, Izuku said, trying to console Wiz. It may be a niche use, but if I learned anything at UA, it's that anything, no matter how specific, can be useful under the right circumstances. And Izuku truly believed what he said. Even a super specific quirk like Midas could be useful in combat and certain rescue situations. Kazuma looked a bit sheepish at that and apologized. Wiz was particularly happy that she had been defended, but also looked a bit confused. Thank you for that, Izuku-kun, but what's UA? She asked the green hero. He really needed to learn to keep his mouth shut. Oh well, it's just Wiz, it should be fine. UA is the academy that I went to. Its main goal was to raise the next generation of heroes, he told her, holding up the institution with the appropriate level of reverence. Wiz was a bit taken aback by it, but she eventually calmed down. That sounds interesting, Izuku-kun. It's strange that I never heard of it. You seem to hold the place with very high praise. Well, if someone like you learned at such a place, then it must be great. To say Izuku was flattered would be an understatement. Usually, that comment would go the other way around. This just felt surreal for him. Thank you, Wiz-san. To be honest, I never finished my schooling. In fact, I had to leave before my first year was over, so I'm not that impressive, Izuku admitted with a slightly bitter tone, still missing his old life. Oh my, I'm sorry to hear that. Still, you're more than worthy of the title of hero. Honestly, I can't imagine what a graduate of this institution would look like if you're just a first year. Wiz continued to praise him. Izuku was tomato red after that, but tried his best to calm down. Maybe I'll show you some other time, but for now I would like to ask for a specific item, or a commission if it's possible, he asked Wiz, grabbing her attention immediately. Commissioned items were rare and very profitable, so it was understandable. If I have it in my shop, or if creating it is within my power, I would be more than happy to accept your patronage, she answered with a bow. She might even break even today. Is there anything that you have that can help me regulate my mana without limiting my mobility? Barring that, is there any healing item here that can directly convert mana into healing energy? And if not, then is there anything that you have or can produce that could withstand a force similar to an explosion spell or a buff? Izuku asked at rapid-fire speeds. The party could practically see the swirls in Wiz's eyes as she tried to make sense of what Izuku just asked for. He noticed this soon enough and apologized before repeating the questions, one at a time, and much slower this time. Oh okay, in order. No, there isn't an item that I have ever heard of that can do that. In theory, if you were to mold a piece of manatite into a gauntlet of some kind, then maybe. But it would still be rather heavy and cumbersome. She answered the first question, giving him a bit of hope. Oh well, Izuku would have to go with plan B. There are a few items that can heal you in exchange for a direct burst of mana, but they are difficult to find and I can't make them myself. Healing magic isn't really my specialty. Makes sense for an undead, Izuku guessed. And finally, the only known material that could handle a full-powered explosion spell would be the armored hull of the destroyer. Other than that, I have no idea, she finished in a sad tone. Sadly, it would seem that she wasn't getting paid that day. Sigh, it's fine, those were long shots, I'll admit. Still, it would feel wrong to leave without buying anything, so. Do you happen to have any healing potions on hand? Or potions that help resist either magical attacks or specific elemental attacks? Izuku asked. This time she perked up and showed us her rather large collection of potions. Unfortunately, most of them were either too expensive or simply too dangerous to use. Wiz-san, please be more thoughtful before you buy such things to sell. Please remember that this is a beginner's town, so most adventurers won't have that kind of money to spend. Plus, a lot of these seem like more trouble than they're worth. Izuku tries to reason with her. She just lowers her head in shame. For such a smart and powerful person, she's a bit of an airhead when it came to her business sense or lack thereof. Maybe we can help you with this sometime. Kazuma-kun, do you think that you could help out Wiz-san with her business during the winter while we have some downtime with Quest? It would be a nice side venture for you. Plus, you could use some of our ideas from back home and possibly sell them off with magical equivalents, Izuku suggested, which got him into a thoughtful pose. Kazuma looked intrigued by the idea. That and Izuku saw a creepy smile appear on his face. He nodded a bit too quickly, but Izuku decided to let it go. Wiz looked more than happy to bring down the mood. I can practically see the yen signs in his eyes, Izuku thinks to himself in amusement. After the trio finished their business, Izuku handed Wiz 40,000 eris as payment for letting Kazuma learn her skill. She tried to deny the payment, but he insisted. It was rude of them to come over and not buy anything after all, and the skill was more than useful enough to warrant the payment. By the time they left the shop, it was almost night. The three were heading down the road for a late dinner at the guild hall when they noticed a large wagon carrying a cage with a familiar blue net inside. Now, Aqua being in a dumb situation was very much par for the course, so the trio paid it no mind. What wasn't common was seeing a blonde knight trying to break into the previously mentioned cage and failing miserably while yelling out Aqua-sama like an idiot. I've seen enough, Izuku thought, a flat look on his face as he headed over and grabbed Mitsurugi by his scarf. Mitsurugi-san, what have I told you about causing a scene? Please step away from the cage. It's obvious that Aqua-san doesn't want to deal with you right now, he says while pointing at the goddess who was slowly getting out of her fetal position. You again. What have you done with Aqua-sama? It's obvious that she's distraught. And why is she in a cage? In fact, why is she even here? He screamed, basically spitting in Izuku's face. The green hero moved back a bit and explained the quest that she was on. Then he went in closer and whispered the reason why Aqua was in the mortal world in the first place. Needless to say, Mitsurugi was pissed, and not at Izuku for once. I demand that you free Aqua-sama at once. She deserves better than this. The blonde swordsman made his demands to Kazuma, who was having none of his crap. The hell? Why are you asking me to do that? She chose to go into that cage herself. I had nothing to do with it. Kazuma defended himself before being lifted up by his shirt. Izuku decided to intervene at that point, but darkness beat him to it. That's enough out of you. This is the second time that you've overstepped your bounds with my party. If you don't stop now, I'll make you regret it, she said in a fierce voice. Say what you want about her hobbies, but when push comes to shove, Darkness would defend her friends. Tusk, another adventurer in green who needs women to defend him. Are you two brothers or something? Mitsurugi asked in a low tone. That was a bit of a stretch, wasn't it? And wow, sexist much. I know I call him Izuku Nyai and all, but that's just a term of endearment. We aren't related by blood, Kazuma explained, getting a few surprised looks from the growing crowd. I guess we do look a little similar, but I didn't think the people thought of us as brothers, Kazuma thought to himself. Not that he minded. Izuku was a brother in arms anyway. That's about as close as you could get to a blood brother. So the story of the Light and Dark Princes was just a rumor, a girl said in the crowd, in a sad tone. The story of what now? I guess it was too good to be true, but they were just so close to each other. Close? Of course, we're party members and fellow Earthlings, so we have to stick together, right? Wait, if they aren't brothers then, does that mean they're lovers? That would explain why Izuku-sama never accepted any of our advances. Izuku's eyes widened and Kazuma straight up choked on his own saliva. We aren't gay. They both yell out in unison, faces as green as their eyes. And what advances? I thought you were all just being nice, Izuku yelled as the women in the crowd deadpanned at this and Kazuma glared at him. That's it, you're getting a girlfriend. I won't allow any more rumors about us to spread, he declared. Izuku blanched a bit and tried to respond but was interrupted by Mitsurugi, who was still there for some reason. Stop ignoring me, Mitsurugi yelled out. Listen, Kazuma-sadu, I challenge you to a duel. If I win, then you will turn Aqua-sama over to me. If you win, I'll fulfill one request, he challenged. Of course, Kazuma wouldn't do something so foolish. I'm in. Here I go, he said quickly before drawing his short sword and rushing at Mitsurugi, catching the swordsman off guard before using steel to take his magic sword. One bonk on the head later and Mitsurugi was out cold. Again, this was the town's strongest adventurer before we came, Kazuma asked himself in genuine confusion. That was an even faster fight than he'd thought it would be. Holy crap. Kazuma-sen beat Mitsurugi-sama in a single hit. Kazuma looked a little smug at this. Wow, I thought he was just hanging off of Izuku-sama's coattails, but he's really strong too. He lost the smug look after that one, replacing it with an annoyed frown. That fight was a bit underhanded though. I guess he really is the Dark Prince in the group, an older woman said with a sly look on her face. What is this called again? Karma, I think. Izuku mused to himself with a small smile. the rest of the party and I decide to leave Kazuma to his fate. Today was productive. And tomorrow, Izuku was going to start up that side project that he's been meaning to do for a while now. After the second Mitsurugi incident, the party decided to head back to the guild for Aqua's well-earned reward. She was so traumatized that Izuku decided it would be okay if she were to decide on what furniture to get for the house, which had the expected effect of lifting her spirits almost instantly. They also picked up Luna while they were there and invited her over so that Izuku could tell her about All Might. He just hoped that he wouldn't mess this up. It went without saying that Luna was impressed by the mansion. "So big," she exclaimed while staring wide-eyed at our home. This was her first time staying over at such a large place. "I've really made some friends in high places, haven't I?" Luna thought to herself. Oh, if she only knew. I had the same reaction, Megumin added, happy that one of her friends decided to visit. Most of the girls in the party were good friends with Luna, the lovable guild member taking on the role of a big sister to Megumin in particular. "Thank you for the praise. We just got it a few days ago, so it's not quite furnished yet, but we should be able to buy some by tomorrow. Anyway, let's head inside. I'll be able to tell you about All Might there." This will be the first time that the others have actually seen him too, except for Erisfield-chan. Izuku thanked her, getting the others even more excited when he said they'd get to see the man himself, though they wondered exactly how the Green Archwizard would do so. This should be fun for all of them, and it will help me introduce the concept of higher technology into this world. I wonder what if I should show them the footage of one of his fights? Izuku questioned himself. They all ate dinner at the mansion this time. Izuku decided to cook for them all, making his personal favorite food, katsudon. The others seemed to love it. Though Izuku could have gone without the hungry stares they gave him as they watched him cook, he was going as fast as he could. Izuku even turned some of the larger boulders outside into modern appliances for convenience and specialty food preparation. They now had a fridge, a stove, and even a dishwasher, all powered by an electric generator that Izuku created. Thank you, Internet-sama. The fuel was almost too easy to synthesize, just a string of carbon atoms surrounded by hydrogen. What are all of these magic items you have? I've never seen them before and they look so useful. Luna asked Izuku, who seemed proficient in the use of each one of them. He answered by telling her that he made them himself, which wasn't a total lie. Izuku felt a little guilty, but he couldn't exactly tell her that he was from another world. After the group of friends finished eating, they sat down in a semicircle so that each had a good view of the tablet. Izuku searched up pictures of All Might and the others got to see him in all of his muscled glory. Holy shit, does that guy put muscle milk in his Cheerios or something? Kazuma summed up his muscle form. The dude looked like he could turn coal into diamond with those things. You'd think that, but that's just his muscle form. His true form leaves him as a lanky, almost skeletal man. Normally Izuku wouldn't even think of telling anyone about All Might's true form, but being in another world is a pretty decent excuse. Well, he certainly looks like he earned that name. How do you know him anyway? Is he famous or something from where you come from, Izuku-kun? Luna asked the one who knew him best. Izuku smiled radiantly and began telling her about All Might and what he did for a living. He's basically my country's greatest hero, but he's also my mentor. Or former mentor, I guess, he said with a bit of sadness. The man was like a father to him. It's too bad he'd probably never be able to see him again. He's your mentor. Does that mean that you two have fought alongside each other before? You're already so strong, Izuku-kun. I can't imagine how strong this All Might guy is, Megumin asked in excitement. Now that he thought about it, I might actually be able to show you guys one of our team-ups. Give me a minute. I gotta check to see if they saved the footage somewhere. As Izuku looked for a certain video, Luna kept watching him in awe, probably from how useful the tablet was. To her it probably seemed like another super-tier magic item or something. Anyway, after he checked the I-Island official website, Izuku found what he was looking for. Here it is. The attack on I-Island that happened a few weeks before I came here. All Might, my classmates, and I did our best to defeat the villain that caused it all. The fight itself was pretty big, so I'm not surprised that they saved the footage. Here, watch, Izuku said in a bit of excitement. Honestly, after a few days of letting the adrenaline and exhaustion from that day fade away, Izuku realized that he fought side by side with All Might. It was incredible and one of Izuku's greatest sources of pride. The footage showed All Might being crushed by several tons of metal wreckage and then impaled by several spears of scrap metal. Melissa yelled out for her uncle as Izuku rushed in to destroy his metal prison. Izuku-kun, you're bleeding. This was a really dangerous fight if both you and All Might took so much damage, Darkness commented, worried about just what kind of enemy could deal that kind of damage to her powerful friend. Was she blushing? As All Might and Izuku spoke to each other, the natives of Belzerg were confused. Thankfully, Kazuma provided a translation, explaining that it was the language of our homeland. As the two heroes charged in at full speed, the party was thrown for a loop. Wow, I didn't know you were so fast, Izuku-kun. I can barely see you move here, and All Might-san is just as fast, Luna exclaimed in excitement from the fight. The two heroes on screen were about to be hit by a barrage of metal projectiles and pillars before Bakugo and Todoroki stopped them. "Hey, that guy can use explosions too. It's like that thing you did against the blonde idiot the first time." Megumin spoke up, enamored by Kaken's explosive quirk. Izuku should have guessed that she'd be drawn to it. "Yeah, I actually used Kaken's power as a baseline for that. His sweat is explosive and he can detonate it at will. He's also a fighting genius in general." Izuku tells her with a small hint of hero worship still in his voice. Regardless of what happened, Bakugo was still more than worthy of being called a powerful hero. "What about the ice user?" Aqua asked me in curiosity, the frozen half of her native element interesting her. It was rare to see a human who could utilize so much of it and with such skill. The fact that the user was a shirtless badass that looked like Prince Zuko didn't factor into it at all. "That's Todoroki-kun. He can control fire and ice, but he prefers his right side. They're both friends and former classmates of mine. I also considered them my rivals, even if Kaken would never admit it." Izuku mused that last part to himself. Back to the fight. The sheer difference in power that Izuku displayed there compared to what the party knew about him was very noticeable. "Izuku-kun, why are you so much stronger in this fight compared to normal?" Yun asked him. "It's because of that gauntlet that I was wearing. It allowed me to safely use my powers at around 30% without any drawbacks. Sadly, it can't handle any more than 3 of my punches at 100% before it breaks," he explained. Luna still looked curious though. "Izuku-kun, did you create that weapon too? If so, why haven't you made another one?" she asked. Izuku smiled and remembered his new friend fondly. They never did get to know each other very well after the island incident. Things were just too chaotic for that. "I didn't create that. Remember that blonde girl from the beginning? Her name is Melissa Shield. She's a genius inventor who created the full gauntlet. She gave it to me as a gift. And as you can see, it saved me more than once that day," he answered, a smile on his face. The girls shared a look with each other but decided to push that issue for later. 30%, 100%, what are you, some kinda anime character? If you have to limit yourself, then what percentage do you usually use? Kazuma asked him. What was next? 1,000,000%. Was he gonna pull that power of friendship stuff too? "I use around 5% in a fight. It's what got me all of those high physical stats on my guild card. I could probably go a bit higher now though since my body has gotten so much stronger from all the leveling up." Izuku answered him. He really should stress test that later. "Damn, if that lighting armor you have is you at 5%. I don't even want to know what a 100% attack from you feels like," Kazuma quipped, rubbing his chin a bit. Izuku might have overdone it a bit during one of their spars. The fight had reached its climax. All Might and Izuku were jumping in the air and preparing their double Detroit smash to finish it. After the fight was over, Izuku took a moment to bask in the memory of my greatest victory for a bit longer. The others just looked slack-jawed from the combo attack that All Might and his past self pulled off. Not that Izuku blamed them. Seeing it from a third-person perspective was pretty epic. "I must say, Izuku-kun, you're even more impressive than I thought. If you ever recreate that gauntlet, I have no doubt that you will be this world's greatest hero," Luna said with a great deal of energy and sincerity. Izuku blushed at the praise and gave her his best smile. Before he knew it, she had gotten closer and planted a kiss on his lips. Izuku started sputtering madly, trying to react in any way that wasn't a complete spaz fit. The last thing that he saw before he blacked out was Eris' playful smirk as she and Megumin for some reason followed Luna's example. "Deku, EXE has stopped working. Error, female contact overload, attempting to reboot. Reboot failed, emergency shutdown initiated." His world turned black. The last thing Izuku heard before he lost consciousness was a lucky bastard from Kazuma. Soft. That was the first thing that Izuku felt as he woke up from his unexpected nap. "I really need to control myself more. In a fantasy world like this, being weak to beautiful women is a fatal flaw." It truly was. Succubi, vampires, demons in general. Emotional strength was just as important as physical and mental power. "You're not wrong, Goshujin-sama," a voice said from far too close to Izuku's ear. He cracked a single eye open and saw something that made his heart stop. Literally, he had to use one for all to restart it and everything. Eris was lying down next to him. That wasn't the worst part though. Is she wearing a fucking maid outfit? Indeed she is. "Do you like what you see?" a voice teased. Izuku really needed to control his muttering. This couldn't be real. And why was Izuku's pillow so warm and moving and talking to him? Izuku looked up this time and green eyes met with sapphire. "Gee, good morning, Goshujin-sama. Do you like your morning wake up?" Darkness said with a soft voice, shaking voice. She was blushing but tried her best to play the part. Now Izuku did what any introverted, inexperienced, hormonal teenager would do in this situation. He started freaking the fuck out and trying to get out of bed. He even straight up kicked Darkness in the stomach with a one-for-all powered leg in his panic. Though with her durability it just felt like a regular jab. "Oh my Izuku-kun, You know just how I like it." She broke character while trying to regain her breath. Izuku ignored her. Sadly, this had the opposite effect and she just got even more excited. Suddenly, the door to the bedroom opened up and the two lowly archmages entered, still in their pajamas. It's not what it looks like," Izuku yelled out, trying to hide his shame from them. All of this stimulus was having adverse effects on his one and only weapon. "Izuku-kun, I thought you were better than this. Not only did you drag poor Erisfield-chan and Darkness-chan into your bed, but you forgot to include us," she yelled out in indignation. In his panic, Izuku didn't notice the huge grin on her face as she said it. He just entered the doja position and started begging for forgiveness. "Is it because we're too young for you? Or are we just not attractive in your eyes?" Yun said with a few tears in her eyes. Genuine tears. She actually wasn't part of any of this. Nobody trusted her to be able to lie well. "What? No. You're both beautiful. All of you are. I would never think otherwise," Izuku yelled out, trying to console his friend with a hug, forgetting that he had another problem to worry about. His torture wasn't over though. Luna had woken up as well. Still, in her waitress outfit, she walked in on Izuku hugging Yun while at half-mast. Oh my, the rumors were true. Izuku was brought to tears by that. "What rumors? Please someone just tell me," he begged internally. Luna looked at the rest of the women and noticed how Darkness and Erisfield were both in maid outfits. She blushed and asked Izuku a question that pushed him over the edge. "Do you think I could join too?" The green mage had just about enough for today as he burst out of the room and headed for the baths. He needed a cold bath after that. It looked like Kazuma had the same idea. As Izuku joined him in the large bath, Kazuma gave him a look. "Something wrong, Izuku-nai? You look stressed," he asked. Izuku sighed and told him what had happened. Lucky bastard indeed. "About those rumors. Most people around the city think that the girls are all part of your harem." He cleared up. Izuku's eyes widened at the revelation. That explained way too much. "And those that don't? Well, they think that we're, well, either actual brothers or gay for each other. Or God forbid both." At that we both went a little green in the face. They had nothing against homosexuals, but the idea of dating each other was. "Just no. What about you, Kazuma-kun? Do you have any rumors about yourself?" Izuku asked him, hoping for some common ground between the two. "Yeah, other than our shared ones. Our whole party has quite the reputation, remember. Most people think that we're some kind of highbrow crew full of important people. Hell, some of them even think that we are some kind of banished royalty from our home country or something." Izuku sighed at that one. Being a noble was bad enough. Now people thought he was some kind of disgraced prince. It was just too much. He needed advice, badly. "Kazuma-kun, I need advice, badly." He could have phrased that better, but it will have to do. And as sad as it sounded, Kazuma was the most reliable person he knew in this world other than Eris. "Dude, I died a virgin. I am not qualified for this shit. If I had to say anything, just count your blessings and let things happen naturally. Trying to fight back at this point is just asking for trouble. Actually trying to fight women and their feelings is just suicide in general." That was surprisingly good advice. It's true that if Izuku tried to rein things in now, then the girls might actually kill him for leading them on, even if it was unintentional. Plus, I am a man who is being offered a relationship with several extremely beautiful, intelligent, and charming women. Who could refuse something like that? Izuku admitted the more selfish reasons for his decision, but again, who could really blame him? "Thanks for that, Kazuma-kun. I'll be going now. I have some work to do for today on my own. If you guys want to go questing, go ahead without me," Izuku told him. Kazuma looked confused but wished his brother in arms luck anyway. 3 hours later in the back shed. "I hope all of those compliments on my intelligence were right," Izuku mumbled to himself as he looked at the public blueprints of Melissa Shield's magnum opus. It was incredible. The material alone was very exotic. It would take the highest quality equipment just to manufacture, or a magical transmutation ability. "I'm not even going to pretend to understand how these nanomachines are supposed to work. I guess I won't be able to reproduce the wristband mode that the original had." Melissa was truly a once-in-a-generation genius, and a hard worker to boot. If it weren't for his 2 gifts, he would never be able to replicate this. Izuku came out of the shed wearing his newest piece of equipment, an honest-to-God replica of the full gauntlet. However, this one was extended all the way to his shoulder and it resembled a red medieval gauntlet more than the original boxer wrapping look. The biggest difference, however, was that he had 4 of these armor pieces, 1 for each limb. Needless to say, he just increased his combat proficiency by a large margin. The legs in particular just resembled the leg portion of standard plate armor, but with a bit more flexibility. Izuku decided to take them out for a test drive. The land around the house was his property after all, so it was a perfect place to test these kinds of things out. "Okay, let's start with 30% for now." Izuku, though, looking out towards an empty kilometer stretch of land, activated full cowling and moved. The feeling of moving roughly 6 times faster than ever before was hard to describe. He remembered that All Might was known to move so fast that he could cover several kilometers in a matter of seconds. I guess this is how he felt when he really cut loose. I only needed to leap once and I already covered half of the distance. Not only was it much faster than usual, but I didn't feel any strain at all. If I really pushed myself, I might be able to handle 50% as if it were my base 5%. It must have been all of the level ups. He'd become so much stronger in the past month without even realizing it. Exp farming was kinda scary. Izuku returned to an empty mansion. He guessed they went to the guild hall after all. He decided to join them and tell them the good news. But before that, maybe I should get into character, Izuku said to himself with a smirk. Time for a little blast from the past. Guild hall with the party. Hey, Kazuma-kun, what happened to Izuku-kun? Aqua asked her partner since he was the last one to see the green-haired mage before they left. He said something about working on a project. Other than that, I have no idea, Kazuma replied, equally confused about what was taking his honorary brother so long. A squeaking door gave the adventurer his answer. A familiar green-haired figure walked in through the door, but his attire was pretty eye-catching. He was wearing his hero suit. Most of his party had seen it before from pictures, but this was the first time they saw it in person. And those pieces of armor, could they be? Luna also had a wide-eyed look when she saw them. The incredible piece of equipment and its effects still fresh in her mind. As for the rest of the guild, wow, Izuku-sama, you look like a real adventurer now. Not like that military-looking garb you had earlier. What is that stuff made of anyway? It looks like fabric, but it also has a toughness to it. And those armor pieces don't look like any metal I've ever seen. Mohawk Bro asked the important questions. Izuku was a bit surprised by this but answered to the best of his ability. Well, the outfit itself was the old costume that I wore on the job. It's made of an ultra-light and durable material that can deflect most bladed weapons and even soften punches and explosives. The armor is special though. I made it myself. Well, the original design and concept were made by one of my good friends, Melissa, but this particular set I made myself. He explained, stumbling a little with his words. You're a blacksmith too. Is there anything you can't do? He asked in genuine surprise. The rest of the guild seemed to agree with him. A powerful warrior, an archmage, a genius inventor, a mathematician, a multi-millionaire, and a fucking noble. Seriously, dude, you keep making the rest of us regular guys feel inadequate, he said half joking, but some others seemed to take that to heart. Nonsense. Just because I can do all these things doesn't mean I'm any better than you guys. As far as I'm concerned, we're all fellow adventurers. For whatever reason, that just made them feel even worse. You're way too humble, man. I know we went over this before, but please have some pride in your work, bro, Kazuma said, patting Izuku's back. Besides, all of your rep keeps giving me respect by proxy, so if you can't believe in yourself, just believe in the me that believes in you, he whispered right after. Old reference aside, he's not wrong. Humility is great and all, but All Might didn't get to where he was by putting himself down. Izuku thought in contemplation. As he looked around for a bit, his eyes locked with darkness and then with Eris. He walked up to them and whispered to them, making sure that the other members wouldn't hear. We need to talk in private later. They look a little worried at that but agree in the end. Izuku debated on whether to include Megumin and Yun too, but they weren't part of that whole fiasco, so Izuku decided to wait for confirmation on them. He needed to nip this in the bud before it becomes a problem. Luna would have to come later. Izuku still had things to do that kept him busy. Winter was coming after all. This time he addressed my whole party on their financial status. After the huge purchase of the mansion along with the land around it, Izuku doubted they had much to work with, especially with the spending habits of a certain goddess. Okay everyone, after all of our expenses have been taken into account, the original bounty money of 150 million Eris would be reduced to 50,300,000. Aqua-chan, how much did the furniture cost us? Izuku asked their resident alcoholic, who thankfully was sober when he got here. I found some really luxurious decor, and it was at a great price, along with shipping and installation costs. Aqua started, smiling all along. Kazuma wasn't having any of it though. Spit it out, you greedy goddess. Her smile faded a bit and she said 40 million Eris in total. The other members took a collective breath. You spent the equivalent of $400,000 on furniture. Izuku couldn't help but yell out in clear annoyance. That was our winter budget. Great, now I have to bring in even more modern appliances to keep up with our dwindling budget. We can't afford firewood for the winter now. Central heating it is. Izuku bounced back as fast as he could. Aqua looked even worse at this. She knew that the green mage wouldn't hold a grudge and that just made her feel even guiltier. With Aqua-chan's overzealous purchases, that leaves us with about 10 million Eris to make it through the winter. I'm not gonna lie, with 6 of us living together, the budget is going to be a bit tight. Thankfully, I have my ways of making this work. Just leave it to me. He tried to calm down the rest of the party. It ended up working, thankfully. They knew their leader would never lie to them after all. And Aqua-chan, my voice grew a bit sinister. As punishment for abusing the budget, you will be helping out with Senator shop with Kazuma-kun. You are to follow their orders to the letter for the rest of the month. He left no room for argument. She needed to learn not to abuse his trust like this again. Izuku's voice softened a bit at the end though. Those crying blue eyes are a deadly weapon. If you do a good enough job, I'll shorten your time there. Just promise me that you will never do this again. She nods rapidly at this and bows. Thank you, Izuku-kun. I promise I won't do it again. She seemed sincere. Izuku let her go after that. And with a renewed vigor she and Kazuma headed off for the shop to start the day's work. Let's head home for the rest of the day. We have some things to take care of before the day is over, he announced, getting nods in return. But before then he needed to head over to Luna and ask her to visit us later when her shift was over. She deserved to let her desires be known too. Today is going to be a busy day. I just hope that I can end it with nobody getting hurt, Izuku thought to himself as he mentally and emotionally prepared himself for what was to come. Izuku-kun, just so you know, my father is going to send us some crab and fine wine as a housewarming gift. He also said that he wanted to meet you someday. Darkness informed her leader, much to his appreciation. Crab. That's quite the delicacy, especially since Belzerg is landlocked and currently at war. Well, her father is a duke. It makes sense that he would like to meet his daughter's noble friend. That was a can of worms to open at a later date. I'll have to thank him for that later. While we walk home, I should probably tell you all what I plan on doing. I have a way to heat our home without spending too much on fuel. It's an invention from my world that I should be able to build easily enough. With the budget that we have left, food is the only real issue. Izuku gave them the gist of the situation. They seemed to be following so far, so he continued. Theoretically, I could fix that as well. My transmutation skill could give us a virtually limitless supply of food, but I am nowhere near confident enough in that ability to make something biological, let alone edible, with it. So that solution is off the table. He explained the limits of his power. They accepted that one easily enough as well. So, here's the plan. Kazuma-kun and Aqua-chan will be working at Wiz's shop for the next few months. With any luck, we should have a consistent stream of money flowing in every few days. Until that happens, we have to be careful with our expenditures. Before we keep going, is there anything I should know? Anything at all? He asked them. Unknown factors would be bad. He needed to have as much information as possible. Accounting was a mundane but essential skill when you're low on funds. Megumin looked like she was about to speak but stopped halfway. Yun frowned and said it for her. Megumin-chan gives most of her money to her parents back at the village. I can make up the sum if I have to, so don't worry, Izuku-kun, she declared with conviction, Megumin giving her a mixed look, partly betrayed at the leak in information but also touched that Yun was willing to pitch in to help. Izuku's eyes soften at this. That's okay, I understand. Don't worry too much about it. And Yun, please don't push yourself. This just means that we need to take a few more quests during the winter. He could also just make gold using his transmutation, but that just screamed fraud, so he'd rather leave that as a last resort. They arrived at the mansion soon after their conversation ended. To their surprise, there were several boxes full of fresh crab right outside of the house. This must be that gift you talked about, Darkness-chan. Your father works fast, Izuku exclaimed. This was unexpected, but not at all unwelcomed. The trio began to cook them immediately. With their modern appliances, it was much easier and faster than it would have been, and they even wrapped the food in sets of aluminum foil that Izuku produced for them. I don't know about you guys, but I'm gonna take a bath early before eating, Megumin said before heading for the large bathing area. Yun decided to join her as well, leaving Izuku with his apparent maids. He blushed at the memory. It's about time anyway. Hopefully, I can power through this. So, can someone explain to me what happened in the morning? Izuku started the conversation with the most important point. Eris gained a small smirk and responded with a sultry, mature tone. Ara Izuku-kun, did you like it? My blush was instant and so was my rebuttal. I'm not in the mood for this right now, Eris-chan. I need a straight answer from you two. Are you both interested in me as more than a friend? Yes or no? Izuku made his question clear. This wasn't the time for teasing or false flags. It was the girl's turn to blush this time. Thankfully, Darkness took initiative and answered for both of them. Why, yes, we are. I'm sorry if what we did back then was too much, but she stammered over her words a bit. Eris decided to finish for her. We tried the subtle way, Izuku-kun, but I'll be brutally honest. You're denser than those gauntlets of yours. I was afraid that you wouldn't get it without extreme measures, she answered, making Izuku feel more than a little silly. It's not his fault that he had no experience with girls. And for the record, Megumin-chan and Yun-chan feel the same way. They were supposed to be the little sister roles, but you went full doujin mode before they could play their part. Eris elaborated. Them too. This was just getting too complicated for Izuku's poor heart. Ding dong. Aunt Luna's here. Was he going to survive this? Perhaps, but it will almost definitely be his toughest battle yet. Izuku told them that he would get the door. Opening it, he saw a surprised Luna with her finger over the doorbell. "Good evening, Izuku-kun. Is this another invention? It's pretty useful for such a large home, I imagine." She greeted me and asked with an excited look, "Why did you want me to come over?" "Not that I'm not grateful. It's not like a waitress like me can visit such a lavish place in general." "Well, that wouldn't do. Luna-san, let me make this clear. You are more than welcome here, with or without an invitation. Don't think of yourself as any less than a good friend of our group," Izuku tells her with no room for argument. Luna was a bit taken aback but hugged him in gratitude for the acceptance. As Izuku led her into the kitchen, Eris noticed them and her eyes widened slightly in realization. "So you brought Luna here too? Good on you. That will make this easier." She walked up to the two and looked directly at Luna. "He finally figured it out after our little performance in the morning. Just so you know, I don't mind sharing with my good friends," she said with a large smile now. Luna blushed heavily at being found out. "And are you okay with this, Izuku-sama? Would you have me?" she asked with a low, almost scared voice. It was Izuku's turn to look uncomfortable and nervous. Prepared or not, being asked something like this was well beyond Izuku's wheelhouse. "I would never deny any of you if you just asked. To be honest, this is the first time that any girl has been interested in me in that way, as far as I know. Frankly, I'm extremely flattered. I'm also surprised that you would agree to share me so easily. That part in particular was definitely unexpected. Is that normal in this country? Is it really that surprising? It's not uncommon for powerful adventurers to have multiple partners. In fact, it's encouraged in Belzerg due to the declining population from the war. The nobility is also known to have multiple partners in general," Luna explained to him. He responded by telling her that those kinds of relationships were outlawed in his home country. "So, does this make us official? All of us?" Izuku nervously asked them. They all agreed to it easily enough. "We can take it slow if you want. Lord knows we've been patient enough before you figured it out. We can wait a few more weeks so that you can be comfortable," Eris decided mercifully. Izuku thanked them profusely for that. He wasn't ready for that kind of commitment so soon. As the girls came out of the bath, Izuku excused himself, saying that he needed to relax for a bit. Making his armor took a lot out of him and his emotions were all over the place. The Crimson Lolies looked a bit confused, but they were brought into a group chat with the older girls to discuss what just happened. Izuku sat down into the warm water of the bath and let out a deep sigh. "I needed this. I really needed this," he thought as his aching muscles relaxed. Using transmutation was fairly draining in general, but to do it for 3 hours straight, while trying to make sense of some of the most complicated tech he'd ever seen. Yeah, Izuku was exhausted. And before he even realized it, he had already dozed off. POV change. Kazuma. "I can't believe I'm saying this, but I'm glad you helped out back there, Aqua. Wiz-san is a nice person and all, but her business sense is abysmal," I said with a dead tone. The day that their useless goddess had better common sense than someone else was a day he never thought would come. "I'll take that as a compliment, Hikaneet. That stupid undead actually tried to buy an exploding boomerang. Who does that?" As they dragged their way towards the house, a heavenly scent hit their noses. "That smell. That smelly smell. The smelly smell that smells. Smelly," Aqua rasped out with a low whisper. Aquabaka stopped quoting SpongeBob and opened the door. I yelled with a drooling mouth. One nearly broken door later and we were in the kitchen. The energetic welcomes that we got felt really great. Coming home from a hard day's work to a delicious meal and a bunch of beautiful women. Too bad none of them were mine. Not that I would ever try anything. I respected Izuku way too much to do that. Plus, I would rather live thank you very much. As much as it pains me to say, I need to change out of these clothes before I can eat, I said before heading there. Aqua seems to agree as she headed towards her own room. Weirdly enough, Darkness was missing too, but Luna seemed to be joining us for dinner tonight, so the busty blonde quota was still filled. When I arrived at the baths to change and relax for a bit, I noticed how Izuku was already there and fast asleep. Man, he must have had a rough day. Usually he's full of energy even this late, I thought as I laid down next to him. My own exhaustion hit me as the warm water helped to relax me. I closed my eyes for a moment. Third-person POV. Exactly 1 second later, a creaking door opened and 2 figures entered. Aqua, with a towel covering her whole front. Whole Darkness had to settle for only partial coverage due to her natural advantage. Why are they both here? Did I fall asleep? Is this the dream from the succubi? Kazuma thought in a slight panic as he looked around. To his surprise, Izuku was still there. But why? If this was a dream, he shouldn't. But I only ordered an older sister archetype. Does the dream change along with my subconscious? He began his inner crisis as he thought of the implications that this might have. He didn't have long to think it through though, as the girls entered the bath, completely nude. Darkness was the first to notice, letting out a choked squeak of surprise and promptly collapsing on her knees with a meaty slap. This tipped Aqua in as well. Kazuma Baka, what are you doing here? She yelled, snapping Kazuma out of his thoughts and startling Izuku awake. What? He mumbled out loud before noticing the situation. Kazuma-kun. Wa Darkness-chan, I thought I said. And Aqua-chan 2WH, his brain went into total panic mode as his heart practically leaped out of his chest. Didn't you two notice the clothes outside the bath chamber? He finished with a furious blush. The girls were looked fairly sheepish at this while Kazuma was still computing. Deciding that this situation was simply too crazy to be anything else but a dream, Kazuma calmed himself down a bit and went with the flow. Yo, if you two want to join us, I wouldn't mind, he said in the smoothest voice he could pull off. Izuku looked at him in shock and a bit of betrayal as his friend pulled a Minta and dragged him along with it. What? Why would we want to join you? Perverted Hikaneet. Aqua screeched in complete shock at Kazuma's audacity. Darkness, however, looked a bit unsure. I wouldn't mind if it was with Izuku-kun, but with Kazuma-kun and Aqua-chan too, she said shyly. Kazuma looked a bit smug. They reacted just as he expected, further cementing the notion that it was a dream. Listen, you two, I have no idea what's gotten into Kazuma-kun, but you don't have to do anything unless you want to. I've been in for long enough so I can leave, Izuku offered, slowly getting out of the water. However, the gods of fate seemed to choose now to mess with him as he slipped halfway into leaving the room. Luckily, something soft broke his fall before he hit the cold stone. Eek! Came the surprisingly girly scream from the usually composed darkness. Izuku had pulled a harem protagonist and landed right on her chest. He tried his best to apologize, but Kazuma just got up and headed towards Aqua. Well, Izuku-nai seems busy. Are you sure you don't want to join us, Aqua-chan? I'll even wash your back as a thank you for earlier today, he said smoothly while Aqua took her turn to sputter in embarrassment. He walked closer and started to wrap his hands around her waist, slowly bringing her in for a full body hug. Thankfully, for whatever innocence Aqua had left, a scream was heard from outside the door, a high-pitched one, most likely from Megumin or Yun. Izuku wasted no and dashed out of the bath at full speed. The two girls took a bit longer to act, and Kazuma realized just how fucked he was. I heard a scream. What happened? Izuku asked in a panic. He relaxed a bit when he noticed that Megumin, Yun, Eris and Luna were all together and unharmed, but grew confused when he saw the petite, white-haired girl kneeling down in a magic circle. Izuku-kun, why are you only in a towel? Luna asked in shock while the others stared at him with their jaws on the floor, including the new girl. I'm sorry. I was taking a bath, and then Kazuma-kun, Aqua-chan, and Darkness-chan were there for whatever reason, and then her dusky men came as Stasi. Somehow Izuku managed to use one for all on his mouth as his words quickly became unintelligible. Izuku-kun, slow down. Explain it again, more slowly this time, Eris said to him in concern. Izuku did as he was asked and told them the full story. By the time he was done, Kazuma, Aqua and Darkness had arrived, still in towels to see the succubus. I knew placing those anti-demon wards around the house was a good idea. She must have been the one to mind control Kazuma-kun into doing all of those bold and horrible things, Aqua declared, puffing up her chest in pride. Kazuma looked surprised for a bit, but then his face squared off as her rolled with it. Izuku was still confused over the situation, but from what Aqua told them, this girl was a demon, a succubus by the looks of it. I knew that I would encounter one eventually, but so soon. But I don't think I have the full story from this. If she was captured from the beginning, then how would she be able to control Kazuma-kun? Izuku thought to himself. The situation made no sense, and Kazuma acted fairly lucid the whole time, as if he knew exactly what was happening. He was also got over his surprise of her existence fairly quickly. Could he have known the whole time? Well, it doesn't matter now. I'll just have to hit this demon scum with my strongest anti-demon spell, Aqua started to say before Kazuma walked forward and stepped in between his party and the succubus. Oh no, she still has control over Kazuma-kun. You have to fight it. She may look cute, but she's the enemy, Kazuma-kun. Don't make us have to do this, Megumin said while holding up her fists, preparing to fight too. Wait, she's a mage. Why is she raising her fists as if she could fight Kazuma-kun in melee? Izuku asked himself. Realistically speaking, only Aqua, Eris, and myself could take Kazuma on in close quarters. And even then, Eris would need the element of surprise. Darkness would just be a sandbag with her poor aim. Aqua had more raw power, but with Izuku's training, Kazuma had her beaten technique. I could just end this now, but I want the full story first. That succubus looks far too guilty for this to be a normal attack. Izuku had made up his mind. The succubus would leave unharmed. Girls, stay behind me and Aqua-chan. Kazuma-kun is highly dangerous. I've trained him to take down people in a single hit, so non-melee fighters shouldn't risk fighting him. I'll defend you all while Aqua goes in first. Izuku barked out the plan. They were so used to him being in charge that they didn't even question it. Okay, Izuku-kun, leave it to me. I'll save Kazuma-kun and show this demon why you shouldn't mess with a goddess friends. She leaped forward with a fast, but clumsy and predictable punch. Kazuma easily deflected it and took Aqua down with the judo throw that Izuku taught him. He rubbed off a piece of the magic circle in the meantime, which let the succubus fly away, much to the surprise and dismay of the others. I did tell you to be careful, Aqua-chan. Luckily, it seems that Kazuma-kun has come back to his senses. If you don't mind, I'm going to have a talk with him real quick. I'm sure he needs a familiar face to get him through what just happened, Izuku said quickly before dragging Kazuma to his room. Kazuma-kun, you are going to tell me exactly what happened. Don't even try to lie to me. I'll decide what to do after you finish. If you do lie to me, I will tell the girls what I think happened and you will have to deal with the consequences on your own. With his ultimatum given, Kazuma started to sweat profusely. This was not going to end well for him. After the fiasco with the succubus, Izuku cornered Kazuma and forced him to explain what had just happened. Thankfully, he was forthcoming with his information. Apparently, it was just a huge misunderstanding combined with a ridiculous amount of bad luck. So let me get this straight. Izuku started while staring down at Kazuma, who was in full dojo mode. A group of succubi lives in Axel, and they have a symbiotic relationship with the men here. They provide lewd dreams in exchange for life energy from the buyer. And you ordered one earlier today. Am I missing anything? He asked with a deadpan. No, Izuku Nyai-sama, I apologize for causing you any trouble. Kazuma sounded genuine. Izuku sighed and patted him on the shoulder. Look, you technically did nothing wrong. That business that they have is legal and beneficial compared to having them suck out souls with no regulation whatsoever. Which was true. It was better to have the men and succubi deal with their issues in a controlled environment rather than risk having them do the same thing with reckless abandon. I'm just surprised, honestly. I thought you were supposed to have a luck stat almost as high as my own. How did something like this even happen? And Kazuma didn't even have the excuse of dating a goddess of luck. Kazuma openly groaned at that. I blame that useless goddess. Her minimal luck stat must be corrupting mine. Izuku slapped him over the head and reprimanded him for insulting Aqua. He did have a point though. Those two acted like an old married couple half the time, so it made sense that their stats might affect each other directly. Plus, Izuku was sure Eris luck had something to do with it. She laughed for hours after she found out what happened. Guess being the goddess of fortune had its perks. You're never left without entertainment, regardless of your intentions. What you did with Aqua and Darkness was wrong. I'm willing to keep this whole thing secret since you were just unlucky, but you still need to make it up to them somehow. Treat them to lunch or something. I don't expect you to up and tell them the truth, but giving them something nice shouldn't be beyond you, right? He agreed to it easily enough. He did mess up and was genuinely sorry for what he did. I guess Darkness didn't mind it all that much. Makes sense, she is Darkness after all. And for whatever reason, Aqua wasn't as mad as I thought she'd be either. Hopefully, this will all blow over by morning. Izuku thought to himself as I finally went to bed and let sleep take me. Hopefully, tomorrow wouldn't be as chaotic. The following day, the mansion's gravesite. I really am sorry for not noticing the sign you put up, Izuku-kun. Aqua-chan was distracting me before we went in. Darkness apologized to him for what happened last night. Okay, she did have a point though. Izuku guessed they were all at fault in one way or another. He certainly could have stopped it from getting as bad as it did if he hadn't tripped over himself so much, both literally and figuratively. It's okay, Darkness-chan. Mistakes were made on all accounts back then. It was honestly just a huge case of bad luck. I should have noticed that Kazuma-kun was acting strangely and put a stop to it. Izuku responded before taking a glance at what she was wearing. Why are you in that secretary's outfit, Darkness-chan? It even looked like modern-day clothing. Did a former reincarnate introduce it to the public? That's smart actually. More avenues to generate income, I guess. She looked surprised by this and blushed heavily. As secretary, this is a high-grade noble's outfit. Only the most well-off can even dream of having one. Oh, so the creator went in that direction. Hate to break it to you, Darkness-chan, but outfits like that are pretty common among businesswomen in my world. She deflates at that. She, along with the other nobles, really thought that it was some special uniform for the upper class. And the one she's wearing is pretty mediocre in quality too. I probably shouldn't tell her that. Modern-day clothes would be difficult for anyone from this world to replicate. Izuku was about to offer to make her address himself before the town alarm blared again. This is an emergency. Destroyer alert. Destroyer alert. Please evacuate the town at once. All able-bodied adventurers please report to the guild hall. This must be serious. The only other time this happened, a demon general was involved. Hey Darkness-chan, what exactly is a destroyer? Izuku asked her as she comes out of her shocked state. No time to explain, Izuku-kun. We have to get our gear ready and head to the guild hall right away, she said before speeding towards her room. Izuku decided he should do the same if the panic in Darkness' voice was anything to go by. He headed towards the shed and put on all of his gear, including his new additions. They should come in handy. I was the first to arrive at the guild hall, having gone at about 20% and high into the air to make sure that he didn't damage the surroundings. Yep, he was pulling an all might and leaping across the city in huge bursts of speed. Thank you, Melissa. I'll never forget you for making something that could let me experience this. When he arrived, Luna was in full panic mode until she saw him. Izuku-kun, please tell me you can stop the destroyer. You have to, she pleaded while grabbing onto his legs, tears almost breaking out at the thought of the destroyer. Well, destroying her home. Luna-chan, calm down. Now please, tell me exactly what a destroyer is. I'll try my best from there. Regardless of what it is, I promise to keep the townspeople safe. That seemed to calm her down. She took several deep breaths and then explained what the mobile fortress destroyer was. Oh, so it's just a super weapon, Izuku summarized nonchalantly. The others were surprised by how calm the green mage was, so he explained. Back where I'm from, we get these things on a monthly basis. Every bozo with an intelligence enhancement quirk or a quirkless villain who got lucky with funding makes at least one of these. He tells them, waving his hand in dismissal. The trick with superweapons is that they are very rarely as intelligent as the creator. From what they told me, this thing was a gigantic metal spider that had enough strength to crush large buildings, had a magic barrier around it, and had several point defense laser weapons on the top and bottom of the machine. A fairly simple setup. Whoever made it was probably going for style points more than anything. Do you know what direction it's coming from? Izuku asked them as they point towards the northeast. Right, he probably should have been more specific. It will be here in about an hour and a half. It runs faster than any horse, so it is difficult to scout. Luna informs him. Izuku nods and tells them about his plan. This was honestly so by the numbers to him that he barely even needed to think about it. Okay, please set up the defenses in these key points, Izuku said while pointing to a map of the town. Aqua-chan should be at the center wall, preparing a break spell that should be enough to get through its barrier. On the two adjacent towers, there should be Megumin-chan, Yun-Yun-chan, and or Wiz-san. They will provide the firepower needed to take it down after the barrier is broken. He gave them a rough outline. They seemed to realize just how well prepared the city really was with us around. Wow, Izuku-sama, with your team around, nothing short of an army could really harm the city, huh? A red-haired waitress commented after seeing the plan. Izuku rubbed the back of his head at that. My friends are pretty amazing, huh? Anyway, this plan is assuming that it even reaches us. The guild looked at Izuku in confusion. I'll scout ahead and intercept it on its way. If I can, I'll take it down before it can even get close to the city, but if I fail, I'll head back and provide support for the plan. He tells them it was time to finally stress test his new equipment. Odd gazes follow, and they keep it up for much longer than Izuku was comfortable with. He waved them an awkward goodbye and headed off towards the northeast gate. He had work to do. After he reached the outside of the walls, he sped up to 40% of his power. He could probably go higher, but it would start to hurt by then and really drain his stamina. Besides, with this level of speed, he already reached the metal monstrosity in under 10 minutes. Whoever made this thing was trying too hard to be edgy. I mean, a giant spider. Really? Izuku saw it preparing to shoot a laser from the plateau he was standing on. It tried to disintegrate a bird for some reason. Birdie, no, he yelled, lunging at the bird in an attempt to save it. He managed to catch it before the laser hit, but had to block it with his gauntlet. The laser was strong enough to push him back quite a bit, and it even heated up his gauntlet significantly. But in the end, he was able to deflect it right back, only to have it be blocked completely by the destroyer's magic barrier. Izuku let the bird go, and it decided to sit on the ground and rest a bit. It must be tired after all of that. Izuku looked back towards the robot as it continued its path without bothering to attack them again. It must only attack things that are close to it, he muttered before looking at the third leg on its right side and prepare himself. Let's see just how durable you are, big guy, Izuku muttered before jumping towards the leg. He prepared a 100% smash and let it fly. Detroit smash. The metal screeched and bent at an odd angle to the point where it probably couldn't use that leg anymore. The robot seemed to acknowledge this because it stopped walking and immediately detached said leg before producing a new one in quick succession. So much for that idea. Now for the magic barrier. I haven't gotten any time to test this out, but I hope it works, Izuku said while pointing his open palm towards the thing and yelling out magic canceller. He pushed out all of his mana into his only spell, a bright light emanating from his hands which stopped the robot's movements for several seconds. Sadly, it kept going shortly after. So it is powered by magic. Whatever is doing this must be extremely powerful and long-lived, like a small nuclear reactor that provides constant power over the centuries. With his experiment over with, he decided to head back to the town. His expedition wasn't a total failure. On his way back, Izuku noticed that everyone was already at the gate and in position. Wiz and Megumin were manning the towers while Aqua was in the middle. Keikaku Dori, I need to stop hanging out with Kazuma-kun so much. They were also cheering at him for some reason. The closer Izuku got, the louder it got, so he decided to protect his sanity and headed directly for where Kazuma was. Explain, Izuku said. Kazuma answered immediately. Already used to this song and dance. You know that bird that you saved? It was a familiar that the guild used to watch the destroyer on its way here. Oh, no, not again, please. They saw your little power play back there and it gave them some confidence, along with how Luna told them that you came up with a plan to beat that thing before they could even arrive at the hall. He said while smirking. At least Izuku gave the others a morale boost, and he didn't even make another girl fall for him this time. By the by, the girl that owned that bird familiar wanted to thank you for saving it, personally. Izuku gave up. He headed towards Wiz and handed her some mana potions just in case things went wrong, and then did the same for Megumin before noticing how badly she was shaking. He placed a hand on her shoulder and she whipped her head back in response. Megumin-chan, it's okay, the plan will work. I already confirmed that this thing can be beaten with a hard enough hit, and there are few things stronger than an explosion spell from the Crimson Demon Clan's greatest mage. That certainly lit a fire under her. He might be getting better at these motivational speech things. Several hundred meters away from the town wall. Darkness-san, I know you like this kind of stuff and all, but shouldn't you be with the rest of us while Kazuma started before he was interrupted by Darkness? I can understand why you would think that, given how I act. But this is something far deeper. It is my duty and my honor to protect these people, and this land, and Noble's pride, While Kazuma would love to believe that, and he knew it was at least somewhat true, there's no denying that Darkness also wanted to do this just for the sake of it. Do you really think that I would forsake duty and honor for the sake of pleasure? She asked rhetorically. Yes, absolutely, Kazuma responded without missing a beat. Darkness lost her footing and started hyperventilating. And this is my girlfriend now, Izuku thought from the side. He was going to need to get used to this eventually. I get that you're going for the knight in shining armor trope, but why this place specifically? Kazuma asked. Darkness then explained that the noble lord that gave Izuku his title was her father. What? You're a rich girl? Kazuma said, clearly shocked. He really shouldn't have been. Darkness always used very rare and valuable gear. Her armor was full steel plate and her sword could handle several hits from Verdia's magical greatsword. You guys don't have to worry. I'm fairly certain that my plan should work. If everything goes well, then that thing won't even get within a kilometer of the city. Izuku tells them. They both let out a sigh, Kazuma in relief and Darkness in disappointment. 30 minutes later. Okay, Aqua-chan, I'll use Magic Canceller on it the moment that you break the shield. That should shut down its internal systems too, at least hopefully. From there, Megumin-chan and Wiz-chan should be able to finish it off. She nods and prepares her staff ahead of time. The ground began to quake as the monstrosity approached the town. The moment it appeared over the horizon, Izuku rushed over while yelling, "Start casting the spell in 40 seconds. At full speed, he reached the robot in under 50 seconds. Noticing that Aqua's sacred spell break started rocketing towards him, Izuku took a deep breath and prepared his spell. The beam of holy magic collided with the barrier and it did its job. To the barrier's credit, it held itself up for a good half-minute. Eventually, it did collapse, leaving the destroyer completely vulnerable. Izuku activated my magic canceller, which shut the thing down completely. The drain was much lower this time. He could probably keep it up for a good few minutes until he ran out of mana. He didn't have to hold on for very long, however, since 2 explosion spells rocketed towards the machine. And then another. And then another. Megumin, stop, stop. It's already dead. It was so badly damaged that the cockpit was blown wide open. In fact, the interior of the machine was completely visible, including a small, pulsing ball that looked like a small sun. Izuku let go of his spell and sighed in relief. It was over. Crap, did I just raise a flag? Critical damage detected. Self-destruct protocol initiated. Well, screw me, I guess. I should have known. These things always have a self-destruct option. Izuku looked back towards the city. It was pretty far away, but it would still be dangerous to let this thing blow up so close. Izuku decided to run back towards the city. They were all cheering, ignorant of the incoming explosion. Izuku ignored that and ran up to Wiz. She was a bit tired from the explosion spell and was also looking at Megumin in sheer terror after the rapid-fire explosion spells she threw around. Wiz-san, things went wrong. The destroyer is going to explode and I need someone that can cast teleport. You and Yun need to come with me. Izuku briefs her before grabbing her and rushing towards Yun, telling her the same thing before rushing off once again. Both women in his arms as they approached the destroyer. A coronetite orb. That's probably what powered the destroyer for so long. Teleporting it somewhere else should stop the explosion. Good call, Izuku-kun, Wiz says. Sadly, she didn't have enough mana to teleport it and Yun could apparently only teleport to her village. Wiz, drink one of those potions I gave you. It should provide you with enough mana for one teleport if that fails. I have a plan B, but I will be left out of commission afterward. As Wiz drank Izuku's magical liquid, he went and got Yun out of the blast radius, just in case. While Izuku made my way back, he noticed that steam was leaving the remains of the robot. He quickened his pace and noticed Wiz standing outside the destroyer. Izuku-kun. It started to glow a dangerous white color, so I teleported it away to a random area, but now it's steaming. If this keeps going, it will still explode and the firestorm might destroy the city. she warned the green hero who looked resigned to his fate. Sigh, this is going to suck for me. But I guess it's time for plan B. Just do me a favor and carry me back to the city after I do this, Izuku tells her. She looked confused as the green mage walked towards the steaming fortress. His whole body erupted into emerald lighting as he used something that under normal circumstances would leave him crippled for life, if not outright kill me. Thankfully, he had several safety nets available to him. He grabbed one end of the destroyer from below and gave his mightiest yell before pulling up with all of my might. All of it. 1,000,000% Tokyo table flip. The destroyer creaked for a moment before it was flung into the air and landed several thousand feet away into a local wasteland. Izuku's arms were broken. His legs were broken. His spine was crushed, almost turned to dust. All of his ribs were broken. And to top it all off, none of his nerve endings were affected, so he had the luxury of feeling all of the pain. Izuku-kan, I have no idea how you just did that, but I'll take you to Aquasama right away. Human spines should ain't bend that way. Wiz yelled in alarm as Izuku passed out in her arms. The pain was way too much and he really wanted to take a nap. His final thoughts before embracing the abyss were, I hope that Coronadite wasn't transported anywhere important. Izuku was seriously considering becoming an Axis cult member. Anyone who could take away the overwhelming pain that he was experiencing deserved his worship. Wow, Izuku-kun. You managed to break your record for broken bones. Badum TSS never mind. Eris best goddess. Izuku stood up on his feet, still in a daze from what happened earlier. I should thank Yun Yun later. If she hadn't teleported us back, I might have died again. But first things first. Thank you, Aqua-chan. I was pretty much at death's doors there. What happened to the destroyer? I tried my best to toss it in a safe direction, but I was in too much pain to really see the aftermath. Hopefully, he didn't crush some poor farmer or something. Oh, stop worrying. You were amazing. I knew you were strong, but what you did back there reminded me of that old half-breed Heracles. Well, that was good for one's pride, being compared to a literal god of strength. It was then that Izuku's awareness started to come back in earnest, and he noticed how the other adventurers that had given him space to heal were starting to crowd around him again. They were all yelling their hysterical thank yous and words of praise as Izuku just stood there, too tired to run away as usual. He raised his hand a bit to get their attention, and to his surprise, their cheers died down a bit as they let him say his piece. Thank you. Now I do have a few words to say. I want to thank you all for your assistance against the destroyer. My party may have done the lion's share of the work, but you all made it much easier. Their cheers reemerged, even fiercer than before. Izuku lifted his hand again to tell them that he wasn't done. With that said, I would really like to just go home and rest after breaking essentially every bone in my body. Thank you for understanding. Let's go, guys. His party took pity on him and followed without complaint, except for Aqua, who didn't quite get the memo. Izuku-kun, why are we leaving so soon? We would probably get free food and drinks if we went back to the guild hall. Oh, are we going to have a party at the mansion? Izuku stopped moving and pressed both of my hands on Aqua's shoulders, trying his best to keep his voice level and cordial, but that might have just made it worse. Aqua-chan, I'm going to be as clear as possible. I just spent the whole day consoling Kazuma over his possession yesterday, dealing with the emotional roller coaster that was yesterday, waking up to an alarm and finding that a city-sized mechanical monster was on its way to destroy my new home. I ran a combined 100+ kilometers trying to stop it myself and coming back. I used up all of my mana twice, and then proceeded to break every bone in my body at the same time while lifting said city-sized machine into the distance. Halfway through Izuku's rant, most of the party had taken several steps back and started sweating heavily. This was the most pissed off that they have ever seen him. So, again, let me be perfectly clear. I'm going home. I will go into my bed. I will sleep for a full 12 hours. And if anybody wakes me up before then. Izuku left it at that, half because he was too tired to come up with a believable threat, and half because the silence made it more effective. It's not like anything could go too wrong if he just took a nice long rest right. Exactly 12 hours later, I sleep for a day and this shit happens. Izuku yelled at the top of his lungs as darkness explained why Kazuma was missing. Apparently a group of royal knights showed up at the guild hall, searching for the person who authorized the teleportation of the Coronadite sphere. Aka Izuku. Kazuma decided to take his place and was arrested immediately and imprisoned at the local jailhouse. The other adventurers tried to stop them, but they were intimidated by the threat of mass imprisonment. That just made Izuku even angrier. He took a moment to calm himself down before deciding what to do. Walking up to his party, he gave his orders. Darkness-chan, Eris-chan, you're coming with me. This all smells like petty noble bullshit and I'm gonna need help to get us out of this. Best case scenario, the issue is dropped by the end of the day. Izuku commanded. He was usually a lot laxer with the group, but when shit hits the fan like this he had to put his foot down as the de facto leader of the group. Town prison 1 hour later. Halt. State your business. A guard stopped the trio from entering the building. Izuku kept up a stern look and spoke with the most authority that he could summon up. I am Izuku Midoriya. These two are Erisfiel and Dustinus Ford Lalatina. We have come here to discuss the arrest and detainment of our party member. I would like to speak to your superior immediately. The guard didn't seem to know Izuku, but the moment Darkness' real name was mentioned, he stiffened and nodded furiously. Right away. Please enter. My superior Sina-san is 2 doors on the right. She is currently interrogating your companion. He told the 3 in haste. He was obviously afraid of pissing us off now. The wonders of having political power in a medieval world, I suppose, Izuku thought to himself as they rushed towards the door, opening it without preamble to find a sweating Kazuma and 2 royal officials dressed in semi-modern looking uniforms. The male one was writing down notes while the female one was sitting across from Kazuma. She was looking at the intruders in surprise and annoyance for coming in unannounced. And who might you 3 be? I'll have you know that you are trespassing on government property and interrupting an interrogation of a potential treasonous adventurer. She yelled at the trio while Izuku grew progressively angry. Quiet, Izuku said with a level voice. It was not a suggestion. That was all that was needed. Sina shut up at that moment, an unknown pressure sealing her lips shut. Izuku took the moment of silence to grab the investigation briefing to see exactly what happened. First of all, you have the wrong man. Kazuma-kun over here had nothing to do with the teleportation incident. I was the one to authorize it. He just took the blame for my sake, which I am thankful for, Izuku explained, giving Kazuma a kind smile. As loyalty wouldn't be forgotten. Furthermore, you people have taken my vassal, my partner, and my friend without prior warning and without consulting me. That certainly got their attention. Their faces paling seconds later. Taking from a noble was a serious offense after all. It's what got Kazuma arrested in the first place. Although the woman, Sina, had a large blush on her face for whatever reason. He'd deal with that later. This is what's going to happen. Kazuma-kun will go free. I will take his place. If anyone causes him trouble while I'm here, I will know, and things will get ugly. Am I understood? They nod furiously. Kazuma doesn't even question his position and just grabs Eris and Darkness on his way out the door. Izuku sat down in the same chair that Kazuma was using and looked at the woman in the eyes. I apologize for being short with you too, but I had a long week, and waking up to the news that my best friend was arrested for something that I did has all but erased my patience. He apologized. He was rather rude to them and probably could have handled it in a more diplomatic fashion. It's fine, my lord. May I please know who you might be? I'm not familiar with any noble who matches your appearance. That was fair enough. Izuku had barely a few weeks of being a noble after all, and even then it was just a minor title. Izuku nods cordially at Sina's question and introduced himself. I am Izuku Midoriya. It's a pleasure to meet you, Sina-san. It's understandable that you haven't heard of me yet. I only became a noble about 2 weeks ago. I'm the new owner of a fairly large piece of land in the northeast of Axel. My title is Baron. They nod and the male starts writing on a fresh piece of parchment. How do you know my name, Midoriya-sama? She asked me with curiosity and a hint of fear. Having a noble know your name was a double-edged sword. Having a pissed-off noble know your name was a death sentence. The guard at the entrance told me. And please, call me Izuku-san or just Izuku. I'm not one for formality in general. They relax a bit at that. A noble without a stick up his ass. Now that was a surprise, though not an unwelcome one. Very well, Izuku-san. Thank you for that. It makes this a lot easier on us. Will you please answer some of our questions? They will help us determine the truth behind what happened. As a fair warning, this bell is magical. It will ring whenever it detects a lie, Sina explained while gesturing towards the device. Izuku's eyes light up a bit and he goes on one of his infamous spiels. That's amazing. How would something like that work? Would it detect lies based on speech patterns? Or does it read the user's mind? But what if someone truly believes a lie that they are telling? Would it still work? He mumbled before noticing Sina's incredulous stare a bit too late. Izuku stopped himself and took a deep breath. I'm sorry about that. Back in my homeland, magic devices were a rarity, so analyzing and writing about them has become a new hobby of mine. He bowed in apology. She recovered quickly and waved it off, stating that eccentric nobles were nothing new. Now, for the first question. Where are you from, and what did you do before becoming an adventurer? Good, a simple question to start things off with. Hopefully, they don't ask him to elaborate. Izuku would answer truthfully, of course, though he should probably watch his wording. I was born and raised in Musutafu, Japan. Before arriving here, I was a student training to be a hero. The bell remained silent as the man wrote down my words. Kazuma-san also stated that he was from Japan, although he didn't specify a city. You said that you were training to be a hero. How does one do that exactly? And can you please tell us where the country of Japan is? These would be a bit more tricky. The title of hero holds a specific meaning where I am from. It is a position in the government not unlike a knight or guard of a city. We train ourselves in combat. legal knowledge, general studies, and various other subjects to prepare ourselves for becoming heroes. He explained the job in general terms. It was a bit more complicated than that, but the bell seems to have given him some slack. As for where Japan is, I will be honest, I have no idea where it is located in relation to this country. All I know for sure is that it is very far away, and that most people would not be able to reach it in their lifetime. Considering that Izuku had to die to get here, he wasn't lying about that part. More furious scribbling could be heard. Sina's eyes grew a bit wearier at his answer, but she continued, "If this place is so hard to get to, how did you make your way here? Please understand that the way you phrased it made it sound like you had outside help. Inhuman help. Time to choose my words carefully. This could make or break everything. If you are talking about the Demon King, then no, I hold no relation or allegiance to him or his army. My help came from the polar opposite, in fact." Again, no ringing, and Sina seemed to have a new look of fear on her face. "I may have overdone it a bit." "Great, now they must think I'm crazy. You have the favor of a divine." "Which one?" "Actually, no, forget it. Please just forgive us for our rudeness and assuming the worst." She got up and did a full bow, clearly ashamed for what happened. Right, religion was kind of a big deal here, so divine intervention was far from unheard of. Please, Sina-san, calm down. You were just doing your job. I was only really mad over what happened with Kazuma-kun. Anyway, if you don't mind, I would like to speak to the governor that authorized this investigation. Blaming them would solve nothing. Sure, they were a little rude, but the order came from higher up. It was useless to blame the enforcers when the legislator was the real cause. While it is true that I had no intention of bringing him or his property harm, I still owe the man an apology for ordering the teleportation in the first place. They agreed to it readily. Izuku didn't have to wait long, since most higher-level nobles had archwizards on retainer for transportation. The perks of being rich, I guess. So you're the lowly adventurer that dared to destroy my manor. I assume that you brought me here to deal out his punishment myself. A morbidly obese, arrogant blonde waddled in a few moments later. Why is it always the blonde ones? Izuku thought to himself. Izuku-san has actually been proven innocent of any treasonous involvement. However, he has admitted to being the one to order the coronanite to be teleported. Thus, the crime has turned from a criminal case into a civil one. As such, Lord Alderp has been brought in to make his demand for compensation. Sina gave the man the gist of the situation. He seemed annoyed before returning his gaze to Izuku. Intent is meaningless. He destroyed the home of his city's lord. As such, he should be killed for committing treason, intentional or not, the man said imperiously. The two officers couldn't talk back to him due to his status. Izuku wasn't so limited. So just because you had your property destroyed in a freak accident, you plan on sentencing me to death? I was planning on apologizing for that particular case of bad luck, but after seeing your attitude, I won't even bother. Izuku looked back towards Sina and the male worker that he never got the name of. Then an idea came to his mind. These pompous nobles were almost universally corrupt, right? And he had a magical lie detector right in the same room. Izuku smirked evilly and went to speak again. Since we're here, we might as well use the tools at our disposal, right? Izuku pointed at the bell, making sure that only the two workers could see him doing so. Lord Alderp, was it? The report given to me said that your mansion was completely destroyed by the blast, yet nobody was killed. How was that exactly? I was in the underground cellar at the time, as well as the rest of my staff. The bell remained silent. Though his answer alone was suspicious, what could he and his entire staff be doing in the cellar at the same time? Oh, and why were you all down there at the same time? And how deep and large did this cellar have to be in order to house so many people at once? Izuku asked. It would need to be a significant space, to say the least, more than what would be needed for even the largest of wine cellars. We were preparing wine for an upcoming party. Ding, what was that noise? He asked, not knowing what the bell was or what it did. He did lie, however, and for no discernible reason. Time for a hard and fast question. The trick to the bell is to remain silent. If Izuku surprised him, he might give himself away. Are you in any way connected to demons? The fat noble stopped for a moment before turning purple and yelling back at the top of his lungs. Of course not, you impudent, inconsequential stain. Ding, thought him, I didn't expect it to be that bad. I expected corruption, sure, maybe a bit of fraud and money laundering here and there, but outright demonic pacts. I may have just struck gold. Izuku smirked while looking back towards Sina, who was shocked at what the Green Baron had just pulled off. Alderp wizened up to what was going on and started to make a break for it, but Izuku caught up to him easily and placed him in a hold. Maxwe go. Before he could call out that name, Izuku shut his jaw shut. Demons could be summoned by invoking their true name, and Izuku wasn't about to let that happen. 1 hour later, after an intense interrogation, Baron Izuku-sama, on behalf of the Kingdom of Belzerk, I thank you from the bottom of my heart for uncovering that corrupt noble's dark dealings. You have done a service for this kingdom, and as such should be compensated accordingly. Izuku knew that this was just a formality, but Senna could do this without bowing so deeply, it was a little embarrassing. Please bring your party, along with any major members that were responsible for the defeat of the destroyer, to the royal capital for the sake of direct compensation from King Belzerg himself. Teleportation scrolls, as well as fully paid room and board, will be provided for during your stay at the capital. She finished listing off all of her official business. Thank you for putting up with that, Izuku-kun. I know you dislike formalities, but it was necessary for what you have accomplished. Izuku just nodded and said that it was fine. By the time we finished with their business, it was already noon. Assuming that they were both hungry after such an eventful morning, Izuku invited Sina to eat with the party since she was going to be their guide while they were in the capital, which she accepted happily. She also wanted to apologize to Kazuma for the inconvenience, and to praise him for protecting Izuku. Guild Hall, minutes later. Izuku-kun, you're back. Aqua screamed and glomped Izuku the moment he entered the building. The rest of the party followed suit and asked their leader what happened. Kazuma was glaring at Sina the whole time. In fact, a good portion of the guild was giving her the cold shoulder, at least until Izuku told them to calm down and tried his best to explain what had happened. By the end of it, Sina all but collapsed on her knees and begged Kazuma to forgive her rash judgments. And Kazuma, being the socially awkward and introverted person with a weakness for beautiful women that he was, accepted the apology, which seemed to get the rest of the guild off her back. Izuku then told his party that Sina was going to be joining us for lunch, along with the news that she would be their guide while they stayed in the capital city. Aqua, bless her soul, accepted it without complaint and warmly welcomed Sina into the group. Megumin and Yunyun had no personal grudges with Sina, so they treated her well enough. Eris and Darkness took a bit of convincing, but they warmed up to her in the end, knowing that she was only doing her job. So, Izuku-kun, do I have to worry about another girl, or is this one just sampling? Eris teased her boyfriend along with Sina, who blushed crimson at the remark. Eris-chan, please behave. Sina-san has been through enough today. Plus, I'm still having a hard time figuring out what we are supposed to be, let alone what others would be like. Izuku admonished Eris. There was a time and place for things like that. So you're a polygamist. I can't say I'm surprised. A hero of your caliber, and a noble to boot. Anyone would be lucky to be with you, she said while blushing. Although Izuku could have sworn that she looked at Kazuma for a moment there before quickly returning to her food. For my own sanity, I'm going to ignore that. Darkness-chan, now that the old lord is being arrested, who is the new owner of the city? Izuku asked the resident noble lady. She blushed a bit at the attention and at the reminder of her noble heritage, but answered anyway. Well, the former Lord Alderp was legally under my family's jurisdiction. However, his political power rivaled our own, most likely due to that demon he contracted. She said in a slightly bitter tone. That lord must have been a pain for her family too. The land itself belonged to the Dustiness House, however. It was given to the kingdom as a sign of fealty, and Alderp was the reigning noble in charge of collecting taxes. Now that he's gone, the House of Dustiness and the royal family will decide how the land will be redistributed. She finished her explanation. That's something to think on later. But for now, I'm just too tired. I should really just rest for a bit more. Izuku, though, before thanking Darkness for explaining things before finishing his lunch, after which Sina addressed the party at large. Are you all prepared to travel to the capital? I was ordered to bring everyone that had major involvement with defeating the destroyer. I know your party did most of the work, but is there anyone else? Right, Sina was never introduced to Wiz. Yes, though she may not want to go. She is a rather private person and is easily intimidated. Plus, the capital might have anti-undead qualities to it, not even mentioning how protected the king must be. I'll ask her later, but for now my party and I should prepare our things. Feel free to come over for dinner tonight. You too, Luna-chan. I call out to everyone's favorite waitress, she replied with a thumbs up. From there, the party went home for a well-deserved rest. They were going to need it for the days to come. Little did Izuku know that his life was about to reach a new level of complicated. Today, Izuku was meeting a king. No pressure, right? He thought to himself as he straightened out his tie. Yes, you read that right. I made a suit for this. Izuku was currently wearing a three-piece green suit with a black undershirt and a red tie. He pulled out all the stops with this one. Back in Japan, this would be worth a few 100,000 yen, easily. He even managed to recreate some of his world's colognes, though he started regretting that last one when he noticed that perfume wasn't really a thing in this world. Oh well, I already stand out as is, might as well go full throttle. All in all, Izuku looked like a nerd shamed into a high-class outfit, completely out of place. For the last time, Izuku-kun, you look fine. How? That outfit is probably worth more than most nobles' whole wardrobes with how well you made it. Eris' voice shouted Izuku out of his nervous muttering. She didn't bother changing. Her godly robes were already, well, divine. Not much could compete with that. Same with Aqua. Izuku made Kazuma a traditional green kimono with bamboo patterns and a black obi. He wanted to introduce some of our Japanese culture to this world. Izuku did it happily, though to be honest, it was mostly to take some of the attention away from himself. Darkness was wearing her regular formal wear that she wore after the incident. Moving on, Megumin and Yun liked the idea of wearing kimonos and went for a red and black mix with flame patterns. Quite frankly, they looked adorable. Sina was in her basic uniform. She just might have an unlimited amount of copies somewhere. Sadly, Wiz chose not to come with them. However, Kazuma decided to make it up to her by putting in a good word for her shop. She seemed beyond happy with that and wished the party good luck. "Are you all ready?" Sina asked as the party finished collecting the things they were taking with them. Along with the suit, Izuku also had another copy of the full set underneath. With my luck, they might ask me to provide an exhibition or something. He also brought along his notebooks and a few writing utensils just in case. "Yes, thanks again for being our guide, Sina-san. It's nice to have someone you know for these kinds of things." Izuku responded with a shallow bow. Sena smiled and nodded, then proceeded to unwrap a scroll that she was holding. Mass teleportation allowed multiple people in a 3-meter radius to travel long distances. I really should update my adventurer card. Last time I checked it, I was only level 10. Since then, I defeated a demon general and a natural disaster class enemy. Izuku had some thinking to do later. Maybe Megumin could help him decide. Never mind. Izuku blinked once, and when he opened his eyes again, they had already arrived. In the throne room, with the king sitting right there. While Izuku's brain was rebooting, King Belzerg stood up from his seat and addressed them. "So these are the adventurers that lead the charge against the demon general Beldia. And this young man in the stylish green clothing, he destroyed the mobile fortress. Reboot complete." Man, this guy was intimidating. He had a strong aura too. "Get your ass in gear, Deku. You can't mess this up." "Yes, sir." Our party dealt with Beldia along with the help of the other guild members. We were also the ones to fight the destroyer. I just happened to finish it off is all. Izuku said the last part sheepishly. Really, it might have been his plan, but it was Aqua, Megumin, and Wiz that pulled it off. A modest 1A. Sina told me about that. But to think that you would downplay such an important achievement. Frankly, it's a breath of fresh air compared to the usual braggart nobles and hero candidates that enter my throne room, he said with a small smirk. But you're also a brave one. Most would be bowing at my presence. Even those friends of yours are shaking at the knees, yet you appear unfazed. Why is that? Izuku's eyes widened at that, and he looked back at his friends. They were indeed shaking slightly. Only Eris and Aqua appeared unfazed. Megumin and Yun were acting as if they were staring at the destroyer again. Darkness dealt with it a bit better. Being a noble probably meant she was at least a little used to his presence. Kazuma was also surprisingly calm, if a bit nervous with how his jaw was clenched. I noticed your aura too, sir. It's just, I've felt stronger. Izuku answered honestly. All Might's presence was hard to beat. Stain wasn't too far behind in terms of raw aura either. The king's eyes widened a bit before he sat back down. Is that so? Might I ask who else would have a presence similar to mine? The king questioned curiously. It wasn't often that he heard of anyone that could be stronger than him. Izuku's face brightened a bit at that. My former teacher, All Might. He was the strongest man I've ever met. But his conviction and ideals were even stronger than his fists, Izuku said with a smile in memory of my master. Total respect in his voice. All Might. That sounds more like a title than a name. But if you say that he is stronger than me, then that title might be accurate. Not many can catch up to Belzerg royalty after all. King Belzerg said with clear pride in his own voice. So the whole family is this unnaturally strong. I guess it makes sense. They would have access to the greatest resources that this world has to offer. And since X can be earned by eating high-quality food, he was probably a higher level than Izuku was. I highly doubt that. A young, high-pitched voice came from behind the party, who all looked back to see an adorable little girl, probably a little younger than Megumin. She had blonde hair, blue eyes, and a sword strapped to her side. A clearly magical sword too. Even while it was sheathed, Izuku could feel the magic radiating off of it. It reminded him of Graham in a way, but more refined. That must be the princess. And she's also pretty strong judging from that aura, Izuku thought as Iris walked up to them. Oh yeah, and who are you, little girl? What do you know about Izuku Nyai? Kazuma went to defend his brother, much to Izuku's panic. The girl scoffed and blew him off. And why should I listen to a man in a dress? At least that sub-plan worked like a charm. It's a kimono, the formal wear of my homeland. Kazuma tried to defend his style, but the princess just pointed towards Megumin and Yun to prove her point. She then walked up to Izuku and started poking his face. Excuse me. Why are you poking me, princess? Izuku asked politely. Her father coughed into his hands a bit, and she adopted a sheepish look, realizing how rude she was being, though she was a bit too prideful to admit it. I was checking out what made you so special. Honestly, I'm not impressed. What level are you anyway? She asked, half in curiosity. and half in disbelief of Izuku's ability. She was thrown for a loop, however, when instead of bragging as usual, Izuku had honestly no idea. I honestly don't know. The last time I checked was a few months ago. King Belzerg nodded and then clapped his hands. A group of servants entered the room carrying a larger version of the crystal used at the Guildhall, one that was easily triple the size of the standard one. And those runes. This was some high-level stuff right here. Go ahead, young man. I'm rather curious about it myself. The rest of your party should do so as well. Consider it a token of our gratitude for your services to the kingdom. If it helps, my darling Iris here is level 45. I myself am level 78. Holy crap, she has a higher level than Mitsurugi. And the king. He dwarfs anyone I've ever met before. Kazuma smirked and places his hand on the orb first. A bright green light erupted from the orb and a dark silver card was created. The card read as follows. Kazuma Sadu. Class, Adventurer. Level, 39. Strength, 65. Vitality, 80. Intelligence, 124. Wisdom, 98. Dexterity, 180. Luck, 810. Not bad. Your brother is on the same level as the highest-ranked Imperial Knights. Not many can achieve that level of power, especially with such a weak starting class. Kazuma beamed from the praise. Having his ego stroked by such an important person must have felt great for him. Iris looked a bit surprised by the high level, but she still dismissed it in the end. If such a great adventurer had a lower level than a 13-year-old, then they couldn't be that impressive, right? Eris went next. Her light was a brighter silver compared to Kazuma's. Her card was also different, being a shinier silver compared to Kazuma's darker color. Her stats read as such. Eris Vil Midoriya Nani. Class, Thief. Level, 42. Strength, 80. Vitality, 70. Intelligence, 80. Wisdom, 60. Dexterity, 150. Luck, Error. Another strong level. And a thief this time. Interesting. With that luck, you managed to break the system. Only those blessed by the divine could pull that off. King Belzerg was truly shocked by that one. The only person that came close would be the other reincarnates who chose a stat boost as a gift. Not that he knew this, of course. Again, Iris looked at the silver-haired beauty in curiosity. She must have internally apologized to her if the embarrassed blush was anything to go by. Still, Iris still wasn't completely sold on this party since neither of the two beat her out in terms of level. Izuku, on the other hand, was more focused on the beginning of the card. Iris-chan. Why is my last name on there? This goddess, always teasing him, playing with his heart. She giggled into her sleeve and answered, "What do you mean, Izuku-kun? I am yours after all." King Belzerg burst out laughing at this, which scared Izuku a bit. He waved them off though, signaling the next person to go. Seeing this as a chance to show off, Megumin rushed in right after. Her light and card were matching shades of crimson. The card itself read, Megumin. Class, Archwizard. Level, 60. Strength, 30. Vitality, 40. Intelligence, 300. Wisdom, 60. Dexterity, 40. Luck, 40. Oh my, that certainly blows most people out of the water. The level alone is in the same league as my son. Her intelligence is also rather high. And if our information is correct, you also know how to cast the explosion spell with great proficiency. Quite impressive. The king complimenting. Iris once again lost her composure and blushed out of embarrassment. Yun went next. Her card looked very similar to Megumin's but was a darker shade of red. Sadly, her level and statistics were significantly lower since she didn't really do much in the destroyer fight or the fight against Verdi. Yun. Class, Archwizard. Level 30. Strength, 30. Vitality, 40. Intelligence, 270. Wisdom, 90. Dexterity, 55. Luck, 30. This one is a bit more average. Still, an Archwizard of the 30th level is something to be proud of. These stats are also typical of a high-class adventurer. The king said kindly. Yun still looked a bit put out for being the weakest statistically speaking, but she bounced back quickly. Not much can keep her down, I guess, Izuku thought to himself with a smile. Aqua was next. She confidently walked up to Orb and it flashed blue this time. A sapphire card was created and it read, Aqua. Class, Archpriest. Level, 50. Strength, 92. Vitality, 80. Intelligence, 10. Wisdom, 54. Dexterity, 74. Luck, 1. A healer with a level of 50. How? Even our greatest healers aren't near that. You would have to provide near-life restoring healing on a daily basis to even come close. Aqua snuck a quick look at Izuku, which thankfully went unnoticed by the others. The green mage himself just kept his face blank. My powers are volatile, okay. It's not my fault transmute blew up in my face more often than not at first. Izuku mentally defended himself, and in his defense, magical healing had no downsides, unlike quirk-based healing. Darkness was second to last. This time the orb flashed yellow and a gold card was created. The card read, Valentina Dustina's Ford. Class, Crusader. Level, 38. Strength, 200. Vitality, Intelligence, 50. Wisdom, 30. Dexterity, 30. Luck, 300. another fairly high level, as expected from a dustiness Ford. Her vitality is off the charts. Literally. That's quite impressive, and that luck stat is nothing to scoff at either. This party is certainly worthy of its reputation. But now it's time for the leader to step to the plate, the king said while switching his gaze to Izuku. Izuku gulped before activating one for all at 80%, his current maximum with the full set. Any higher and he would start getting fractures or straight-up broken bones. Laying his arm over the orb before a blinding light erupted. Soon after, a loud boom was heard and the sound of shattering glass came right after. The orb had exploded, but not before it created a pure, crystal-clear adventurer's card. I am so sorry, sir. I don't know why that. Izuku started to apologize, but the king laughed him off. Don't worry, young man. While this is certainly a first, that orb wasn't that valuable. It was only worth about 1 billion eris, give or take, so it's fine. The king waved off the destroyed property like it was nothing, which was fair enough. He was a king after all. Slap, oh god, it's Yaoyorozu-sen all over again. And instead of a bubbly attitude, his rugged aura stops me from complaining. Izuku finally picked up the card and read it, with a hint of confusion in his voice. Izuku Midoriya. Class, Archwizard. Level, 69. Strength, Vitality, Intelligence, 350. Wisdom, 40. Dexterity, Error. Luck, 850. Well, this certainly explains why it reacted so violently. All of your stats barring Wisdom are at the elite level, and all of the physical ones are off the charts. Your dexterity is even unquantifiable. And that level, at your age I wasn't even halfway there. You certainly are something special, young man. He ended his assessment with a hearty clap, and to Izuku's surprise, Iris started clapping too. She was thoroughly impressed by this adventuring party. That's nice, maybe now she'll be a bit nicer to us, Izuku thought to himself, blushing a bit from all the attention. Now that pleasantries are out of the way, I would like to begin discussions on your reward for both eliminating the destroyer and for uncovering such a treacherous noble that was hidden under my nose for so long. The king returned to his serious persona as the party straightened their backs. Now that the former Lord Alderp has been arrested and stripped of his titles, a new lord needs to take over the duty of governing Axel. Normally this honor would go to House Dustiness, but seeing as it was a young, up-and-coming noble and the hero who uncovered his plot, it seems only fair that you should be given a chance at the title as well, he announced with a bit of pizzazz at the end. Izuku thought. Izuku said, mind and body working in tandem to show just how flip-flopped his life has become since coming to this world. Why do you act so surprised? Think of it as a spoil of war. You took down a corrupt noble, and now you can take their place by rights of conquest. If you were just a regular adventurer, I could understand your reluctance, but you're already a noble. King Belzer gasped in curiosity. Most people would jump at the chance of receiving that kind of authority. To be completely honest with you, I became a noble by complete accident, Izuku admitted, rubbing the back of his head at the resulting awkward silence. Nani? For the first time since coming here, the king looked genuinely shocked. His jaw visibly opened and his eyes wide. Izuku went on to explain the circumstances behind how he became a noble. By the end of it, both the king and his daughter were trying to hold in their laughter, the younger of which was failing miserably. Ha ha ha. Oh, gods above, that was a good one. I have half a mind to drop everything and make you my personal jester with stories like that. Seeing Princess Iris laughing at me was even worse. She had the Ajusama laugh and everything. Eris is never gonna let me live this down. Well, since you explained it so well, I must agree you are too inexperienced for such a responsibility. For that reason, I shall delegate power to the rest of your party. Lady Dustiness Ford shall become the acting lord of Axel, as is her birthright. However, she too is inexperienced. Rubbing his chin in contemplation, he addresses the party again. Tell me, does anyone in your party have experience in business, diplomacy, or even basic things such as mathematics and writing? He asked them. Izuku nudged Kazuma and mouthed the word shop to him. Ah, yes, I Sadu Kazuma along with a fellow adventurer who could not come today, Wiz, own a magic shop in Axel. Wiz is the real owner, but her business sense is terrible, so I help out when I can. Since then the shop's profits have increased by 1,000%. Not surprising when you realize that the shop was in the red for the most part, and with Aqua helping out, their marketing alone brought in a veritable tsunami of new business. Impressive. Then you, Sadu Kazuma, shall be the new treasurer for the city of Axel. You shall work directly under Lady Dustiness Ford and deal with any financial issues that may arise. Kazuma looked ecstatic. He always did say that he wanted a cushy position in high society. At least he did after he realized just how tiring actual hero work really was. Eris was the next to speak up. Aqua-chan and I can look after the city's religious needs. We are both quite high-ranking members of our respective cults. The king smirked at this and dropped a major bombshell on the party. Though I'm sure you are, Eris-sama, Aqua-sama. Silence. Nobody dared to say anything. If you're wondering how I found out, Izuku-san here reverts to calling you Eris when he gets lost in the moment. Shit. And the name Aqua, along with the blue hair, blue eyes, and obvious divine artifact was a dead giveaway. That Hagoromo was suspiciously shiny. Upon realizing this, Izuku was just surprised that they kept up the secret for so long. Besides, you two aren't the first, nor the last goddesses to visit our world. I have it under good authority that the goddess Walbach has also descended. For what reason? I don't know yet. Logging that away for later. Possible future divine intervention was always important to note down. Diplomatic relations should be handled by a member of nobility with a good deal of experience. Therefore, Lady Dustiness will take over that side of things. Although seeing as it's the town of beginnings for most, I doubt any heavy-duty negotiations will take place there, so it will give you time to adjust. Darkness nodded. That seemed fair. She would need to take over her father's duties eventually. This would help her practice. As for Izuku-san, please give me a list of talents that you feel may be relevant for a position in government. Don't leave anything out. Think of this as a surprise interview, he said jovially, putting the green hero on the spot. Great, I do best under pressure. Not, Izuku thought with a bit of panic before just barely composing himself. Well, I know how to read and write. Pretty basic but important. I can do high-level mathematics easily enough. I have experience dealing with money since Kazuma-kun, and I usually divvy up the rewards from quests as well as plan large group purchases. Like the mansion. Chuckle sigh, never living it down. Obviously, I'm proficient in combat. And Kazuma-kun can attest to my teaching skills, so I could train up the local militia if the situation called for it. I can also transform and manipulate any substance into any other substance by touching it. This process also works in reverse, so I can convert physical matter into pure mana through touch. That last one might have been a bit much. Stunned silence. Okay, if I didn't know you better, I could have sworn that you were bragging halfway through. That's quite the list of skills. I got it. You, Izuku Midoriya, shall be the chief advisor to the other members of Lady Dustiness' staff. When the time comes, I shall leave the city in your hands. But for now, use this job as a way to gain experience until you're ready. And just like that, our party became the new rulers of Axel City. I don't know whether my mom would be proud or disappointed at this point. Unconscious. Let's stick with unconscious, Izuku thought as they left the throne room, the whole party letting out a deep sigh of relief before freaking out completely and coming to Izuku for answers. I need a vacation, Izuku thought, seconds after getting his first job. Izuku, Nai, what are we gonna do? I talked a big game, but I never expected this to happen, Kazuma said while shaking my shoulders. He dug himself into this mess. All I can really do to help him is to give him advice. Listen, everyone, I know that we've been given some great responsibilities, but I believe that we can pull through. Each of you has amazing talent that can be used to help Axel flourish, and I'll be there along with you all. I promise that no matter what, I'll never abandon this team. Who's with me? With a show of hands, the whole party agreed to try their best at the very least. Megumin and Yun got off lucky. All they had to do was help me if I ever decided to teach the city's militia magic. Well, there was another complication that Izuku failed to mention. Izuku-kun, are we ready to leave? Came the voice of the party's new royal party member. By some black magic that they failed to understand, Iris decided that joining us would be for the best. She called it helping out the promising new noble get used to his job, and King Belzerg bought it like it was on sale. The worst part is that she's really clingy to Izuku, specifically, for whatever reason. Hopefully, her father won't kill him too painfully for this. Izuku could only hope, although he did seem happy to let her come with them for some reason. I feel like I'm missing something here, Izuku thought to himself, already used to the feeling of being ignorant to important information relating to him. Izuku-san, our mass teleportation scroll has arrived. Do you have everything? Sina asked as Izuku grabbed their reward chest. The burden of carrying it fell to him for obvious reasons. Not because of the whole leader carries the burden shtick or anything. He was simply the only one strong enough to lift the damn thing since it was filled to the brim with platinum coins. Yeah, each one of those suckers was worth 100,000 Eris. With a full chest of these things, our party earned a total of 3 billion Eris in reward money. Apparently, Alderp was worth a considerable amount of money. Corrupt nobles are dangerous. Corrupt nobles with devils in their pockets even more so. And corrupt nobles with devils in their pockets who went unnoticed for several decades. Terrifying. That, along with a nice 3 billion reward for taking down the destroyer, added up to the absurd sum. Who would have thought that a city-destroying superweapon would have such a high bounty? Back in my world, the pros would just get some free food for a week after taking one of those down. I guess this world has its perks. The total would have been 4 billion, but I decided to pay for the magical orb that we broke. It would only be right. Now that I think about it, your Raka-sen would have loved it here. Money is fairly easy to come by. The food is diverse and fairly cheap. And there's no light pollution either, so the stars are out in full force. Izuku felt a breath on his ear as Eris whispered to him, "Are you thinking of other girls when you have me right here?" That made Izuku jump out of his skin right as they teleported. and with his current use of OFA to lift the chest of platinum, it sent him all the way up to hit his head on the ceiling of the guild hall. Maitai. Izuku reverted back to Japanese in pain, causing Iris to turn to him in surprise. You know the royal language. Royal language. The what now? Izuku asked, though he had a fair idea of what was happening. Iris looks at him in suspicion. The royal language, known only to my family. It was given through us by a legendary hero that joined the family centuries ago. Nobody else should know how to speak it, she said in slightly broken Japanese. Izuku's eyes widened as he returned the favor, though with perfect Japanese befitting a native speaker. Why yes, this language is actually my native one. Kazuma-kun, Eris-chan, and Aqua-chan can speak it too. Izuku explained. He could have guessed that much. With how long this war was going and how powerful both the royals and their weaponry was, it was no surprise that they acquired something else from the other reincarnates throughout the centuries. Iris' eyes widened even further. Native. A goddess knowing the language I could understand, but two native speakers. So the royal family didn't know the true origin of the language. Oh well, if Iris was going to be part of the party, they might as well tell her. I can explain that later. Most of my party already knows about the circumstances, so it would only be fair if we told you too. She squealed in excitement from this, finding out hidden secrets behind one of her family's longest-standing traditions. Count her in. I Izuku-sama, is she who I think she is? A shy voice came from our left. Izuku's stomach dropped at that. Right, I just brought the royal princess into a rookie town's guild hall without any warning. Crap. Izuku turned and noticed the odd looks from the other guild members. They then started to bow to Iris one after the other. That's enough now. While I'm here, there will be no need for such formalities. From this day forward, I am just another member of Izuku-kun's party. I decided to join in order to help him with his new duties. It's a pleasure to meet everyone, she said with a curtsy. The adventurers erupted in cheers while screaming. Our princess is so modest, as well as Izuku-sama strikes again. The mentioned mage ignored that last one, for the sake of his own sanity. What new duties, Iris-sama? Luna said, unintentionally making Izuku's situation worse, though some would say it was better to just rip the band-aid off all at once. My father decided to reward his party for the arrest of the corrupt former lord of this town. Iris went on to describe each of their jobs. Needless to say, the others looked towards Kazuma with a bit more apprehension now. Well, he is the new tax collector. I am so sorry, Kazuma. Izuku internally apologized for Kazuma's inevitable infamy. While I would love to catch up and chat with all of you, we still have business with Wiz-chan, who wasn't able to join us. Once we deliver her share of the reward, we'll come back for dinner, Izuku told them as he and his party walked towards the exit. They were kind enough to give them a wide berth at least. When the party reached the shop, they were given a warm greeting from the local friendly lick. Though she was understandably shocked by Iris' presence, she got through it quickly enough. I guess after meeting multiple otherworldly beings, including two goddesses, a princess isn't too strange. Anyway, here's your share of the reward, Wiz-chan. Izuku handed her a bag full of platinum and gold coins. 625 million Eris in total. Don't spend it all in one place, Izuku said with a smile, not noticing Wiz's shocked expression until she burst out in a confused panic. But I barely did anything. Why am I getting such a large share? The whole party smiled at her. Wiz was just too modest sometimes. Don't sell yourself short, Wiz-chan. You were the one that teleported the coronetite away, which, as luck would have it, got us a good chunk of our reward money. Plus you saved my life after I broke every bone in my body. Honestly, I should be giving you even more than this. Her eyes widened and she shouted no, stopping Izuku before he could continue. This is already too much. You and Kazuma-kun, and Aqua-sama, and Eris-sama too. You've all helped me so much. For once in my long life, I've finally found success with my shop, and it's all because of you guys. I owe you more than I could possibly repay you. The party was shocked by this, Izuku in particular. I never knew she felt like this. Oh god, she's crying. No. Izuku gave her a tight hug, the rest of the party following suit. Iris decided to stay back, not being overly familiar with the shopkeeper and not wanting to ruin the moment. A warm group hug later and Wiz started to calm down. I think we all agree when I say this, but you are part of this party, whether you adventure with us or not. A clamor of agreements rings out from the others. Even Eris and Aqua managed to look past their natural hatred of the undead enough to accept Wiz as one of their own. If you ever need help, just ask, because this party, it's become my new family, and I take care of my own, Kazuma said with absolute certainty in his voice. Yun got a bit teary-eyed at that but managed to keep it in for now. Would you like to join us for dinner, Wiz-san? We should talk about business, considering that our favorite shop just got some public investors. Izuku invited her over, to which she agreed with a wide smile. The full party then headed back towards the guild hall. Today was a good day, all things considered. Hopefully, they would all be able to meet the king's expectations. Izuku, we have a very serious problem. Kazuma said. His expression was grave after reading several documents, each being magical in its own way. They were the city's tax sheet and the profit sheet. On the former were the various taxes implemented by the former Lord Alder. After skimming it, Izuku could already tell the issue. Completely and utterly corrupt. Nothing else could describe it. Most of these tax laws were so complex that it took several rereads to even begin to understand them. That fat tub of lard was bleeding everyone dry without them knowing. I bet that demon he employed was responsible for writing most of these. Too bad they never caught that one. I see what you mean. We can't let things keep going like this. The other sheet was what sold it. Only 20% of what the people pay actually went back into public services. The rest just lined the governor's pockets. Yeah, and I thought Japan's taxes were utter crap. This just blows everything out of the water. No wonder so many adventurers were living in the damn stables every night. Lucky for them, changing these was easy enough. All they had to do was use a magical cleansing liquid to wash out the ink, then write new taxes or make revisions as they saw fit. Now the only question was, what stayed and what went? We should get rid of most of the minor taxes first. We can rewrite them later as the need arises. As for the ridiculous profits that were earned every year, offering a full refund would be logistically impossible at this point. Instead, we should use it for what it was meant for: funding. With Kazuma in full agreement, the two started to iron out the details. This city could use an agricultural overhaul right about now. We could make simple educational pamphlets and send them out to local farmers for free. That should help boost the economy in general and fill in any gaps that our tax cuts might leave. Izuku started with the bare basics. A society marched on its stomach. After all, we have to provide a secure, self-sufficient, and year-round source of food immediately. Nobody went hungry on his watch. And some better paychecks for the local town guard should also help. Normally, rookie adventurers are hired to fill in for various low-paying jobs to make ends meet. But if we actually give them livable wages, along with the tax cuts, then more people should show up. Unemployment goes down. Production and security skyrocket. Kazuma added, thinking more on the business side of things. He did spend a good portion of his early adventuring days living in abject poverty. This was just his way of fixing that. He really did have a good heart under all of that greed. And those were good points all around. They should talk to Darkness about implementing these right away. Her stamp was law now after all. We should meet with Luna-chan. Most of this city's labor force goes there to find employment, adventure or otherwise. Darkness-chan should be there too. From what Izuku noticed, the place was completely full, day in and day out. Poor Luna seemed to be constantly overworked too. Maybe this would lighten her load. 20 minutes later. Guild Hall. Izuku-kun, Kazuma-kun. Welcome. Luna addressed the two personally with a bow. How may I help you two today? If you're looking for Darkness-chan, she's over there, she said while pointing to the back of the restaurant section. Thank you, Luna-chan, we're looking for her. And as a heads up, we've been looking into the city's finances. Long story short, the former noble in charge of this place horribly mismanaged them. You can expect things to get better before they get worse. Izuku whispered the news to her. She seemed surprised at first but then shook her head. If anyone can do it, it's your party, Izuku-kun. I trust you all much more than that old traitor anyway. Good luck. With that boost to their confidence, the two green adventurers headed towards Darkness, who was looking through her own document. Mostly established treaties and alliances to make sure that she didn't violate any of them unknowingly. Good morning, Darkness-chan. Izuku called out, causing Darkness to jump a bit. Good morning, Izuku-kun, Kazuma-kun. She noticed the documents we were holding. Is there something you need? The two nodded, showing her the documents and explaining what they wanted to do. Her face morphed into a serious look as she mulled over their ideas. I'll agree to it. If what you propose on doing will help this city prosper, then, of course, I will. I just need one of you to write down the specifics on paper. From there I'll see what I can do. After ironing out the details for a few more hours, they ended up with a halfway decent plan. Now all that's left is to find someone that can work as a manager. Yun did say that she was going to be the leader of the Crimson Demon clan eventually. This might be good practice for her. Although her people skills leave something to be desired, Luna should be able to help with that. With his mind made up, Izuku walked up to Luna to make his proposal. Darkness may have approved of the changes, but the Adventurers Guild, and Luna by proxy, also needed to agree to the terms. This was going to be a massive change after all, and the new administration needed all the support they could get. After reading over their plans carefully, she looked ecstatic. Izuku-kun, this is amazing. With these reforms, our monthly income could easily quadruple. And with all of the extra work being taken care of without the need for supervision, I can finally. Her face turned shocked for a moment. She slowly turned her head and looked Izuku straight in the eyes. I can finally take days off every week. Before he knew it, Luna had thrown herself on Izuku and kissed him right on the lips. Izuku was so shocked that he didn't even notice when she let go and went off laughing like a maniac. Wow, didn't expect that one. Good work though, Izuku Niai. That's another conquest under your belt. Kazuma teased him. Izuku was still processing, however, so he didn't react. Oh, for goodness sake, Izuku heard Eris say before he felt himself being lifted up. Yeah, Eris-chan, why? Izuku panicked at the sudden change in altitude. Sina-san asked for you, but you didn't respond when I spoke up, so now we're doing this. Sina, did she need something from him? Wait, first things first. Eris-chan, please let me down. I can walk now. She stopped moving and put him down. Sorry about that, Izuku-kun. Also, please watch what you call me. Although at this point I don't think my identity really matters, she admitted. The higher-ups already know who she was, and the people in this town pretty much worship their party as heroes, so they weren't a problem. Besides, Aqua all but proclaimed her divinity on a daily basis. She doubted that anyone would believe them in the first place. Oh, right, sorry about that. Izuku apologized. As they kept walking towards the exit, he noticed Sina waiting for them. She had a worried look on her face, so Izuku increased his pace. Good morning, Sina-san. Is there something wrong? You look worried. She perked up at his voice and addressed the two. Hello, Izuku-kun. I would like for your party to take a special request from the kingdom, you see. Sina explained how earlier that day a strange type of monster began to infest a place known as Keel's Dungeon. Apparently they were small humanoid chibi monsters that latched onto people and exploded on contact. Oh, okay. I'll go get Darkness-chan, Aqua-chan, and Kazuma-kun then, Izuku said nonchalantly. He would bring Yun-Yun too, but she was helping out Wiz for the day. Something about a magical test dummy. If it's just a large group of weak enemies, then we should be able to handle it ourselves. She looked relieved at this and joined us as we gathered our team. Keel's Dungeon was several hours away, so by the time they got there it was already nightfall. Sina-chan was right. These monsters are strange and identical. Maybe they're summons. Eris seemed to know more than me, since she gasped the moment she saw the little suicide bombers. That mask. It's demonic. The mask of Hell's Duke Vanir. But why is such a high-level devil in a place like this? So they were dealing with a devil, huh? Good thing they brought Aqua. From the mission briefing that the party was given, Keel's Dungeon is fairly easy to navigate, especially with the map they were provided with. As they delved into the dungeon, Izuku couldn't help but feel underwhelmed. The little dolls were very weak. Even their explosions couldn't even scratch Darkness or himself. Hell, he was pretty sure that even Kazuma could survive a direct hit from them with only superficial wounds. Is this what people call being overleveled? Izuku thought as they approached their target. Standing cross-legged at the center of a dead-end corridor was a masked man, playing with some kind of clay. He wore the same mask as the creatures along with a fancy-looking suit. He basically looked the part of the charismatic gentleman demon. So this must be Vanir. Correct. He suddenly called out, startling them. I am Vanir-san, the Duke of Hell, said to be stronger than the Demon King himself. Now, why have you humans come so far to meet me? So he can read minds, most likely limited to a certain range. Correct again. You're a smart one. Since you know my name, I can assume that you knew that I was a demon general, right? That was wrong, so he can only read surface thoughts. Good to know. I see that I've revealed a card from my hand, eh? Clever. Well, if you truly did not know, then let me make this clear. I may be a demon general, but I wish you humans no harm. I merely keep the barrier over his castle powered. A general in name alone, if you will. That was nice and all, but his actions say otherwise. Those dolls pose a danger to any of the adventurers who come close. And as a beginner's dungeon, fatalities were even more likely. Oh, my apologies. I had used these dolls to make sure that this dungeon was empty. It seems that my work has been completed. I truly wished no harm upon the humans. They are my food source after all. Izuku activated one for all the moment he said this. Explain, very carefully. He threatened, hoping that this was a succubus situation. That came out wrong. Vanir stops in his tracks and cleared his throat. Indeed, you see, devils like myself feed off of the negative emotions of mortals. Thus, murdering our food source would be counterproductive. Besides, my tastes are a bit more specific. I prefer the taste of shame above all else, he explained, being completely honest since he had no need to lie. That wasn't that bad actually. Honestly, if he lived in a large city, he would have an all-you-can-eat buffet on a daily basis, especially with the succubi around. But why was he clearing out a dungeon of all things? That's an interesting story, you see. He began monologuing about his master plan. It feels like I'm home again, Izuku thought, relaxing a bit to hear the villain's maniacal speech. Essentially, the Demon King asked him to investigate what happened to Verdia. Surprisingly, he mentioned Wiz during his rant. Not explicitly, of course, but not many people could be called a knuckle-headed shopkeeper who lost more money the harder she tried. Izuku got off topic. Vanir proceeded to explain his elaborate suicide plan that he came up with after he arrived, which basically boiled down to create a large, barely passable but not lethal dungeon. Have some competent adventurers storm the dungeon, barely surviving while being trolled by gimmicks the entire way until they reach the final room. show himself and battle the adventurers to the death and finally troll them a final time by having a large chest behind him that only contained a note saying you lose inside. All in all, it was the most evil thing that I've ever heard. Why, you marvelously evil bastard. If you weren't our enemy, I would be praising you, Kazuma said with no shame whatsoever. He's gotten a lot more confident since he came back from the capital. Darkness looked scandalized by his comment while Eris just looked resigned with her friend's attitude. Eris, oh my, I hadn't noticed at first, she hides it well, but your mind is an open book, young hero. I must say I'm surprised to see a goddess walking among us. Make that too. Those blue eyes, that blue hair, and that similar aura, you must be Aqua. Damn it. Finally, some regret, a hint of shame and self-loathing. It tastes delicious coming from such a pure soul. Izuku's sweat dropped at this. At least Banner was honest. If I may ask, why do you want to kill yourself? Izuku asked in curiosity. Why would an immortal want to end it all? Oh, that's a bit of a misnomer, I admit. You see, my physical body resides in hell. If my current body were to die, I would simply be reborn with a new one. I simply wish to use this first life to cause as much suffering and shame as possible. Banner answered jubilantly, no shame in his voice. Too honest. Well, if he wants to die in an epic battle anyway, might as well give him his wish. Before Izuku could launch himself at their demonic host, Kazuma spoke up with a sudden energy. If it's shameful suffering that you want, then I have the perfect job for you. Izuku was just gonna let this happen. Kazuma hadn't messed things up too badly before. Now follow me on this one. Would you like to become a bureaucrat? Silence prevailed as the ridiculousness of the question sunk in. Kazuma, you idiotic genius. Banner started laughing uncontrollably. He even started contort his body into odd angles from his laughing fits, until out of nowhere he stopped dead and stared directly at Kazuma. I'm listening. Well, that was easy. Kazuma went on to explain how we were the newest rulers of the local city, and that we needed someone who could follow the laws to the letter while taking care of the paperwork involved with governing. You wish to give me a position where I can legally cause people suffering through their own mistakes. How perfect. I accept. Is this guy mentally unstable? He keeps changing his tone at random points. Or is this just his shtick? Oh, that's just how I like to add flair to my conversations. Don't mind me. Izuku really needed a vacation. And with their newest employee, he could probably afford to take some time off. Maybe Kazuma's idea had some merit after all. Konosuba. So, Axel's new governor now had a demon under his employment. How ironic. And the enemy army itself had a total of 2 demon generals out of commission. Beldia was obvious. Being melted him into oblivion and all. Banner decided to stop powering the Demon King's barrier ever since he accepted our offer of employment, which served as enough evidence for the government to confirm the kill. 500 million more Eris for that one. It could have been 3 generals, however. You managed to convince Banner Sen to join you. Liz yelled out of sheer shock from what her friends told her. Yup. Who knew all you had to do to defeat a demon general was to talk him down? Kazuma said with a thumbs up. Getting him there wasn't even that difficult. All they needed to do was take his mask and sneak it past the guards. Amazing. You guys are truly amazing. Now there are only 5 demon generals left. Not counting myself, of course. Izuku had told her that they figured out her identity when they first brought Vanir to her shop. At first she was scared, but the party managed to calm her down, saying that since she hadn't brought them harm in any way, they would hear her out. She explained that she, like Vanir, was a general in name only. She kept up the barrier over his castle by force, but otherwise she was free to live her life. Okay then, keep that up. If you stopped now, it would only look suspicious anyway. With Aqua-chan in our party along with her high level, we should be able to destroy the barrier soon anyway. Izuku decided. Wiz looked relieved, happy that she could continue to live the life that she loved so much. Since we're on that topic, would you mind telling us anything you two might know about the other generals? Any information might help us tremendously. Izuku asked. Unfortunately, they didn't get much. Most of the generals had loose relationships at best, especially Wiz. She only knew about Belita, Vanir, and the Demon King's daughter, who was also a general. Vanir was a bit more informative though. There are 2 others that I am aware of. The first is a poison slime by the name of Hands. He is particularly dangerous due to his physiology. As for his appearance, he is rather average. Brown hair, brown eyes, and he usually wears a gold-beaded necklace with a large ruby in the center. He also prefers sleeveless shirts and has a small beard. However, he can change his appearance at will. This is just his default one that he uses most often. That was more than any of them expected. Hiring Vanir was already paying in dividends. Why, thank you, boss. Now for the second general. She is more mysterious. I know not her name, only her appearance. She has bright red hair, yellow eyes, and an ovular mark on her forehead. She also had elvish ears, although I doubt she was one. However, her most striking features are the horns that protrude upwards from her head. That was even better. With an appearance that unique, it shouldn't be too difficult to recognize her. She also had breasts that could rival the idiotic shopkeeper over there. He pointed at Wiz, who sputtered in indignation. I didn't need to know that. I know that's why I said it. Ha ha ha. Right, devil. Thank you for the information, Vanner-san, Wiz-chan. If anything comes up, I'll make sure to contact you too. Oh, and Wiz-chan, please tell Vanner-san about Kazuma-kun's business ideas. I'm sure he will love them, Izuku said before walking out before Vanner had a chance to read his mind. It felt good to pull one over on the guy. Sigh, I should ask Aqua if she knows any good vacation spots. She seemed like the kind of person that would look into those sorts of things. Izuku muttered, tired from his several days of back-to-back work and stress. Maybe I can even invite Luna-chan too. She could use the break. Green Team Mansion. Okay, so let me get this straight. Izuku has been saying that a lot recently, hasn't he? What has his life become? You own a city. Aqua nodded, and then elaborated at Izuku's request. Well, my cute worshippers own a city, and I own them, so yes, I own a city in a way. Honestly, this didn't even scratch Izuku's top 10 in terms of weirdness, so he just went with it. And this city is a major tourist spot because of its hot springs. Aqua nodded again, still having that happy-go-lucky smile on her face. She may be a pain sometimes, but Izuku was genuinely glad that he met the goofy ball of energy. Thank you, Aqua-chan. I guess we have a vacation spot now. Her grin grew much wider. Looks like she was all for the idea. Yup, I'll go find Darkness-chan, Megumin-chan, and Yun-Yun-chan. Good. Kazuma and Eris were already packing, so Izuku would go pick up Luna and Wiz later. They deserved a break too. But before that, it was his turn to prepare. Freshly made bathrobes for everyone, towels, emergency money, a few magic scrolls that he picked up from various magic shops, and finally some emergency food, just in case the trip took longer than expected. With the packing finished, Izuku headed over to the guild hall again to tell Luna the good news. Guild hall, but Izuku-kun. Who will fill in for me? A fair question, but Izuku had already prepared for that. He called over another waitress and showed her a bag full of gold. The poor waitress' eyes opened so wide that they nearly burst out of their sockets. This bag is filled with about 5 million Eris worth of gold coins. It's yours if you fill in for Luna-chan here for the next week, along with 5 million more when we return, Izuku said casually as the younger waitress started foaming at the mouth before accepting frantically. Problem solved. And before you even say anything, I'm doing this because you deserve it. So there's no need to pay us back. You already help us on a daily basis. This is us paying you back. Tears start to form around Luna's eyes before she gave Izuku a quick kiss before running off to pack up for the trip. Izuku only rebooted about a minute later, a goofy smile on his face the whole time. Next up, Wiz's shop. Opening the door, Izuku saw something that he wasn't expecting in the slightest. Vanny-san. Why is Wiz-chan on the ground, unconscious and burned? Izuku asked in a sharp tone, waiting for an explanation. Well, you see. Okay, so just Wiz things. We really should stop her from making any executive decisions for her shop. She may be the owner, but Kazuma, Aqua, and now Vanir took care of the real legwork. I'll let this slide then, though please limit your use of corporal punishment in the future. I'll be taking her off your hands now. We've made plans to visit Alkenresha for vacation. She's welcome to join us, and from what I'm seeing, she could use it. Vanner accepted this, but for whatever reason, he cackled to himself before the two left. Weird, I should be worried about that, but it's vacation time, so I couldn't care less, Izuku thought before casting aside his worries. Wiz-chan looks really roughed up. Maybe Kazuma-kun can help her out later. I really need to learn more spells. Izuku hadn't updated his adventurer's card since he gained the magic canceller spell. It was about time for an upgrade. Kazuma, Aqua, and Eris were already packed and ready to leave at the front steps of the mansion when he arrived. They had already packed up their belongings in the carriage that Izuku had rented. It was large enough to hold up to 9 people plus cargo. It cost him a pretty penny, but since this was a vacation and Izuku didn't have to worry about horses, it was worth it. The party noticed him and questioned why he was carrying Wiz in a piggyback hold. She pulled a Wiz and got Vanir-sen angry. Kazuma-kun, can you please use your drain touch to heal her? Izuku said while lifting up his arm to provide the needed energy. And with the sheer amount that he had with OFA, it only took a few seconds for Wiz to regain color in her skin. Thank you for that. Now, all we have to do is wait for the others and we'll be off. If you all don't mind, I'm going to finally update my skills. Their eyes sparkled up at that as they grew excited. You're really gonna update it? Finally, it was such a waste to see all of those stat points just sitting there. Though, I guess with that quirk of yours you never really needed much magic, huh? Kazuma looked to be the most excited. And he had a point. As an adventurer class, he naturally had higher costs on his skills, which meant that he was forced to spend most of his points each time he leveled for something even vaguely useful. Hey, why don't you change classes? Being an archmage is fine and all, but as an archpriest, you could be your own healer. And you can finally join the Axis cult too. Aqua tried to persuade him. Plus, as my close friend, you'll receive special treatment. She continued, nudging Izuku's shoulder. You might even be able to use the powers of Eris-chan and me at once. Isn't that better than some fancy mortal magic? Or you can pick up a weapon to learn. Fighting with your fists is fine and all, and it certainly served you well so far. But having a backup plan would be useful. Eris made a good point, until Izuku noticed her smile grow larger as she also nudged his shoulder. And what better weapon to learn first than a knife? The progenitor of all melee weapons. Or maybe a bow, to even out your melee and ranged options. Boy, no fair. I'm already the party's jack of all trades. If Izuku now starts doing it too, then what would happen to me? Kazuma yelled out, realizing that he was being made obsolete. Comedic relief, Aqua answered, beginning yet another fight between the two. Just kiss already. Even I didn't take that long to realize that the other girls loved me. Granted, they had to literally join Izuku in bed before he noticed. But still, they all raised good points though. Magic was already taken care of by Megumin, Yun, and Wiz on occasion, so we really didn't need another archmage. Learning how to use a weapon also made sense. All Might was able to establish himself as the symbol of peace with his own two fists. But I'm not All Might. I can't just keep copying him all the time. Wait, this can't be right. This class is basically made for me. Might as well, Izuku thought before swiping over the class name before his newly made adventurer's card changes. The wizard icon changing to that of a knight wearing chainmail, wielding a longsword with a crossguard. The paladin class. It uses faith to power their attacks. However, unlike a cleric or priest, the paladin uses an ideal as their source of power. The ideal could be anything. Justice, friendship, family, peace, pacifism, etc. Izuku's ideal was rather obvious. It was what he always dreamed of being after all. And so long as he upheld that ideal, it would become one of his sources of power in turn. Izuku Midoriya. Class, Heroic Paladin. Stat points, 65. Skills, Magic Canceller. Available skills, Blessing of Strength, 1 point. Blessing of Agility, free. Blessing of Constitution, 1 point. Blessing of Luck, 1 point. Cleanse Magic, 5 points. Corruption Removal, 3 points. Creed of Protection, 3 points. Two-Handed Mastery, 6 points. One-Handed Mastery, 6 points. Ranged Weapon Mastery, 5 points. Cleanse Toxins, 2 points. Aspect of Heroism, 30 points. Detect Lie, 1 point. Intimidating Aura, 1 point. Okay, I didn't expect that many skills, wow. Izuku muttered while looking over each skill before dividing his skill points accordingly. By the end of it, his new skills looked something like this. Aspect of Heroism, Blessings of Strength, Blessing of Agility, Blessing of Constitution, Blessing of Luck, Cleanse Magic, Cleanse Toxins, Detect Lie, Intimidating Aura, Two-Handed Mastery, Ranged Weapon Mastery, Creed of Protection, Skill points, 9. Best to leave those there for later. You never know when you need something on the fly. Izuku mumbled to himself, which finally made the old married couple of the party stop fighting. They, along with Eris, who was trying to calm them down, walked up to Izuku and looked at his new class. Heroic Paladin. You never change, do you, Izuku-kun? Was Eris's first response. Izuku blushed at that. Yup, he never did. Kazuma burst out laughing when he saw his brother's class. Heroic Paladin. And I thought Megumin was the chuny of the group. Snicker that one, Izuku expected. At least Darkness took it seriously. You chose a mixture between a crusader and a cleric. Very impressive. However, she blushed while staring at the ground in what Izuku can only assume was shame. You chose to master two-handed combat, even though I am already our group's swordswoman. How shameful of me to need a replacement. Her tone of voice didn't match her words. Izuku decided to just let her have her moment. Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks again for bringing me along. You have no idea how long it's been since I had a vacation. Actually, neither do I, Luna announced with a sing-song voice, almost like she wasn't quite sure whether this was a dream or not. Megumin and Yun gave her a wide berth at that until they noticed my adventurer's card and walked up. The Paladin class. How rare. Usually the only people who can use one of these are high-level adventurers with high stats in every category. And even then they have to believe in an ideal or cause worth living and dying over for it to work. Heroism. That definitely sounds like you, Izuku-kun, Yun says, leading into Megumin's inevitable chuny speech. Izuku Midoriya-sama, the hero of Belzerg, so powerful and pure of heart that even the gods follow him. Nobles envy him. Women clamor over themselves to be with him. And at his side are the two most powerful crimson demons, ready to lay waste to his enemies. Megumin exclaimed as she spun a tale of Izuku's so-called legend. Oh, and Kazuma-kun can be the jester along with little Chamasuke here, I guess. And immediately picked a fight again. Sigh, I love them, really I do. But they're about as peaceful as a group of hungry wet cats. Izuku lamented internally. Megumin-chan, is that cat yours? Izuku asked her. She blushed a bit and nodded shyly. It was times like these where she looked way too adorable for her own good. It's not too much trouble, is it? to keep her. Izuku couldn't say no to that face. Besides, he had no problem with keeping a pet. It seemed friendly enough. Except towards Aqua for some reason. But then again, most animals seem to dislike her. Oh well, better get going. If you're all done packing, then we should probably leave soon. Even at my fastest, I doubt that we'll make it there by nightfall. Izuku tells them, causing them to freeze. They look at their leader, then at the carriage, then back at him. They notice the lack of horses. What do you mean at your fastest? Don't tell me you plan on pushing the carriage yourself, Kazuma asked in complete astonishment. The others weren't much better. Luna, in particular, looked like she was about to collapse at any moment. Yeah, it will be good training for me. I haven't really done weight and endurance training like that for a few months now, so it would be nice to get back to it, Izuku says nonchalantly, fondly remembering his training at Dagaba Beach. Imagines of himself vomiting into a refrigerator that he had to carry later appearing in his mind. Good times. To see someone like you, a fellow noble, no, a hero of the highest caliber, reduced to a mode of transportation. I can't allow that. Please use me instead. Treat me as nothing more than a lowly beast, forced to pull you all along to your destination. No prizes for whoever guesses the identity of the madwoman who said this. No, my denial was too quick if the moan that she let out was any indication. You aren't strong enough or fast enough to pull the carriage and reach Alkenresha in a reasonable time. She may have the stamina to do it, but even then it would take days. Something that Luna especially couldn't afford. Don't worry about it. I used to do stuff like this all the time, even without my quirk. In fact, it's similar to how I earned the power in the first place, and abandoning that training just feels wrong. I let it slide until now since so much has happened, but I can't afford to keep doing that any longer. At this point, Aqua burst out into tears. Such determination, such a thrive to improve. You really are a hero. Was there any doubt? Izuku said he was, and sure he never graduated, but saving the city multiple times and having several defeated supervillains under his belt had to count for something. Even so, I feel bad about making you do all the hard work on our vacation. It just doesn't feel right. Yun argued weakly, even though she couldn't really do anything to help him. Izuku just raised an eyebrow. You're not forcing me to do anything. I'm doing this willingly. If I wanted to, I could just rent some horses to pull it, but I genuinely want to get back to my training. I'll just say that my vacation officially starts when we reach the city. It shouldn't be that bad anyway. The full carriage, passengers and cargo included, only weighs about a metric ton. If Izuku tried pulling it when he first got here, he probably wouldn't be able to push it very far, or for very long. But now, Izuku activated One for All at about 20% and grabbed the carriage from the bottom with one hand, and then lifted above his head in one go. See what I mean? I don't even have to use my full set to do this, and I'm not even using my current limit either. I could pull this thing for almost a full day without getting too tired. Izuku might have overdone it a bit. The mages of the group were rubbing their eyes, trying to see if they were hallucinating. Luna passed out, finally done with the absurdity of the situation. Kazuma was crying manly tears of pride. Shattered pride, that is. He could never pull off a feat of strength like Izuku just did. Aqua was crying girlish tears of pride. Actual pride this time, for her Axis acolyte. Somewhere along the line, she decided that Izuku was going to be an honorary Axis cult member, and if he was going to be a badass, then she would also look good by proxy. Darkness was giving Izuku jealous looks at what he pulled off. She was also blushing for reasons that Izuku refused to think about. Eris just shook her head and accepted it as another Izuku does something crazy and shrugs it off moment. Apparently the tally mark is at 240. With all arguments questioning Izuku's ability effectively silenced, they all went off towards Alkenresha. Izuku kept his speed tempered at an even 20%. Any faster and his party's spines would turn to mush after the long journey on an unpaved road. That being said, he was still traveling faster than any horse, easily at double their speed, so the party should arrive at Alkenresha before the next day. When nightfall came, Izuku decided to take a rest. The party brought out the food and cooked up a nice meal by the fire. Or at least it was a nice meal until a mob of undead attacked then. Honestly, they were no problem. Aqua could handle them all by herself, but it still ruined the mood. They tried to get some sleep after that, but then a group of ravenous birds ran into our camp. Apparently they were attracted by the resident rock-hard crusader. They're creatures that attack the hardest thing they can find, so I guess they're attracted to Darkness-chan's armor, Eris explained while Kazuma snickered. Either that or they're attracted to her rock-hard body. Kazuma committed verbal suicide once more. I'm not saving you from that one, Kazuma Nyai. You're on your own. As Darkness was busy kicking Kazuma's face and Izuku quickly took out the birds that were attacking them. They weren't particularly strong, just determined. Team Green Eris Bovi. Man, I feel bad for Izuku Nyai. This is supposed to be a vacation, but he's the only one doing all of the work, Kazuma commented. Aqua took exception to this. Hey, what do you mean by all the work? I was the one that took out those zombies. And to be fair, she did. though Kazuma was probably talking about physical labor. Modest as always, Aqua-senpai. He did say that his vacation didn't officially start until we reached the city. I've seen his old training routine back when he was still alive in his old world. Don't worry, he'll be fine. That was a partial lie. I was sure he could do it, without a doubt, but it really wasn't fair to him. But the best I could do now was to not get in his way. So with a smile on my face, I turned in for the night. No sense in being exhausted tomorrow. I'll let my super-powered boyfriend handle the grunt work. Next day, green might POV. Do you know how someone would react if a human-drawn carriage, moving faster than any horse, and carrying the spitting image of both your goddess and her junior? Surprisingly tame, actually. One man in particular summed it up. Aqua-sama, that must be you, right? Who else would have such a beautiful shade of blue hair? Or such perfect blue eyes? And that divine feeling Hagoromo? Also, that silver-haired woman, it must be Eris-sama, right? I guess that's cool too. He finished his sentence with much less enthusiasm. I guess these guys are a lot more in tune with the divine. People did keep calling them zealots, so it makes sense. Izuku thought as sweat poured from his body. He talked a big game, and to be fair, he delivered. But now he was beyond exhausted and he really needed those hot springs at the moment. The party made its way to the nearest inn, and to their delight, the owner also recognized Aqua on sight and gave them his best rooms for free. They weren't about to question it, so they simply accepted his generous offer and went in to unpack their gear. Except for Izuku, who was being left out of it to give him some time to decompress. Izuku, accepting this, immediately grabbed his bathing gear and said that he was going to find the nearest hot springs. The others readily agreed that Izuku needed a break ASAP, so they let him go on his own, promising to meet him there later after they finished unpacking. Luckily for Izuku, he found one nearby. It was rather large too, almost twice the size of the others that he saw nearby. I wonder why, Izuku thought before paying his fee and making his way in. Sinking into the warm water was heavenly, making Izuku let out a heavy sigh as he sank deeper and deeper. I needed this. He really did. His bathing partner seemed to agree with him. Yeah, I could tell that you were full of stress the moment I saw you come in. Izuku's eyes snapped open like a certain squid that we all knew and vaguely related to. Right in front of him, through the mist, sat a beautiful red-haired woman. A very familiar red-haired woman, with elvish ears, and a certain aura of energy to her that Izuku found very familiar. Divine aura. Crap. Play Ost. Golden Wind piano theme. Oh fuck my life. To make matters worse, a brown-haired man with a small beard was sitting next to her. And knowing my luck, that's Hans, the one general that I can't do anything about. At least he couldn't kill Izuku outright. Cleanse toxins should take care of that. But the others, I can't allow them to get close to my party. Walbuck I could handle, but the invulnerable slime, too risky. He had to respond, or they'd get suspicious. Oh, hello there. Sorry, I didn't notice you at first. Izuku gave a slight bow, never taking his eyes off theirs. Half because he was paranoid, and half because, boing, no problem, you looked really tired. Long journey? Walbuck asked him, either not noticing, or not caring that her towel wasn't covering her top half. You could say that. I didn't get much sleep last night after those Hawkites attacked. Walbuck's face grew surprised at that. You were attacked by Hawkites. It's a small miracle that you survived unscathed. You said you fought them off. You must be really strong. Hans was the one to say that, looking a bit suspicious. Not anyone could take on a herd of Hawkites, even as a full party. Izuku had no idea those things were considered to be that tough. Maybe he just ran into a comparatively smaller herd. Yeah, they weren't that tough. There were only about 200 of them, so I managed to take them all down quickly enough. It just made me paranoid while I slept, so I didn't rest very well before taking us here. Izuku froze a bit at my slip-up. That might be bad. Wow, you took on a whole herd on your own, while defending other people. Only high-level adventurers can pull that off. Good job. Walbuck gave me a thumbs up after hearing my story. Good, they didn't question the part where. What did you mean that you brought others here? Did you fund the trip or something? I thought you were just hired muscle or something. Hans observed as he narrowed his eyes and thought. Sweats heavily. Whatever. Yo, I'm getting out early. Got work to do and all that. Enjoy the hot springs, I guess. Later, he excused himself and walked away, leaving Izuku and the rogue goddess to themselves. An awkward silence descended upon them as they stared into each other's eyes. So, what did you mean when you said you brought others here? Well, that was an icebreaker if ever there was one. Now that they were alone, a change of tactics might be in order. You see, that was a bit of extra training on my end, to keep me sharp before my vacation. I'd pulled the carriage myself. That's what I meant. She looked like the mage type. Maybe this will intimidate her enough for her to back off the city. Demon generals weren't known to be very loyal to each other. And no way. Where did you come from then? And how many people who could pull one of those things and expect to arrive in any reasonable amount of time? To say she was shocked would be an understatement. but she might have been surprised for the wrong reasons. And you look so skinny. No offense, it's just that I would never expect someone of your build to be strong enough to do something like that. May I know what level you are? She was excited. Izuku had the opposite effect of what he wanted. Well, in for an heiress, in for $1 million. Izuku activated Intimidating Aura and made his power play on level 69. Play Os Golden Wind Piano version also POV change Walbach POV. Oh, my various gods, he's not lying. Walbach thought to herself as she finished processing what her new acquaintance just said. He's easily the highest level adventurer I've ever seen. Even among the other generals, his level alone would be insane. What the hell is he? Royalty? Crap, he's waiting for a response. The pressure was getting to me. I needed to calm down. Wow, that's certainly impressive. I've never even heard of someone with a number that high. If I may, what's your name? I needed to know. This man was too dangerous not to question. Luckily, he seemed to be cordial so far, so maybe he can be reasoned with. Where I'm from, it's common courtesy to give your name first when asking for others, even if you already know them. That was fair. He did look vaguely Japanese, so it made sense. But what did he mean by that last part? Have I already been found out? My name is Walbach, sir. It's a pleasure to meet you, I said with a slight bow out of respect. He smiled at me and returned the gesture. I am Izuku Midoriya, likewise, though I didn't plan to meet another goddess anytime soon. The reincarnate said, crap, he did know I had to play this right. I can't say I've ever heard of you, sorry. But that makes it even more impressive. That an adventurer of your level can exist without others knowing about you. Walbach complimented while also apologizing for her ignorance. No worry, my level and fame are both rather recent. I might have killed Beldia a while ago, but taking down the destroyer and defeating Vanir was rather recent. That last one only happened a little over a day ago after all. I tried to hide it, but my eyes were bulging at the moment. He said that so casually, like he was talking about the weather. What is he? I was probably visibly sweating at this point. Even in the bath, shit, he noticed. There's no need to be so afraid, Walbach-san. I am here on vacation after all. I don't intend to fight any demon generals today, so long as they don't cause any trouble. The hero admitted, much to my relief. Oh, thank the gods. But that means Hans will have to stop what he's doing. I don't think he'll listen to me even if I told him about Izu. My train of thought was cut off as he said something else. To make this clearer, I won't fight you so long as you do nothing wrong. Truthfully, I've had nothing against most of the demon generals that I've met so far, only opposing them because they confronted me directly. Hey Walbach-san, would you like to learn a secret? Something only my party and I know about. He holds no ill will towards us. And a secret. Why would he tell me that? I have to warn you though, you can't tell anyone else about it, or I'll be forced to kill you. Understood. I nodded fervently. Information was worth more than gold. Even if he decided to kill me after this, at the very least I'll have something to send to Mao-sama after I die. Izuku POV. Here's hoping this works. It wouldn't be the first time that a hero intimidated a villain into submission, but it would certainly be my first time. If only I could thank Hounddog-sensei for those extra lessons in psychological warfare. I took a breath and began what could possibly be this world's greatest bluff. Out of the 3 demon generals that I've fought so far, 2 of them have joined me willingly, and are currently under my employment. It took a moment before that statement sunk in, but when it did, I rushed in with full cowling at 30% and covered her mouth before she could finish casting. The speed surprised her so much that she clamped down on my hand. Her bite strength wasn't nearly strong enough to pierce my skin though, so now we were in a bit of an awkward position. Hey, Izuku-kun. We're here. Here's hoping my luck got you into the mixed bath like I hoped. Ah, there you are. Red eyes met purple, and then there was silence. Play Os Golden Wind Piano. Wow, Izuku-kun, you work fast. You already have 2 demons, a noble and a goddess. Aren't we enough for you already? Eris said in a playful tone. There was no need to hide her identity this time. Her fellow goddess was here after all. And I didn't know you were into such rough play, though I doubt Walbach-chan could hurt you even if she tried. Said Crimson Goddess was currently freaking out, trying to escape. However, she couldn't get her mouth off of my hand for some reason. I think her teeth are stuck. 5 minutes later, trying to help release a trapped goddess. Okay, I promise I won't run away. Just please don't do that again. It was so embarrassing. Walbach complained while rubbing her jaw. We had to stretch it out a bit to remove her teeth from my hand. You wouldn't be able to even if you tried, I said while constantly casting my magic canceller spell against a city-sized Goliath with a magic barrier. It only lasted for a few seconds, but against a flesh and blood person, I could hold it like this for hours, even if they were a goddess. The downside. And could you please choose somewhere else to grab? This is a bit too intimate, she said, motioning to my hand which was held behind her neck. I had to maintain physical contact for it to work at its most efficient. If I grabbed your arm or hand, it would be even worse. Plus, we're in the bath right now. There weren't many other options, sadly, although Eris seemed to be enjoying the view. Is she enjoying seeing me with other women? I wasn't able to finish my contemplation as 4 more people joined the bath. The rest of my party sans Kazuma and Aqua had arrived. I wonder what those two are up to. Hey, Explosion Sensei, what are you doing here? Megumin knew Walbach. Well, this day was full of surprises. Walbach seemed equally shocked. Megumin-san, well, this is a surprise. I never thought I'd see you again. And you're in a party with Izuku-sama. Honestly, I'm a bit impressed. Her praise seemed to send Megumin over the moon. Whatever their relationship was, my little demon mage clearly had a lot of respect for the fallen goddess. Thank you, Explosion Sensei. With Izuku-kun's help and your explosion magic, I even got myself to level 60. Isn't that amazing? Walbach started to break into a cold sweat again. I guess Megumin helped me out without even knowing. At least at work. Hey, Izuku-kun, why are you holding Explosion Sensei like that? And why did she call you Izuku-sama? Don't tell me Kazuma Baka has been corrupting you, she exclaimed while pointing at me. Aw crap, I'm on my own for this one, aren't I? Eris wasn't going to help. She's enjoying this too much. Darkness was blushing and muttering to herself. Wiz was still in shock at seeing Walbach here, and Yun was being Yun and copying Megumin's pose. Now how am I gonna get out of this one alive? After dealing with Megumin's accusations of being corrupted, a few head pats and reassurances were all it took to fix that, funnily enough. Plus Izuku managed to turn it around on her for knowingly walking into the mixed bathing section with him. Normally this would apply to Izuku too, but in Eris' words, Izuku pulled a goddamn carriage filled with 8 people plus cargo for over a day. He deserves some slack. Now the girls plus Izuku had to deal with was their new goddess friend. So Walbach-san, would you please explain to us what you and Hans were doing here? Izuku asked in the calmest voice that he could muster. After the chaos of their meeting started to ebb away, Izuku came to realize that he was in the bath with 6 extremely attractive women, 5 of which had shown feelings for him. I'm pretty sure this situation would have killed me back at UA. How far have I come that this has become just another day? Albeit a weird one. To be honest, I just wanted to enjoy the hot springs. Hans is the only one aiming to harm the people here. He plans to poison the water source for these springs as revenge for the constant bad rumors caused by the Axis cult. The Demon King is particularly angry at the followers of Aqua for slandering his name constantly. It made sense. The 2 goddesses were pretty adamantly against the Demon King. And if Aqua's followers were anything like the goddess herself before Izuku and Kazuma domesticated her, then the Demon King's anger was understandable. Aqua-chan, where is the water source located? We should plan ahead and take him out before he can manage to do anything. Izuku yelled out to the hot spring next to them. Aqua decided to enter the female section out of consideration for Wiz, or more accurately because the other party members forced her to go there out of consideration for Wiz. It would also be best to contact the local Adventurers Guild for clearance. There is no need to go in half-cocked and deal with legal trouble because of it. It's behind the Axis Cathedral. I should be able to get us in there fairly easily. The only problem is that slime itself. Even with my purification, I don't think I can take it down in one go. It's fine, you won't have to. I would never put you guys in such a dangerous position anyway. Megumin wouldn't work either since an explosion would send pieces of him scattered across the area, contaminating everything. Izuku says, trying to come up with a plan. Cue sad explosion lowly face at not being able to blow something up. I wonder if cleanse toxins would just straight up make him disappear if used enough times. Nah, too risky. Izuku looked towards Wiz and asked if she knew any powerful ice magic or any other stasis-based magic. Yes, it's my specialty actually. Why do you ask? She looked confused before realization dawned. I know you wanted to stay neutral, Wiz-chan. But if Hans succeeds with his plan, then all of Alkenresha will suffer for it, including innocent citizens. Please consider helping us with this, Izuku asked the unofficial member of their party. Wiz's face grew serious as she considered Izuku's words before nodding in agreement. That's true. The terms for my neutrality were that non-combatants would not be harmed. Hans is breaking that promise, so I have no reason to not help out. I accept. Through the whole thing, Walbach just kept growing paler and paler. The way you can gather powerful allies like that. It's terrifying. It almost reminds me of Mao-sama. That was surprising, so she knew the Demon King personally. Izuku would ask about that later, but for now, he should make some ground rules. Since you weren't involved in the plan, I won't hurt you in any way. You're free to enjoy the hot springs as you wanted. Just don't contact Hans while you're here. That includes contacting him through a third party. In fact, for the next few days, consider yourself under house arrest. I won't allow you to leave the city until Hans is dealt with. Izuku gave his ultimatum. That's all. I don't mind, but how exactly are you going to keep me from just teleporting away the moment you let me go? Izuku looked her dead in the eye and raised a fist. This time it was covered in 100% of OFA. He didn't do anything with it as to not break his arm, but she seemed to get the point. Because if I ever find you again, I won't give you the same chance twice. Her eyes went blank at this as she nodded slowly. Yes, of course, how foolish of me. Thank you for such a generous offer, Izuku-sama. Please put the fist away, Walbach said in a completely monotone voice. She was already scared of Izuku when he busted out a 30% full cowling. The way he just tripled his power like that would obviously terrify her, or anyone else who could sense the increase for that matter. Izuku-kun is scary when he wants to be, Yun said while cowering slightly. Megumin just looked torn. On one hand, what her boyfriend just pulled off was undoubtedly cool. On the other, he just threatened her old teacher with death. Wiz knew full well what Izuku was capable of, so she wasn't very surprised. Eris just had that mischievous grin on her face throughout the whole encounter. And Darkness, well, Darkness looked like she was one step away from having an orgasm. And I think it's about time I got out of the bath, Izuku thought. This couldn't be healthy for him. I'll be getting out now. You girls enjoy the hot springs. I need to take a nap to rest after pulling that carriage all day yesterday. Izuku's stamina wasn't what it used to be. That was the problem with stopping intense training in exchange for fighting strong opponents. The body gets used to short bursts of energy rather than long drawn-out exercise. Izuku made his way into the lounge provided for customers and took a nap on one of the small beds provided. He got a good half an hour of sleep before he was jolted awake by a startling realization. Izuku immediately jumped up out of his bed and started to get dressed in a panic. The others who had finished with their baths were surprised by their leader's sudden energy and asked him why he was so panicked. We're screwed, done for, dead, game over, man, Izuku muttered, which just got them even more worried, especially Walbach, who decided to follow her survival instincts and stayed with them. What could possibly scare a near-level 70 adventurer? Izuku-kun, what's wrong? Did you forget to hide all your dirty mags before leaving the mansion or something? A clearly drunk Aqua asked as she stared at the green paladin in confusion, who was too busy preparing himself for a suicide mission to answer her. We forgot. His muttering got louder as his panic grew. Forgot what? Extra mana potions. Your armor. Shamusuk. I have her right here. Megumin tried but failed to find the problem. Yun was equally confused as she racked her brain over what they could have possibly forgotten. Walbach was just staring at the black cat in amazement, not even blinking as the animal stared back. Izuku would have run straight out the door and made a beeline to Axel, but he was stopped by a smack to the back of the head courtesy of Darkness, who was getting really worried. It didn't do any actual damage, but it managed to knock him out of his panicked state. Thank you, Darkness-chan, I needed that. Izuku thanked her as he tried to calm himself down. What is it that we forgot that's gotten you so worked up, Izuku-kun? Darkness asked, making Izuku's panic return slightly as he was reminded of its source. We forgot Iris-chan. Silence. For multiple reasons. Aqua just passed out from alcohol poisoning. They ignored her. Megumin, Wiz, and Yun looked ready to keel over. Eris looked slightly worried but managed to shrug it off. Darkness froze as she realized the severity of their mistake. Kazuma nearly had a heart attack. Actually, never mind, he straight up had a heart attack and was currently foaming at the mouth. And Walbach was still staring at the cat. Thankfully, before Izuku could panic any further, the logical part of his brain kicked in. Wiz-chan, Yun-chan, save me. I need you two to teleport me to and from Axel. Please, we don't have much time. They stopped in their tracks and then grabbed Izuku's shoulders while Wiz yelled teleport. Minutes later, Alkenrusha in. And that's how we managed to add the Crown Princess Iris into our party. A freshly sobered-up Aqua finished her overly dramatized tale of how royally screwed they were for forgetting Iris. Literally, you have to be the strangest adventuring party I've ever witnessed. Walbach answered back with a perfect deadpan look. Two goddesses made mortal. One who came here willingly while the other was forced. Two reincarnates. One with no real natural talent other than luck, while the other arrived with enough power to rival a demon general without his gifts. She was still processing that one, to be honest. Two crimson demon archmages, one of which happens to be trained by me personally. The daughter of a duke-turned-crusader. And to top off this already broken mess of a team, you've enlisted the help of two demon generals and a member of royalty within your first year of adventuring. Walbach needed a drink, the stronger the better. How did she get roped into this mess? All she wanted was a nice vacation at the hot springs, damn it. Well, now that we've answered your question, it's only fair that you do the same for us. Why have you been staring at Chamusuk for the last half hour? It was getting rather awkward, and even the cat started inching away from the redhead after a while. Oh, she's my other half. Seeing the confused looks from her new acquaintances, she decided to elaborate. When I was sealed away by the Axis cult long ago, they split me into two halves. I was originally the goddess of sloth and violence, but my current body embodies sloth alone. The cat that you see there was my other half, which embodied violence. Megumin was apparently experiencing some Vietnam flashbacks as she let go of the animal, freeing it and letting it wander over to Walbach. Upon making contact, the cat disappeared and the goddess known as Walbach was made whole again. Sort of. I expected more. I guess blasting the poor thing with explosion magic took out most of its violent tendencies. I don't feel much different now, just a little more agitated at being captured by Izuku-sama so easily. The two sides of her being were no longer equal. Sloth was her new dominant personality trait. She was thrown out of her musings by a flash of light, out of which came the 3 missing party members and a sufficiently pissed-off Iris. Said princess was currently pinching Izuku's cheeks as he tried his best to apologize in Japanese. I'm sorry. Please stop doing that, Iris-sama. I left in a hurry and I forgot about you. I'm sorry. The royal loli wasn't having any of that, though I could understand forgetting. But if you had a spell like teleport, then why did you wait so long to come back for me? Izuku stopped thrashing and answered honestly. I actually have a good explanation for that. Please let me go and we can explain it properly. Iris, being the understanding princess that she was, decided to listen to his excuse. Thank you for being reasonable, Iris-sama. Cough. To begin, I guess I should rip off the bandage right away. Izuku pointed at Walbach. That is Walbach-san, the goddess that your father mentioned a few days ago. She is a demon general, and another one is in this city, planning to pollute the local hot springs water source. Iris' reaction was understandably filled with disbelief. So let me get this straight. You decide to go on vacation after defeating another demon general, which I learned about from a waitress of all people, I might add. Iris added with annoyance at being left out of her new party's cool adventures. During this vacation, you met not 1, but 2 more demon generals, one of which you managed to intimidate into neutrality, she said, pointing at Walbach, who just sat there staring sheepishly. With a deep sigh, Iris facepalmed and muttered, that adventurer's card is a complete lie. You have the worst luck that I've ever seen in my life. Izuku rubbed his head sheepishly at that. You misunderstand what luck is. Iris spoke up. The rest of the party looked at her as she explained her domain in greater detail. Luck is the general ability to fight against fate or destiny. Whether it turns out positive or negative determines whether it's good or bad luck. They are subjective terms. Izuku-kun here was born powerless, and quite weak in body as well. In other words, he was fated for mediocrity at best. That certainly surprised those that didn't know his past. However, he trained his mind to be strong. And through a stroke of luck, he managed to beat out fate by obtaining a new source of power. One for all. That really was a stroke of excellent luck, regardless of what all might say. Izuku earned the power, but it was a 1 in a million chance encounter in the first place. That is the definition of luck. It can be good, or bad, or even neutral. But its effects are always extraordinary for those with a lot of it. A blessing and a curse, if you will. Essentially, anyone with high luck is blessed and cursed to never have a dull life. Izuku could certainly believe that, although it made going on vacation near impossible, as he recently discovered. Well, with such a handicap, I can forgive your misgivings, Izuku-kun. Now about this other demon general, do you have a plan against them? Iris asked, to which Izuku nodded an affirmative before going on to explain the details. Slimes are completely invulnerable to physical attacks. Fire may work, but it would cause too much collateral damage. Wind attacks will just spread the body around and make the situation worse. Earth will get dissolved slowly. As far as I can tell, our only option is Wiz-chan's ice. She nods at that, already knowing her role for the future battle. She was a veteran adventurer after all. We'll set up camp at the water source and hide. When Hans makes his move, Wiz-chan will do her best to completely encase him in ice. After he's been contained, Megumin-chan will cast explosion on the still solid body, preventing the slime from spreading out any further. And hopefully, with a more concentrated target, he will be completely disintegrated from it. If not, then we can fire it another 2 times to make sure of it. Izuku finished his explanation. You can cast explosion 3 times in a row. How? Even I can't do that. Walbach shouted out in complete shock. Even a goddess couldn't supply the mana for consecutive full-powered explosion spells. How did a petite teenage girl, no matter how skilled, have those kinds of reserves? Megumin looked smug at that as she pulled out a few mana potions from her bag. Mana potions, created by our leader Izuku-kun. Just one of these is enough to top me off on mana. I can drink about 8 of these in a day, but even so, casting explosion so many times does a number on my body, so I'm limited to 3 explosions before I need a few hours of rest. She bragged on Izuku's behalf, showing off his invention. Is this your gift, Izuku-sama? It's quite powerful then, Walbach complimented after examining the potions. Izuku shook his head as a negative. I received 2 gifts actually. The first was just a device that allowed me to keep up with the events of my world and access information from it. My second gift was transmutation. Seeing her confusion, Izuku elaborated. I can manipulate any substance's shape and density. I can also convert equal amounts of one material into another, or into pure energy. I create these magic potions by injecting my own mana into simple fresh water, transforming it into a magic-rich drink. He explained as realization dawned on Walbach. Izuku-sama, just how much energy can you generate from any ordinary material? She asked, hoping that it wasn't too bad. Oh, the material converted doesn't change the energy created. A kilogram of dirt is worth just as much as a kilogram of manatite. As for the amount, Izuku grew thoughtful while doing some number crunching in his head. A kilogram of material would create enough energy to rival an explosion spell, he said nonchalantly, as Walbach took several seconds to think about whether she should switch sides for her own sake. So yeah, that's basically the plan. A lot of these demon generals have been gimmicky at best. Basic trickery and some water magic killed Beldia, and Vanner just went down easily. Hans just needs to be trapped and destroyed in that order, albeit by high-level magic. Unknown to him, the rest of the inhabitants of the room all thought the same thing in unison. They weren't easy to kill, you're just too damn smart and strong. So I'm going to spend the rest of my vacation camping next to a humid hot spring source while waiting for an unbelievably powerful poison slime to arrive. Luck really is something else, huh? Behind Aqua's cathedral, 10 p.m. party status, near dead. You know, Izuku-kun, your tactics are on point, but you need to work on your strategies, came Aqua's somewhat justified complaints. In Izuku's defense, most people didn't think about the logistics of waiting for hours upon hours in a hot and humid place for a house-sized poison slime dressed as a man to show up. Grumble, grumble, Kazuma's stomach growled in agreement. I can't believe I'm saying this, but Aqua-chan's right. The least we could have done is brought a deck of cards, or even some snacks. I'm about to die of boredom rather than from poison. Okay, screw it. Making a deck of cards with transmute shouldn't be too hard, right? Turns out he didn't have to. As soon as Izuku was about to go out to find some vegetation to turn into playing cards, a wild Hans appeared. Finally, after all these years, I'm finally going to avenge our Lord's reputation. And after the hell that those zealot bastards put me through, I'm going to enjoy this. Before the guy could take his first steps towards the water source, the party sprung their trap. Wiz-chan now, Izuku shouted while channeling his magic canceller towards Hans, just in case. Cursed Highness Ice Prison, she called out before hiding herself under a dome. A veritable tsunami of ice descended upon the distracted slime. Normally this spell would only send a comparatively small pillar of ice, about the width and height of a man. Too risky, Izuku said, so Wiz went out of her way to overcharge the spell. Having been frozen without a chance to react, Hans was effectively beaten. But the prison wouldn't last forever, much less in a hot and humid place like this. No, Hans needed to be finished off here, and considering that he planned to kill off hundreds of innocent people, Izuku had no mercy left to give. Sacred Highness Explosion. The combo attack of Megumin being charged by Aqua's holy energy through Kazuma's drain touch was quite devastating, and thankfully concentrated compared to her usual wanton blasts of destruction. Good thing I decided to build that stone dome for Wiz-chan to hide inside of. The residual holy light from that spell might have been enough to kill her outright, Izuku thought, savoring the explosion. Its holy radiance felt really nice. I guess we won't be needing those extra mana potions. Hot damn, level advantage is no joke. Kazuma summed up everyone's thoughts on the matter quite well. The explosion had a comparatively small blast radius, but what it left behind. There was a huge crater, only a few meters wide, but several hundred meters deep. I can't even see the bottom. Note to self, never piss off Megumin, he thought, canceling several pranks he had for the Crimson Loli. Iris came out of her hiding spot and assessed the damage. Yup, you guys killed him dead all right. Maybe we should just send you guys to fight the Demon King right away. You seem to take down his generals way too easily. Please don't joke about that. This was supposed to be a vacation, damn it. You guys really did a number on him. There isn't even a poisonous vapor cloud left. You completely disintegrated his body until nothing remained. Megumin-chan, you've graduated, by the way. While the Explosion Loli was celebrating her graduation from Powa University, Izuku sat there confused on why Walbach was even there. I half expected you to be on the other side of the planet by now, or too terrified to leave your room. What brings you out here? The last time they saw her, she was shivering and in a cold sweat. Why would she willingly come close to them again? I've decided that if you really wanted to kill me, then nothing on this planet could really stop you. So instead of making you angry, or losing whatever shred of dignity I had left, I decided to help you. Okay. Why though? Wasn't she loyal to the Demon King? Let me explain. You must be confused. I've only really been around on this planet for the last 10 years or so. Before that, I was sealed away by the idiot zealots, she said, pointing at Aqua. Hey, came Aqua's angry response, which fell on deaf ears, and handed over to Megumin-chan's people as a tourist attraction. Ouch, that's gotta be a blow to the pride. Ever since Megumin-chan woke me up, I haven't really felt the violent impulses that I had in the past. Since my other half was so heavily weakened, absorbing her hasn't brought them back either. I've effectively gotten rid of that aspect of my divinity, so she wasn't prone to violence like her title implied. Good, that made Izuku's decision easier. But first, he let her finish her story. The only real reason why I joined the Demon King's army was that he was courteous to me and his people worshipped me. Although thinking back on that, they mostly worshipped my violent side. And since I haven't really displayed that, they've started to distance themselves from me more and more. So I really have no reason to stay with them. Seems legit. Iris looked a bit torn on the issue though. I don't know how I feel about letting a demon general off scot-free. On one hand, you would be a powerful ally to have. On the other hand, your crimes can't just be overlooked. She made a good point. What has Walbach done in her general career anyway? To be fair, I haven't really done much. In the decade or so that I've been active, I've just held up the Demon King's barrier and done a few hit-and-run missions on the various strongholds across Belzerg to keep the army on their toes. I doubt I've actually killed anyone with those explosion spells. Castles are pretty durable. At most, I just caused property damage and made some of the soldiers wet themselves. Okay, seriously, this was way too convenient. Were the majority of the Demon King's army just incompetent or something? Now that I think about it, I haven't actually heard any news about the war. No battle reports, no casualties, not even any news on property damage caused by the supposedly invading army. I smell shenanigans. But now wasn't the time for conspiracy theories. They still had to go back to the cathedral and reassure the people there that the problem has been taken care of. Hopefully, they still had enough time to relax for a bit before returning to Axel. 30 minutes later, Team Green Hotel. Everyone had already gone to sleep by this point. After waiting so long for hands to arrive, they were all dead tired. So much so that we decided to just get a communal room and be done with it. Now all 10 of them were basically having a sleepover. Normally Izuku would be embarrassed about sleeping next to 8 attractive girls, but after the mixed bathing incident, he's sort of been desensitized for today. Plus Kazuma was there too, so it shouldn't get too awkward. Early morning next day, Izuku woke up feeling something soft on his back, and his face, and his arm. You get the point. This has only happened once before, and that nearly gave him a heart attack, so Izuku took a moment to brace himself for what's to come. Izuku took a deep breath and tried to sit up. Mona's eyes snapped open and looked towards the direction of the cursed, blessed sound, and Izuku was immediately met by a cursed, blessed image. Darkness had fallen asleep on top of their newest party member. Said goddess also ended up hugging Eris in her sleep from last night's post-battle celebration. And to complete the image, Wiz had tried to comfort her former, turned current ally last night, and ended up joining the collection of bodies. The only difference being that she forgot to tighten her robes from last night and had her full cleavage visible for everyone to see. Everyone being Izuku, since he was the only one awake. As for the moan, Izuku-sama, not yet. I just got here. Please wait until we're at your mansion. Izuku would normally say that the gods were messing with him, but considering that 3 of them are in the room at the moment, it might be the opposite. Is this what Eris-chan meant by people with high luck never having a dull life? In that case, I want my stats reduced. These situations are gonna get me killed one of these days. Izuku internally lamented his bad luck. In the end, Izuku decided to pull a Kazuma and just up as fast as possible, ignoring the follow-up moan that he got from Darkness for his trouble. It was too early for this shit and Izuku needed breakfast. Thankfully, there was a nice bakery right next to their hotel, so Izuku just walked over after getting dressed. There are very few things that can beat a nice warm bagel in the morning, except maybe a jelly-filled donut. Izuku-kun, you can't just leave a girl behind like that after waking her up. And there went Izuku's sense of peace. Sigh, sorry about waking you up, Darkness-chan. I was hungry and panicked after waking up too. But so I left to get breakfast. Here, I'll spot the bill as an apology. Izuku handed her a raisin bagel covered in fresh strawberry jam. All is forgiven, Eris said on Darkness' behalf while taking the bagel for herself, eliciting another moan from the masochistic crusader, which was promptly ignored. Good job, Izuku-kun. It's only been 5 months since we came to this world and you've already taken out more than half of the demon generals. And most of them are even working for you. Ha ha ha. Her laugh was serene and genuine. It felt good if Izuku was being honest. To be recognized for his hard work. If he tried doing this in his old world, he would have been scolded, or worse, imprisoned for acting on his own. Not to mention how far you've come in the other battlefield of life. Izuku didn't like where this was going. I already had an interest in you when you declared your wish to send me back to heaven. Not many would give up a nearly omnipotent wish on someone else. It was just the right thing to do, wasn't it? Eris gave Izuku a new lease on life. Why wouldn't he would try his best to help her? Then Darkness-chan came along, and within 10 seconds of meeting her, you helped her improve herself without even thinking about it. Did you know that was the first time she's ever hit her target? Izuku didn't know that actually. Come to think of it, whenever they get into fights, Darkness had been left out of them, or was relegated to tanking damage that simply never came. Next is Megumin-chan and Yun-Yun-chan. You accepted Megumin-chan even though she was considered a liability by many others. Not to mention you helped her achieve her dream, again not even a day after meeting her. You also brought along Yun-Yun-chan just because you noticed that she was too shy to ask. Ever since meeting you, they've been the best of friends. Almost like sisters. It's wonderful. Izuku never thought of it like that. He wondered why they took an interest in him so quickly. But when Eris spelled it out like that, Izuku just felt stupid now. Then we met up with Aqua-senpai and Kazuma-kun. Honestly, I expected her to hate you at first. She's always been rather childish and uncontrollable. But again, you blew my expectations out of the water. You took up her debt and even taught her some humility. I couldn't believe it. And honestly, I think I fell for you all over again. Okay, that was a bit mean towards Aqua. Not inaccurate, but still. We met Wiz-chan not long after that. To be honest, I was surprised when I didn't try to kill her on sight. Most goddesses wouldn't even give it a second thought. Undead being our natural enemy. But somehow, through some means, you've managed to superglue our little family together despite the odds. I can say with absolute certainty that no other person I've ever met could pull off being friends with gods and demon alike and survive. No wonder they acted so weirdly with each other when they first met. Izuku thought Eris was just being jealous again. And now you have a secretary type. Nanny, who was the secretary? A waitress. Luna, okay, that one made sense. A little sister, princess type. Wait, Iris. Oh god, that's what the king was laughing about. And if I heard Walbach-chan whisper right, another goddess coming for you. I'm the deepest level of screwed, aren't I? Izuku's face turned ashen at the thought of what his mom would do to him if she found out. She's pass out immediately. He didn't have to think too hard to figure that one out. Oh, don't give me that look. It's not uncommon for heroes or nobles to have multiple lovers. And you're both. And a hero worthy of a legend in this world at that. It was bound to happen, Eris said nonchalantly as if she saw it coming a mile away. To Izuku's surprised darkness, and even the friendly baker joined in too, nodding their heads in agreement, as if Izuku getting a harem of girls was a law of the universe or something. I just want to go home now. Maybe the world will start making sense when I sleep in my own bed again. Maybe he should take up drinking. Kazuma uses that to cope and he seems to be holding it together. Sigh, first a harem, now underage drinking. The guys back home would freak out if they saw me now. Izuku muttered to himself. Darkness seems to have heard him. Now that you've mentioned it, how old are you, Izuku-kun? She asked in curiosity. That's right, he never mentioned his age, had he? Oh well, better late than never. Sorry about that, it just never came up. I'll be 16 next July 15. Suddenly a choking noise was heard from behind them. Izuku turned around and saw Kazuma coughing up a storm. Why, you're younger than me. How the hell? You're taller than me, more muscular than me, and you even look more mature. He yelled out before shaking his head. And I thought I had the mischievous younger brother role filled. You're telling me that I was the idiotic older brother this whole time? Another scream of psychological pain was let out as he ran off into the sunrise. Well, that happened. And I'm repressing this whole day for the rest of my life if you guys don't mind. Izuku could really use that drink right now. Maybe their hotel had some stashed in that surprisingly modern mini fridge that was in the living room. Ah crap, I ended up leaving those two alone in that bakery. Oh well, they should be fine. Back at the hotel, who would have guessed that they had sake here? Walbach questioned before taking a sip from her cup. Izuku nodded and did the same before answering what was probably a rhetorical question. It makes sense. The gods have been sending people over here for nearly a century, right? And most of them are Japanese. I'm just surprised more of the culture hasn't bled over already. Though from what Iris mentioned, some of their gaming consoles had made their way here. I still prefer grape wine, but this isn't half bad either. If only Kazuma-kun would treat me to something like this more often. But I'm expecting too much from a hickey neat virgin, I guess. Aqua complained before downing a whole bottle like a champ. She got a lot more talkative and honest with her feelings when she's drunk. Speaking of drunk, Izuku actually wasn't, despite drinking for a few hours now, only getting a light buzz from it. It was honestly a little worrying. But then he remembered one inconvenient little side effect of cleanse toxin that wasn't explicitly mentioned. It cured all toxins before they entered the body passively, including alcohol. It still cost mana, but since he had so much of it and alcohol was only considered a poison in high concentrations, Izuku was in a permanent state of buzz with no real consequence. Lucky bastard was the unanimous reaction of his drinking partners when he told them. But you know what? This was nice. Izuku finally felt relaxed after a good week of nonstop stress. Hey Aqua-chan, if Kazuma-kun and I killed the Demon King together, do we both get a wish or just the one that lands the finishing blow? Somehow the alcohol got him to think about previously pointless questions. Whoever participates in the battle gets the rewards. Reincarnates included, so you both get a wish, plus anyone else that joins the fight. Well, that was good to know. Then again, there wasn't any rule against wishing for more wishes. I wonder if the gods will figure that out eventually. Meanwhile in heaven, aw shit, the kid's right. Why didn't we add some rules to the wishes? The god of wisdom of all things cried out while throwing away his alcohol in disgust. He really needed to stop drinking when coming up with these plans. Ha ha ha, that's my boy. I knew he would figure it out in under a year. Yo Freya, you owe me 5,000 rupees. The local god of entertainment held his hand up towards the mother goddess of the Norse. How did you know? she asked incredulously, not thinking that she would lose such a simple bet. Let this be a lesson to you. Never make a bet with me, unless you have something stupid like an outer god on your side. Fucking acid waifu and their chaos gods. He finished in an annoyed tone, remembering a recent loss that one of his other selves suffered to a high school freshman of all things. I miss Eris-chan, Freya said in dismay as she mourned the loss of her former drinking buddy. Now she somehow got herself involved in a harem situation of all things. How does that even happen? And in under a year. It has been 3 days since Belzerg's Emerald Party killed Hans and recruited their newest party member. Izuku liked to believe that they've spent that time well, relaxing, playing together, and even drinking together. Even Megumin and Yun got a shot at it, but they were both lightweights. A couple of shots of the stronger stuff and they were out for the count. The city even gave them a huge banquet as thanks for saving their livelihood. It was a pretty simple event. If the followers of the Axis cult could do one thing above all else, it was party. It may have been simple, but it was glorious. Most of the party was completely drunk by the end of it, except for their iron-livered leader, of course. To Izuku's embarrassment, the girls managed to sleep with him every night since the Hans incident. He tried to avoid it, but they kept pinning him down each time, and he didn't have the heart to wake them up after they fall asleep. Even Walbach joined in. The first time she woke up to sleeping in the pile, she was blushing like a madwoman and ran off to who knows where. However, since that first reaction, she's mellowed out quite a bit. Izuku was pretty sure that Eris had something to do with it. My goddess is going to be the death of me, he thought. All in all, Izuku would call his vacation a resounding success. I guess this is what some would call a business vacation. Chuckle. Izuku still found it pretty funny how he basically solved more problems while he was on vacation than the other top-level adventurers did in their whole careers. And now here I am, pushing a carriage filled with 10 people and a good deal of cargo. Not that it was particularly difficult. If Izuku really wanted to, he could have lifted the damn thing over his head and ran it down the countryside at speeds that would make a fighter jet jealous. But where was the fun in that? Iris and Walbach got to enjoy the drive back from Alkenresha, neither of which had really traveled like this before. Walbach usually used teleport, while Iris almost never left the royal capital, so this was a nice change of pace for them. Hey, Izuku-kun, Iris piped up in a questioning tone. Izuku looked back to see her worried expression. What kind of training did you go through to find something like this normal? I mean, you're barely 2 years older than me and you don't exactly come from a family of overpowered heroes. So how do you do it? Izuku raised an eyebrow at that. Was it really that weird? It's true that I came from a pretty normal family. In fact, I was born without any power whatsoever, even when 80% of the world's population had one. The reason why I trained so hard is because my mentor chose to believe in me, and I refused to let him down. Iris gave him another questioning look, so Izuku elaborated. His name was All Might. He was the greatest hero of my world, our symbol of peace, who single-handedly cut his country's crime rates down to a third of what they were. We ended up having a chance meeting, and after I impressed him, he chose to train me to be his successor. That's the short version anyways, Izuku said before having flashbacks to his 10 months of hell. It was grueling, to say the least. I was only 14 when I started training with him, and for 10 months he had me working on a huge task all on my own. I was only allowed to become his successor after I finished the job, pretty much. If Izuku hadn't done it in 10 months, he might have actually had to enroll at UA a year later, if at all. They cut it extremely close back then. What was the workout? Did you have to destroy a huge boulder with a punch or something? Megumin asked a follow-up question. Izuku shook his head in denial. No, nothing like that. Remember, I was just a regular person back then. No special powers, no real athleticism to speak of. I was a stick figure in all but name. Izuku's mind flashed back to the picture All Might took of him at the start. The task was that I needed to clean up a beach that was full of trash. The stuff stretched from one side of the shore to another and was piled so high that it blocked out the sunrise. I had to do all of that in only 10 months. At first I thought it was impossible, but somehow I managed it. Izuku had to have hauled off at least a kiloton of garbage by the end of that time period. Why clean a beach? Wouldn't it have been simpler and more effective to just work out extensively through the full 10 months? Kazuma was up this time. And he wasn't really wrong, but it wasn't just about training. I was training to be a hero. When most people think about heroes, they imagine a powerful person, fighting criminals and saving people with flair and style. Not many people look at a man doing community service and call him a hero. That outlook was lost as the generations went on and the hero profession became more and more commercialized. All Might wanted to teach me that lesson early on, and I have to say, it certainly stuck. Izuku replied with a smile on his face. The nostalgic mood that the conversation brought caused him to zone out for the next few kilometers. Eventually, they reached the city walls before Izuku even realized it. To Izuku's surprise, There were a couple of actual guards on the watch when they got close. They were wary at first. Seeing a man push a large carriage at extreme speeds will do that. However, they calmed down when Izuku got close enough for them to recognize him. Izuku-sama, welcome back. The Green Paladin slowed down and addressed the two. They must be the new permanent guards for the city. Vanner-san has been busy. Hello, we've just come back from our vacation. How has it been around Axel? He and his party were responsible for this place after all. It would be best if they kept up with any recent changes. We've made great strides for the better, Izuku-sama. In the week that you introduced your tax changes, business has flourished. We owe our permanent employment to you, Izuku-sama. Thank you, they said in unison, which made Izuku a bit uncomfortable. Oh, well, thank you for the praise, but it was actually Kazuma-kun's idea to have permanent city jobs instead of hiring adventurers haphazardly. You should be thanking him. When in doubt, throw your problem at your obnoxious older brother and run. Kazuma seemed to absorb the praise much better than Izuku. Maybe he should do this more often. The party then sped off to the mansion first to unpack. Afterwards, the others walked towards the guild hall for some lunch while Izuku returned the carriage that he rented. As he walked across the city, Izuku noticed how much more energy everyone had. Beforehand, the adults always had a tired look on their faces as they went on with their daily life. But now they have a noticeable pep in their step as they walked around, as if a huge weight had been lifted from their shoulders. For a demon that feeds off people's negative emotions, Vanner-san has certainly done a good job managing the changes. After bringing the carriage back to the owners, Izuku made his way towards the guild hall, or he would have if Vanner hadn't stopped him halfway there. Izuku-kun, what luck. I hope you liked the changes that I've made so far. Speak of the devil indeed. Hello, Vanner-san. And yes, you've done a great job so far. I made the right decision by recruiting you, Izuku complimented. Vanner smirked and gave Izuku a bow. Well, of course, it's not every day that you can have someone as powerful as I under your employ. Tell me, Izuku-kun, how was your vacation? Izuku's sweat dropped a bit and explained what happened. Vanner laughed so hard that Izuku was afraid his current body was going to keel over soon. 2 in 1 day. That has to be a new record, HAHA. Well, I can't say you didn't handle it well. One dead and the other pacified. I'm sensing a pattern here. What was he insinuating with that one? Anyway, as a reward for making my day, I'll give you a bit of information you might find interesting. A blonde-haired, blue-eyed man was looking for you. He wore a red, white, blue, and gold outfit as well. He's currently waiting for you at the guild hall. Maybe you know him. Blue eyes and blonde hair. And that color scheme. Was Mitsurugi finally going to apologize for acting like an idiot a few months ago? Better late than never, I guess. Izuku looked back up to speak to Vanner, but he had already disappeared. He's way too stealthy for a man with his level of flamboyance. As Izuku continued to walk towards the guild hall, he ran into Sina of all people as well. Hello, Izuku-kun. It's a pleasure to see you again. Did you enjoy your vacation? The secretary type asked her latest benefactor. Izuku smiled towards her and answered a bit sheepishly. Yes, it was a bit bumpy at the beginning, but it was nice overall. Did something happen to inconvenience you? Oh, that was putting it very lightly. Izuku recounted the story of his first 2 days away from town, and to say that Sina turned pale was an understatement. And it was definitely for the right reasons. You left Iris-sama behind. How are you still alive? She took Izuku defeating 2 more generals and recruiting one of them in stride. It's become par for the course at this point. Guess when you do the impossible on a weekly basis, it stops being special. Sina wished Izuku luck for the future since she had to leave for work soon. Apparently she got a steady job as Vanner's assistant manager. Oh, the irony. Now that I think about it, with Walbach-chan recruited, that means that there are only 3 demon generals left. Aqua should be able to take down the barrier now. Maybe we should make another visit to the king before anything else. It would be a disaster if we went in half-cocked. Before Izuku knew it, he had arrived at the guild hall and noticed Mitsurugi standing outside of it with his arms crossed and his eyes closed. He walked up to the knight in blue and tapped him on his shoulder. Excuse me, Mitsurugi-san. Were you looking for me? He looked confused at that and shook his head. No, I wasn't. Who told you that? He asked, a little annoyed. Izuku shrugged before explaining himself. Vanner-san said that a blonde-haired, blue-eyed man with a red, white, blue, and gold color scheme wanted to see me. You're the only one I know that fits that description. His eyes opened up in realization before pointing back at the guild hall with his thumb. The guy you're looking for is in there. He just showed up a few days back saying that he wanted to see you. The waitresses told him that you were out on vacation, so he just accepted that and stuck around ever since. He was kind of creepy if you ask me, especially with those black eyes that he has. His name was also strange. I think he might be like us. Izuku's whole body froze at the mention of black eyes. It couldn't be, could it? Before the thought even fully manifested in his mind, Izuku had already started running towards the entrance and pushed open the door as fast as he could. There was a familiar face waiting for him, sitting in one of the tables surrounded by his party and looking rather flustered, until he noticed Izuku and stopped. Izuku didn't know how long they stared at each other. It could have been seconds. It could have been whole minutes. But the man in front of him broke the silence first, just like he always did, with a small smirk that he only really let Izuku see. He spoke up. "It's good to see you again, young Midoriya. I see you've made a lot of good friends since you died." Only All Might could say that last part with a straight face and not make it sound weird. Or that's what Izuku would have thought if his world hadn't gone black at that moment. After spending nearly a year in this new world, Izuku had come to terms with the fact that he might never see his old friends again. But seeing his mentor right there, in the flesh, it was too much. Izuku passed out before he could even say a word. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.